Testing 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Ah, there we go. Good morning, everybody. Oh, somebody's had their coffee. Okay, let's get it rolling. Welcome to Zcon4 in Barcelona. We're very pleased that you could make it here. Last year we were in Las Vegas. This year we're in Barcelona. I think the temperature is about the same, but the humidity, I think, is slightly worse here. Maybe next year we'll try and find a nice, cool glacier to have our conference on. I want to do just some very quick housekeeping notes before we get straight into some ecosystem updates from the key organizations in the Zcash ecosystem. First of all, I want to remind everybody that the Zcash Community Code of Conduct applies to this event. You should be respectful and polite to the people that you encounter here. You should respect the speakers and the panelists who are up here on stage. I know that often there is an urge to have a disagreement or a conversation or a whispered, what did he say, what was that about? Or if you bump into someone who you recognize, you might want to say, hey, how are you doing? How's it going? You know, please take those conversations outside of the room. Your participation in this event should make it a better and more positive experience for the other people here. I appreciate there are a lot of different opinions and views and attitudes and a massive diversity of types of people here, some of whom you may not agree with, but that is something that makes this ecosystem and community stronger rather than weaker. So please be respectful. If you want to disagree with someone, that's absolutely fine, as long as you do so respectfully. And we want to make sure that this Zcon continues to be a harassment-free experience for everybody. So again, treat people with respect. And if you do feel unsafe, if you do feel that someone is harassing you or engaging in behavior that you believe to be unacceptable, please find somebody who's wearing a green lanyard. Those are the staff members, and they will help resolve the situation. And you're obviously welcome to take photographs, but please take note of the color of the lanyard that people are wearing who are within the field of your shot. If they are wearing a red lanyard, that means that they do not wish to be photographed, and please respect their wishes. Last year, we had a masked event. This year, masks are optional but encouraged. And for people who are not comfortable being in a room where many people are not wearing masks, there is a mask mandatory viewing room up on the first floor in meeting rooms 5 and 6. Watch out for the stickers that are displayed here on the screen, and please respect the wearer's wishes. If they don't want to get close to you, if they want to socially distance, please respect them. And finally, if you experience COVID-like symptoms, please stay away. We don't want this place don't want this event to end up becoming a spreader. So please exercise a little bit of common sense and stay away if you start experiencing COVID symptoms for an unexplained reason. As I said, organizers are wearing green lanyards, and if you have any questions, just grab one of them. We'll be happy to help. The badge is your ticket for Zcon. If you're not wearing it, then the hotel staff cannot tell whether or not you are supposed to be back here, so they may well deny you entry to the conference space. Track 1 sessions will be in this room, and track 2 sessions will be right next door. In the interests of keeping our schedule on schedule, please be on time. I know that there's coffee and snacks right outside the door, but please get in and into your seats and at your tables in time for when sessions start, and that way we can try and keep things on schedule. Now, there are evening events tonight and tomorrow. There's a drinks reception tonight and a reception and a dinner tomorrow evening. Those are included in the price of your Zcon ticket. And I'm looking forward to relaxing later on this evening with all of you upstairs next to the pool. This year, we are using a new app, the Hoover app, to help us make the conference a more interesting and fun experience for everybody. You can download it onto your mobile. It's also available on desktop. Keep an eye out for organizer announcements. If you have questions for the speakers, you can post them there, and then we will be picking those questions, giving them to the MC, and having them then asked of the speaker up here on the stage. If you have a specific technical level that you want to pitch yourself at, then you can filter sessions by the technical level, beginner, intermediate, advanced, or you can create your own agenda where you shortlist which sessions you want to attend and have that for you there in the Hoover app. All sessions will be live streamed, so if you need to step out for whatever reason, you can watch them via the Hoover app, and they will also be available via YouTube, as all the past Zcon sessions are. Why are we here? Well, I'm here because I believe that blockchain and cryptocurrency technology represents a fundamental change in the way that humans interact and do business. But more importantly than that, I believe that privacy is a really important element of that. And I don't want my son to grow up in a world where every single financial transaction that he undertakes can be surveilled, monitored, and tracked back to him, not just by relevant authorities, but by anybody in the world. So that's why I'm here. Everybody has their own reasons for being here. Some people are interested in helping people in repressive regimes be able to fund nonprofits or human rights organizations that would otherwise struggle to get funding. Other people may believe that Zcash and the Zk stack that it's built on represents the real future of DeFi, and they want to see it develop in that direction. For whatever reason we're here, I think it's important to remember that we're all striving to get to the same goal, which is to see Zcash in the hands of as many people as possible across the world, and to make sure that they all have access to private money that is decentralized and censorship resistant. Now, we all have our different views on how to get there. There are many different paths, there are many different routes, and this is an event that we at the Zcash Foundation organize in order to give the Zcash community an opportunity to come together, to share those ideas, to share those views, to discuss and debate the different paths that we can get to achieving that goal, and to help create an environment where the synthesis of those ideas and the sharing of that knowledge and the research and the updates that we're going to hear from various grant recipients and the core organizations in the Zcash ecosystem can serve to help build relationships across the ecosystem. Obviously, we can all meet online, we can meet on Zoom or on Google Meet, but there's no replacement for actually being here in person and being able to shake people's hands and speak to them face to face. That's why we organize this event. That's why we're here. That's why we've created this event for you all to come here. It's up to you what you do with it. You can sit here and you can listen and you can take some notes and then go away, or you can engage proactively. And you can share your ideas, you can listen to other people's ideas, you can discuss and debate them politely, as I specified earlier. But it really is up to you which direction Zcash goes and how successful Zcash is in the long term. The future has not been written. That's the theme of this year's Zcon. And what does that mean? Well, I once heard somebody say that the best way to predict the future, is to invent it. And I think that when it comes to creating the future of Zcash, it's up to us. We face a hostile environment in many respects. There are concerted efforts by various regimes and governments around the world to hamper or cripple cryptocurrency. A decentralized technology like this distills power away from those who are currently in power. It makes it more difficult for them to control the people that they want to keep under their thumb. And as a result, many governments and regimes are seeking to make it more difficult for crypto to thrive, spread, and be successful. But Zcash and other cryptocurrencies aren't going to simply be successful without somebody doing something about it. And whether you're here in the room today, whether you're watching online or watching this, watching a recording of this event later on, you are the people who will make a difference when it comes to the success or the failure of a project like Zcash. So never think that when you're sat here in the audience or you're sat at home watching this, that it's always up to the people who are here on stage to make that difference, to make Zcash a success or a failure. This year, we've deliberately made a massive effort to try and bring as many people from across the Zcash ecosystem up here onto the stage. So you're going to hear from grant recipients, you're going to hear from ambassadors from across the world, you're going to hear from researchers who are working on technology that is relevant to Zcash. But this is just a small percentage of the people who contribute to Zcash, the people who make up its ecosystem and its community. And you are one of those people. Even if you don't think you are, the fact that you're watching this means that you are one of those people. So if you are aligned with the goals of the Zcash project, if you believe that it is a fundamental human right for people to be able to transact with one another, to carry out financial transactions in privacy and without fear of being censored, then I put the question to you, what can you do to help make this project a success? What can you do to help make sure that the future that we are moving towards isn't one where we face an Orwellian style surveillance state, where every single transaction, no matter what it is that we do, is surveilled and subject to censorship if the powers that be believe that it's something that we shouldn't be doing. Next up, we're going to hear a bunch of ecosystem updates from core organizations within the Zcash ecosystem, and then we'll be moving into our talks. But next up, I'd like to call on Zooko to give an update from the electric coin company.
That was a really great intro. Thanks, Jack. And thanks for organizing this. This is so exciting that we get another Zcon. Yay, Zcon, my favorite. So I do have slides, or I might have slides. Danica, do I have slides? All right, I'll go from memory. I'll look at my notes. So in 15, oh, okay, good. I really liked Jack's description of why he's here. Why the Electric Coin Company does what we do is to empower everyone in the world with economic freedom. In support of that mission, we contribute to and support a fair and open currency to protect the freedom, dignity, consent, and security of people all over the world. And what we say is that our North Star is to deliver a world-class user experience for Zec. So this next 14 minutes is a summary of what we've done since Zcon4, and then where we're at and what we're doing now and how you can help. So since Zcon4, a big thing that happened was this so-called sandblasting. Some people say that it's a spam attack, but I don't like to say that because I don't know the intentions or exactly what the users are doing. But starting around Zcon4, there's been a really high load of shielded transactions getting added to the blockchain. And once that started happening, all the software fell over, which is what I expect. I have a rule that whenever something scales up by 10x, then everything breaks, and you have to fix it, and that's what happened. So our team at Electric Coin Company The first thing we did was upgrade Zcash-D. Zcash-D is the full node software that everything in the Zcash network relies on. So we made a whole bunch of optimizations and bug fixes for bugs or performance issues that were revealed by this new 10x or however much increased load. And the result of that is that the Zcash network was able to keep going, so all the centralized exchanges and miners and light wallet Ds and block explorers and businesses that integrate with Zcash and everything upgraded to the upgrades to Zcash-D that we made, and were able to continue processing the new, heavier blockchain. And then something else we've done since Zcon4 is we specified and implemented and debugged and deployed the proportional fees, which was originally proposed by Adi from Nighthawk as a Zcash improvement proposal. But that took a lot of work. And we deployed that. It's optional, by the way. There's like a backwards compatibility process so that it doesn't, the deployment of this new proportional fees doesn't break too many things along the way. But empirically, as soon as we did that, the high load reduced and changed. And that load having gone down has also helped more things start working again. So along the way, we got this security report from this security company named Halborn. They had found a bug that was in the old Bitcoin code base, and that Zcash-D, as well as 200 or something other coins around the world, had cloned that code base and had the same bug. And so we have a good, like, pretty well-oiled practice at the Electric Coin Company of dropping everything and diagnosing exactly who might be vulnerable and exactly what the impact would be if this kind of security bug were exploited. It turned out that after we had done a lot of diagnosis and remediation, it turned out that nobody was in very much danger, probably. But it took quite a lot of work to make sure of that and to make sure that we deployed the fix so that if there was a danger, our users would be protected. And there was an eye-opening thing that I learned out of this, which is that those security consulting company, Halborn, that was organizing that, told us something like, Zcash is the only one out of those 200 coins who went ahead and fixed this rapidly. A lot of the other ones... Yeah, I was really proud of our team. This is a pattern. There's always bugs in software, and it's really reassuring to me that we have a really high-quality team within ECC, and we also collaborated with Zcash Foundation engineers and Taylor Hornby, the independent security person. But yeah, so this thing always happens, like this kind of thing always happens. There's always bugs or potential bugs, and I always feel really relieved when I think, okay, my team is on it. Don't have to stay awake at night wondering what's going to happen. Yeah, so those Halborn people also said, I remember we were like 90 days ahead. The other coins and the Halborn researchers themselves kept asking us to hold off and don't fix it too fast so that other people would have time to catch up. And we basically negotiated with them and told them, no, we're going to go ahead and fix it, and those other people will just have to deal. And then something else we've been doing that's another thing in the category of sort of invisible work that ECC has been doing is auditing the Rust dependencies. Computer security is one of those things where when it goes right, nobody notices and doesn't realize that you did anything. But there's a widespread issue in the whole world of computers nowadays called supply chain attacks or supply chain dependencies. And we've been doing something I'm really proud of and happy about, which is inspecting all of the different code bases that Zcash-D and other Zcash software depend on. And we've posted all our results. You can, I don't have a link here, but you can find on GitHub the results of that. Okay, it's already been like, What is this counting down? It says I have 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Is that right? All right, well, okay, for the next 15 slides real fast, here's a bunch of other stuff we did. We got Light Wallet running and so forth, and we've been working really hard on optimizing the software that several wallets and our own wallet and Zebra and some others depend on to make it more efficient. And that's almost ready. We've been doing that thing where we find one last bug, and then we fix that, and then we find one last bug, and then we fix that. But as far as I know, there's no more bugs, so this SDKs and libraries should be ready for everyone else to use like any day now. And we've made our own beta version of a wallet, which I'm really excited about because I get to be right in the feedback loop of all the user complaints. So if you want to be one of these users helping us find bugs, then come up to me and I'll give you access to the wallet. It's very rough, but I'd really like to hear your thoughts about it when you try to install it and everything. Okay, I got 2 minutes and 20 seconds. So what we're doing now, the main theme is decentralized Zcash and focus ECC. And the theme is at ECC, we've been doing a lot of different things and kind of spreading ourselves too thin for many years. And it's going to be better both for Zcash as an ecosystem, as a community, and also for ECC if we refactor who does what. In particular, there's a bunch of things that it's going to be better for Zcash that everyone in the Zcash ecosystem doesn't depend solely on ECC, so it's not a single point of failure for these things. And that's a major theme that I want to talk to everyone about at this conference is exactly what those things are and how you can help and what's the process of transitioning from everyone hitting up ECC for those things to hitting up some more decentralized structure for those things. And then that leaves only a few things so that ECC can do fewer things better and faster. Got to skip ahead. Here's the 4 things that we want to focus on. The 5th thing here is transitioning the other things so they don't drop on the floor. But the 4 things that we're prioritizing are making progress on proof of stake, making our own wallet so that we get live interactive learning from users as we go, the developer tools that I mentioned that other wallets and Zebra use, we're going to prioritize continuing to improve that, and the US-based policy work. All right, now it says I have 5 minutes and 28 seconds. Okay, fine. I'll just keep going till that counts down. So since Zcon4, Nate Wilcox, the chief researcher at ECC, has been studying proof of stake and how to transition from the current Zcash proof of work protocol to a proof of stake protocol. And the most recent thing is he just published a proposal or a pre-proposal called the trailing finality layer, which is a way to make hybrid proof of work, proof of stake as an intermediate step. It, at least partially, if not wholly, follows the Ethereum transition, which was successful so far. Previously, Nate, also came up with the concept of the Zcash Posterity Fund, which Shielded Labs adopted and renamed to the Zcash Sustainablity Fund, which is related, but not the same thing as proof of stake, but it's complementary, I guess. All right, so our wallet, my main goal is just to have this live, ongoing feedback loop so that we learn and improve from live users day and night. The first thing, so I've got a beta you can try right now. It's really rough, but come up to me. The first improvement that we intend to deploy shortly for Zashi, it's called Zashi. Like here, this is what it looks like. This is our new wallet. I'm really excited about it. The first thing that we are about to deploy for both the software tools that everyone else relies on, or that a lot of other people rely on, and for our wallet, Zashi, is called Spend Before Sync, because as every Zcash user knows, syncing is a pain in the butt. And so we have been working really hard on speeding up syncing, but we also have an even better idea. Instead of fast syncing, make it so that you can actually use the wallet and receive and send money without waiting for syncing to complete. So then syncing just be like a background thought that you don't have to worry about. Yep, I already talked about that. So the fourth thing that we're doing up there on our list of 4 things is US policy work. We have sacrificed a whole bunch of international work on like connecting with exchanges in all different countries and the regulators and law enforcement and policymakers in all different countries. But we're doing so great at the US policy work that we're keeping going. You'll hear a lot about it on stage, but our regular podcast is totally the #1 most widely important podcast on the topic of crypto policy in general, not just privacy, not just Zcash or anything, but like everyone who cares about crypto and how the United States government manages and interacts with it watches this podcast. And we have these regular meetings in Washington, D.C. that Paul Brigner hosts, and you'll hear more about that. Oh yeah, so there's one more thing that I really wanted to tell you about, but our partner begged us not to breathe a word of it, so stay tuned, but there's another thing coming soon. Okay, so good, I have 1 minute and 54 seconds. The thing that I most want to get out of Zcon is connecting with people who are depending on ECC for software or support or other kinds of work, and that you want to know, are we going to keep doing that, or are we going to shift it to some more decentralized structure, and if so, what? Also, people who want to help with this decentralized structure. There's a lot of things outside of the 4 focus areas that I just listed. A great big one, there's at least 2 great big ones, but there's probably more, because what I keep experiencing is people saying, dang it, why isn't ECC doing better at X? And I'm like, oh yeah, X. Okay, that's like the 20th thing on the list of things that people are depending on us for. So if you have needs, please come up to me and let's talk about that. And also, if you want to help with people's needs, let's talk about that. But the 2 big ones, I have 50 seconds. The 2 biggest buckets of things that ECC has historically done and that we need to decentralize, both for the resilience of Zcash and for the effectiveness of ECC. One is all the digital properties, the website, the Twitter, the Cypherpunk 0 NFT, and everything that comes with that. It's kind of daunting. Like, I think to myself, hey, websites, I've put up websites before myself. You run Nginx and you edit the HTML files or whatever. But in the modern day, there's a lot that goes into it. And we want to follow okay, I've got 15 seconds. We want to follow the model of the Ethereum Foundation, where the community submits content and maintains the content on the website. And the other big category is Zcashd. Everyone depends on Zcashd for everything, and that's a lot. So if you depend on Zcashd, or if you want to help, let's talk about that. Thank you for listening. Can't wait to talk to you at the conference.
And next up, we have Jonathan from Kedit. Kedit have been working on Zcash shielded assets, which will be the first significant functional update to the Zcash blockchain since it was launched. Take it away, Jonathan.
Hi, everybody. So, thank you. Thank you for inviting us to this great conference. Historically, we've actually been invited to all the Zcash conferences and have been in touch with Zcash before Zcon4 even. So there's a strong tie between Kedit and Zcash running for now many years. I want to quickly give you updates on what we do, what we want to be doing. There are dedicated sessions during Zcon for diving in, so these are going to be headlines. But just maybe to give you a brief sense of who Kedit is, or what is Kedit, so that you can understand our connection to this ecosystem. This is the first time that we get to join the talks about the ecosystem as like a big part of what's happening in Zcash, and it's a lot of responsibility. We now are part of that decentralized effort to make Zcash thrive. And the main thing that at Kartik we connect and intersect with this community is the technological excellence. This is by far the biggest thing that has attracted us to this ecosystem. We, from the very first day, have witnessed all these efforts to make the algorithms, the tools, the science top-notch. And if I give a preview, you have done in ECC, Zooko, some more work than what you've described. You also supported the interaction with the ZSA work so that we got to experience this top-notch quality of engineering, giving us feedback on what we're doing and iterating. So we're strongly connected to that aspect of, I'd say, authenticity in engineering. You don't put under the rug things that are really important. That piece about looking at the Rust dependencies, really for the rest of the world as well, is an example of that. Kartik has been working much more in the enterprise space. We have an aspect that is working with government. We worked at DARPA. We were part of the World Economic Forum at some point, describing to them what can be used, how privacy can be used to advance freedom of people and their right. And in Israel, so the company is based in Tel Aviv. In Israel, we've been talking to regulators, the SEC. We did a sort of hackathon to explain to them how blockchain works. We have legs in many aspects of this blockchain ecosystem, but a lot of work with, let's say, institutions and not the traditional areas that the Zcash community is hanging out with. Nevertheless, over those years, we've accumulated experience in the particular, let's say, feature set that's required for asset transfer over Zcash. We've built tools. We've also explored other areas like private set intersection and other cryptographies outside of zero knowledge, but we kept coming back to moving assets on a blockchain with full privacy is important. And in Zcash, it was pretty obvious that moving only Zec on the Zcash network can start to become limiting. There's a way to augment the usefulness of the Zcash ecosystem if you can issue other types of assets. So that was the start of the proposal of ZSA, Zcash Shielded Assets. And I'm really happy to say that after about a year and some later of work, we're now at the stage where we have the first concrete implementation of ZSA running. And the work that we've done in collaboration with the rest of the ecosystem has allowed us to complete the first chunk, which is have a kind of alpha version of ZSA, and you will have a deeper explanation of all these pieces by the team. Shout out to Pablo, who runs this team, and from Kartik, who is coordinating and building all of this with our team. One thing that's important to note is that when you're dealing with developing for an ecosystem that is still on the move, all those features that Zooko listed earlier, all these progress that has been made to the ecosystem, when we're developing ZSA, we now need to catch up to that because we branched off, did some work, but then the underlying libraries and even fee structure, things are moving. And so we ended up writing the zip and the implementations almost twice in order to achieve a level that's close to real time. And we also understood that in order to actually bring this to production, there's a whole chunk of work of integration with what's called NU6 that needs to happen. And so the next few weeks and months are going to be about bringing out the work that we've done to the community so that you can start seeing the interfaces and what it looks like to issue an asset, to move an asset around, to burn it, and kind of play with ZSAs. And we are doing the work to start bringing this into the mainnet Zcash at some point. So you're going to have, during this conference, both a dive on what we've achieved so far and a description of what it's going to look like to put it in mainnet. A big piece of the next, or let's say the next phases, is introducing asset swaps, because the usefulness of an asset is yet more augmented when you can swap the assets on a blockchain in one transaction. And there's a whole area of development that you will also hear that's coming up in the next few months. Something important, this is all financed by the Zcash community, the Zcash ecosystem, through those grants. And I've been asked to participate in panels describing our views. You can imagine that we are grants recipients. Our views are that this enables us to do this work. And I will probably have a very consistent responses to those questions when asked on panels. All of this is possible because Zcash holders are, in a sense, paying a tax to develop the next phases of Zcash. And there's a whole organization in place to try to figure out what is the most valuable development that can happen for the Zcash ecosystem. And we're very happy that we were able to join forces and be part of this ecosystem. One thing about what's coming up next, I think that if the ecosystem wants to grow and use those techniques, ZSA and others, we need to look a little bit more broader than just the US. And I think as a company from Tel Aviv, we have that role of trying to provide an outside view to the community. And I believe that this goes through an area that is not in the comfort zone of this community at all, which is exactly the compatibility with exchanges and the conversations about interactions with law enforcement and regulations that try to look at Zcash and understand how do you deal with a currency that's fully anonymous. I think that as a community, we have, first of all, we have the luck that this is not, the ZEC token is not one of those tokens on the SEC targets, because the mechanism by which ZEC was introduced is in the clear. So there's that battle at least is not really a battle. But if we want to be robust to regulators all around the world, we need to address the fact that regulated exchanges are looking at transactions from Zcash and saying, well, how do we deal with provenance, questions of identity, and these related questions. And so I believe that using ZSA, you can have that conversation orthogonal to ZEC, to ZEC. You can have tokens where you decide that opt-in, these tokens are more compatible with what exchanges are expecting, have more features that help exchanges understand who is in front of them when that user wants to be identified. And I think that there's a space for these conversations to happen in the ecosystem so that the Zcash ecosystem as a whole becomes more robust. So increasingly, I will be, let's say, advocating for that part of conversation to happen in the space. I say it's uncomfortable because at the core, this is one of the only ecosystems that is a counterweight to all those oppressive things and intrusive things that we hear, and we have to keep this force. You don't want to introduce anything that obliterates this core strength that Zcash has, which is users have control over who sees what they're doing. This has to stay. And you don't want to slide into the even possibility of mass surveillance or anything like that. But at the same time, we do need to acknowledge that we want as a community to repel people that are using these techniques against, for nefarious purposes. And if there's a consensus on what are the extreme cases where you do want some interaction with authorities, law enforcement, etc., what are the mechanisms that still keep our core values and our core assurances, but make this robust to attacks from regulators and permit interactions with law enforcement. So all of this to say that I see ZSA as a place where we augment the usefulness of Zcash in general, and we permit the experiments that I believe can make this even more impactful in the broader, in all the world. I have 1.5 minutes left. Maybe again to thank the organizers of this event. It's last year in Vegas was really cool. This is already topping it, and I can't wait to see where this is going. And maybe one thing when you're hearing our talks about what we've achieved and the demos, don't hesitate to ask questions on how you can take the tools and use them, because now is the time for feedback on what we've built. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jonathan. Next up, we have Jason from the Zcash Community Grants Committee to tell us what they've been up to over the past year.
Hey, everybody. Can you hear me? OK. Yeah, so I'm going to give an overview about the program and then give you an update on what we've been up to. So my name is Jason McGee. I'm one of 5 members of the Zcash Community Grants Committee. Brian, Michael, and I have been committee members since January 2022. Amber joined in 23, and G-Guy started in July. So ZCG is a 5-person committee. We serve annual terms, and elections are staggered now. 3 seats are available in January, 2 in July. The committee is elected by the Zcash Community Advisory Panel, ZCAP. Virtually anyone can run to be a member. You can self-nominate, or you can be nominated by another community member. The only restriction is you have to go through the KYC process from the Zcash Foundation if you want to get paid. So the program was established in 2020 as the Major Grant Review Committee. It's gone through a couple name changes. It was ZOMG for a while, and then we decided Zcash Community Grant sounded better. ZCG receives the largest allocation of the Dev Fund, 40% of the block reward, which is 420,000 ZEC over the course of 4 years. ZCG is a committee under the foundation. It is not a separate organization. The foundation administers the program. They custody the funds and disperse them. But the decisions that we make as committee members are completely independent. We consider ourselves representatives of the community, and community input is one factor that we weigh when we make decisions on grants. A little bit about our meetings. So we meet on a weekly basis to discuss open grants and our various programs. Then we meet with the Zcash Foundation bi-weekly to vote on record. And then our meetings are, they're super detailed meeting minutes that are published to the forum where you can, understand the reasoning for each of our decisions. So our mission is to fund independent teams to perform ongoing development for the public good of the Zcash ecosystem. We fund projects that advance the usability, security, privacy, and adoption of Zcash. These projects can be technical or not technical, so long as they're designed to help Zcash succeed. So this is just a quick review of how we make decisions. After the applicant submits the grant, we give the community time to provide feedback. We use the Zcash community forum, and it can be a pretty rough place. There's a few trolls there with loud voices. But for the most part, we get good feedback from community members. From there, we deliberate and the merits of the proposal. We assess whether or not it's within the scope of something we want to fund. If it's technical, we might set up calls with ecosystem engineers. If we have questions for the applicant, we might set up a call with them. And then from there, we make a decision, and that decision is based off of majority vote. So how much have we spent? Since inception, the program has allocated $11.9 million. 94% of that has gone towards major grants. 3% has gone towards minor grants. And minor grants are things like conference sponsorships, the Zcash podcast, community resources like Alpha Day. And then we've also allocated a small percentage of funds to dedicated resources and our Global Ambassador Program, and I'll explain those a bit later in the presentation. So these are our top 5 grant recipients. Together, they have received almost 68% of the total funds that we've allocated. These are all long-term, ongoing projects. So Kedit's building Zcash shielded assets, as Jonathan mentioned. These will allow for things like private stablecoins and private Bitcoin to exist on top of Zcash, as well as other assets and NFTs. Zcash Media creates high-quality educational videos about Zcash. They've released 2 documentaries so far, which were well-received, and that was last year. And then this year, they're working to release 10 more, and they'll start distributing those in the fall. Tor is working on a project called Arty, and it's a rewrite of the Tor protocol in Rust, and it can be used to bring network-level privacy to Zcash. For Nighthawk, about 60% of the grants have gone to mobile wallet development, and then the other half was split between the Thor chain integration and then half going to infrastructure for Light Wallet D and Zcash Block Explorer. Equilibrium Group, they've received a series of grants for Cigarette, which is a network test suite for Zcash D and ZebraD nodes. So what types of projects have we funded? So this slide shows how we've allocated funds by category or type. 25% have gone to protocol or specifically Zcash shielded assets. Wallets are the second biggest category. They include all 4 of the major mobile wallets, which are Nighthawk, YWallet, Zec Wallet, Zingo. Infrastructure includes things like Cigarette, the Zcash UniFFI library, the Avalanche subnet bridge. R&D are like Tor, media, self-explanatory. Non-wallet apps are things like Free2Z, Zec Pages, Zego. And then integrations are primarily ThorChain and BTC Pay Server. So community is our Global Ambassador Program, Zec Hub, Zcash Brazil, and then dedicated resources. I think that the allocation seems pretty reasonable. Basically we get grants in randomly and then have to decide. So it's not like we seek out, like, to fill these allocations. So we're going to start including this data in our dashboard, and it'll be posted along with our meeting minutes to the forum. It's a great way to see how we're allocating funding on an ongoing basis. So we wanted to go through and highlight some of our favorite grants and grantees from the past year that haven't already been mentioned. Han is a community favorite. His Y wallet has been very dependable despite performance issues other wallets have experienced. It was our first ever retroactive grant, and what that means is he built the project, he built the wallet before, applying for the grant. Han also just finished up a project that allows users to store shielded Zec on a Ledger device. We're just waiting on Ledger to accept the app. Next up, Zec Hub. This started as Ian Sagstetter's side project while he was working at ECC. It originally consisted of a podcast and informational resources, and it's developed into a decentralized platform where contributors can collaborate to create educational content. The content they create is very impressive. If you have the opportunity, check out the video comparing on-chain privacy technologies. It's awesome. There's more than a dozen active contributors, and they offer bounties so anyone can get involved and get paid to participate. All governance decisions are made by a 10-person DAO. So Free2Z is Zcash's social media platform. It's super popular, especially in the Spanish community in Venezuela. It started out as a peer-to-peer fundraising platform, and I've seen people raise money to get a new bike or a computer. One person was able to get enough money to purchase cancer treatment medication for his mother. People now use it. The functionality has expanded, so people now use it for blog posts, live streams. One guy's offering guitar lessons. And the live streaming is pretty popular. I think the Zcash Foundation's AV Club does their meetings on there. So if you haven't had the opportunity to check it out, definitely do so. Next, Zingo. So Zec Wallet was one of the early ZOMG grants, and it was the first mobile wallet to support shielded sapling transactions. After Aditya stopped supporting Zec Wallet, Zonkus stepped up, he forked it, he created Zingo, and then he added support for unified addresses in the Orchard pool. The app has some really cool features like the sync and rescan report. But Zonkus is all about authentic financial insights, so he wants the app to be more than just a wallet, but a tool that helps people better understand and manage their finances. So, we look forward to seeing how this project progresses. Dedicated resources. So we have community resources, and then we have ZCG resources. So these are resources that we bring on people as independent contractors for full or part-time roles. For example, ZK Squirrel, he's our community note taker. He attends the biweekly Arborist calls, summarize the key takeaways, and then posts them to GitHub. They're super convenient. Taylor serves as the ecosystem security lead. He's audited a number of the projects that we funded, including Y Wallet, Zgo, Light Wallet D, and a few others. He's found some high-severity critical bugs, and some of these, they're either high severity or critical, and some can compromise privacy or put funds at risk. So this has been a great service to provide because otherwise, developers would have to fund independent audits on their own. Tong came in as the Halo 2 community manager, and we just brought Paku on as the community wallet developer starting August 1st. He's going to work with Nayak and also Zingo, and among other things. So, one sec. So next up is our Global Ambassador Program. So ambassadors lead activities that, basically there's two things that we wanted the ambassadors to do. Basically help drive user adoption and build new Zcash communities all over the world. We have ambassadors in 14 different countries on 5 continents, including places like India, Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, and Just one sec. And so the primary activities that they do are like meetups, wallet onboarding events, content creation, translation. They receive a $1,000 stipend to support and reward their efforts. And some of the communities have actually become very vibrant. Like the community in Latin America is very large. The Spanish-speaking community is super active. They have their own website, podcasts, blog articles, education programs. And additionally, Zcash Brazil spun off from the program. They submitted their own grant proposal, and now they're just doing an awesome job representing Zcash in Brazil at all sorts of different events. So here's a couple photos. The photo on the left is from Madison, who's our San Diego ambassador, like in the US. She works at Edge. So she hosted a Zcash-focused pottery class where they discussed Zcash, made mugs, spoons, plates. I went to one of her meetups in San Diego with the Zcash media team. We watched a couple videos, had a great discussion afterwards, and it was a lot of fun. The second picture is from our Nigerian ambassador, Chidi. He does a lot of physical meetups and education events to teach people about Zcash. He also sponsored a local soccer team and got them Zcash jerseys. So what has ZCG accomplished? We've brought in a number of teams from different parts of the world to work on long-term, ongoing projects. We've also helped build vibrant communities in places like Brazil, South Korea, and Venezuela. And we believe that these contributors make Zcash more decentralized and resilient. We're also the only organization that is constantly reallocating block rewards to other areas of the ecosystem. And that allows us to not only fund interesting projects, but also fill gaps that emerge from unexpected events like the ECC restructuring that happened earlier this year. We were able to bring on Beth to continue to focus on partnerships, and Paku to help with wall development. We're also the most, like hands down, the most transparent organization in the Zcash ecosystem. Like the entire grant process plays out live on the forum. All of our key decisions and reasoning are memorialized in our minutes. Again, you have to check them out, they're super detailed. But there's also a built-in accountability mechanism where if you don't like us or the decisions we make, you can vote us off the committee. And you obviously can't do that with other organizations. So this is a statement that we wrote on the Dev Fund 2024, or 2.0. So currently the community is discussing whether to continue the Dev Fund after the next halving. And we believe that ZCG plays an important role in the ecosystem, and if it's continued, then we think that the committee believes that the ZCG program should continue to receive the largest allocation so we can continue to fill our mission and help decentralize Zcash. Wow, that's like perfect timing. Yeah, so I guess I do want to say a thank you to the Zcash Foundation for all the support they provide. Jack, Alex, Danica, Deidre, Dan, you guys are awesome, so thank you.
Thank you, Jason. And next up, you have me again, giving an update on the Zcash Foundation. Big news from the past year is that we have done a stable release of Zebra. So Zcash now has a second Zcash node implementation. Great. I did think that the little ta-da icon was just a little bit subtle, so I thought Party Zebra was more appropriate. For those of you who aren't aware, Zcash was originally built on top of the Bitcoin code base, and that code base has now been around for 15 years. It's written in C++. It's beginning to show, well, I think it's been showing its age for quite some time, and it's been described by one of the ECC engineers as a C++ hellscape. So Zebra is the mechanism by which we're going to escape that hellscape. It's written in a modern programming language called Rust, which is more memory safe than C++. It's got a modular architecture, and it's basically going to provide the foundation for building, developing, growing, and improving Zcash over the next 15 years. And who knows what technology will look like by then. But for now, it's out there. It's been audited. There were no major issues found, which is a massive kudos to the Zcash Foundation engineers for successfully building something that complex without any major issues. And it addresses a subset of the use cases that Zcash does. You can use it to obviously help maintain the Zcash network, to validate the blockchain, it gossips and spreads unconfirmed transactions and blocks. You can use it as a backend for light wallet. So if you are one of the wallet teams that is running a light wallet infrastructure, you can use it instead of Zcash to backend your light wallet. Or if you are the sort of person who wants to run your own light wallet, then you can also use it. And finally, if you're a miner, you can use it to generate block templates for mining. Now, as I said, Zcash is modular. Like I said, I think of it as a foundation for building forward into the future, and this is the functionality that currently exists. The big question is, what should we do next? And there's various ideas about what other functionality we should build in. And if you have strong feelings about any of these, I think there's a poll rolling in the Hoover app right now. And also feel free to grab us and let us know what you think, what functionality you think we should add to Zebra next. And it would be remiss of me to not acknowledge the massive contribution that the ECC engineers made to the development of Zebra. First of all, Zebra relies heavily on various Rust libraries that have been developed by ECC, and also they were a huge help in terms of understanding some of the undocumented functionality that exists within Zcash that was inherited from Bitcoin. So I want to thank Strad and all of the ECC engineers for their help in contributing to that project. The other massive project that we've been working on is Frost. Frost is a threshold signature scheme that addresses the problem that you can't use multisig with shielded ZEC. Multisig is a mechanism whereby you can require that multiple people are required to authorize a spend of transactions. It's used a lot by exchanges, by custodians to make sure that funds are held securely, but unfortunately, it's not possible with shielded ZEC. So Chelsea, along with Ian Goldberg at the University of Waterloo, came up with the flexible round optimized Schnorr threshold signatures, continuing a long tradition of cryptographers finding innovative ways to create acronyms out of the names of their papers. So this is not just useful for Zcash, it is of far broader application in the realm of privacy, and as such, it is currently being evaluated by the Internet Research Task Force for adoption as an informational RFC. But we have created a Rust implementation of Frost, and that's currently undergoing audit. No major issues so far. And the next step really is to start then implementing it for Zcash. So a zip has been drafted. The security proof of the Frost for the re-randomized technology that Zcash uses is currently underway. And if you want to learn more about that, you can join the wallet stream on the final day of Zcon4, and you'll be able to hear more there from some of the team who are working on that. I think as we move forward, the ability to do multi-sig style threshold signatures will become increasingly important. It's something that's really necessary, as I said, for exchanges and custodians to be able to secure their funds, and also it'll be very useful when we start getting into doing cross-chain interoperability. Next up, the third big pillar of what we do at the foundation is community and ecosystem support. So obviously, we organize Zcon, and at this point, I just want to really acknowledge the amount of work and effort, blood, sweat, and tears that has gone into this event by some of the team, particularly Danica, who's sitting right back there. Not sure how much sleep she's had recently, but it takes an awful lot of effort to put this event on, and I just want to give Danica, Alex, and the rest of the team, Dee, Dan, John, the whole team, it really is a team effort. I hold absolutely no credit for this event. It is entirely our ops team, so I just want to give them a big round of applause. And if they weren't gluttons for punishment enough, they decided to do it twice this year. So this year saw the first of our Zcon Voices events. As Jason mentioned, the Zcash Brazil community is vibrant and very, very successful. So we partnered up with them to deliver Zcon4, which is our first regional event, and we hope that funding permitting, we'll be able to do more of those going forward. And this is a situation where, unlike this Zcon, where we take the lead on organizing it, arranging the agenda, etc. This is a situation where we partnered with the Zcash Brazil community. They found the venue, they organized the speakers, the schedule, the content, and we merely provided the sort of operational support and financial support that was necessary to make it possible. As was alluded to by Jason, we support the operations of the Zcash Community Grants Committee. I think that again, our ops team are really instrumental in making sure that things run smoothly there. We also have recently launched our own minor grants program. And it's worth bearing in mind that the Zcash Foundation was originally set up as a grants-giving organization. And it issued grants to organizations like Zach Wallet, to the Nighthawk team. When the major grants, what's now called the Zcash Community Grants program started, that kind of distracted us away from our original mission of giving grants. So this is kind of really returning to that original mission, but doing so in a different way. With major grants, there's a certain sort of expectation of threshold that you should reach. You're expected to be a team with a reasonable prospect of surviving the departure of any one member of that team. With minor grants, we're far more. It's intended to be a lower threshold, smaller projects, including quite happy to evaluate applications by individual applicants. And the idea is that we then provide the beginnings of a path where you can get involved in the Zcash ecosystem, apply for a minor grant. If you're successful, you can then potentially apply for a major grant, and then the ultimate goal of all of this is to allow people to then, at some point in the future, apply for a slice of this or a future dev fund. But so that first minor grants program went really well. We tried an experiment where we polled the Zcash Community Advisory Panel to decide which grant applications should be approved. I think that went really, really well. So we're going to be running another minor grants program straight after Zcon as soon as we've recovered and caught up on our sleep. And if you're interested in doing some paid work or contribution to the Zcash ecosystem, I would strongly advise that you keep an eye out for when those applications open. We've also been issuing what I call research grants, looking at programmability and privacy-preserving proof of stake. So a couple of years ago, we polled Zcap on what they believed the priorities should be for the Zcash ecosystem. And two of the top things were moving away from proof of work, and proof of stake is the obvious destination for that, and adding programmability to Zcash. Obviously, the top priority that they identified was adding ZSAs, and that, as you heard from Jonathan, that work is well underway. We also, over the past year, spun up, thanks to Ryan Taylor, the Zcash Foundation AV Club. So this is a grouping of people who meet regularly and who deal with all things AV related. And they are going to be very active here at Zcon. And we'll expect that you'll be able to see a lot of the content that they're creating coming out over the next few weeks and months. And finally, we protect the Zcash trademark. This is sometimes a controversial question. People say, why do we need a trademark? Well, the simple fact is that people want to abuse the Zcash name to defraud others. So there are scams like Zcash Global, which has defrauded people out of many tens of thousands of pounds. They were based in the UK. We managed to get that successfully taken down. And we're just currently awaiting for the transfer of the zlend.cash domain to us, which we've successfully applied to have seized. And this, again, is another example of a website where people abuse the Zcash name. They're looking to defraud people out of money. And that's one of the main reasons that we want to make sure that we have strong trademark protections for the Zcash trademark. Moving on, I want to talk a little bit about geographic decentralization. It's been a topic of conversation within the community over the past couple of years that the Zcash ecosystem is heavily concentrated in the United States. Both ECC and the Zcash Foundation are US domiciled organizations. And it's worth saying that the US is a good environment in many respects. The 501c3 structure, the nonprofit structure that that the Zcash Foundation and the Bootstrap organization, the parent of ECC, is a very good structure. It provides really strong protections. It's tax efficient. You'll end up paying large amounts of money to the government in tax, and it provides very strong transparency. And also, one of the great advantages about the United States is that the First Amendment protects the right to write software. And that was a key factor in the privacy side's victory in the original crypto war back in the 1990s. However, there are regulatory headwinds. There does seem to be a faction within the powers that be in the United States who don't want to see crypto succeed, and that creates a fair amount of uncertainty, and we perceive that as risk. So I'm pleased to be able to say that we have begun the process of setting up a non-profit entity in the Cayman Islands. It may even be fully complete by the time this conference is over. We're just waiting for the final bits of paperwork to be done. And the plan is that this new entity will become an operating entity. We will transfer some of the activities that the Zcash Foundation currently undertakes, likely the more internationally focused activities, to that new entity and get it up and running and functioning. And the goal is to ensure that if the United States becomes a hostile environment for either crypto or privacy-preserving crypto specifically, our goal is to ensure that we don't end up suffering any significant negative consequences to Zcash as a result of that. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's really important that we ensure that Zcash is indestructible. In a technical sense, it is, because anybody can run a node, but as has been highlighted, the dev fund going to a small number of US-based organizations does represent a risk. So this is what we believed was the best solution to that. So I have 20 seconds left. I just want to finish off by saying that the theme of this year's conference is the future has not yet been written. So let's write it together as a unified community with a shared vision for Zcash. And with that, we're going to take a little bit of a break. And next up, we'll be hearing from Daniel Bennarroch and Tong about the research they've been doing into programmability for Zcash. Thank you. Okay, everybody, we're already 4 minutes late due to me being distracted, so let's try and get it back on schedule. Next up, we have Daniel Bennarroch and Ying-Tong Lai, am I pronouncing that right? Who are going to talk about some work they've been doing, systemizing knowledge around the prospects for adding programmability to Zcash. So please take your seats. I'll go outside in a moment and shout out everybody to come in. And give it up for Ying-Tong and Daniel.
This is the clicker? Yeah, perfect. Thank you. All right. So thank you all for being here. And thank you to the Zcash Foundation for inviting us to share this work with you all. So as Jack said, we're going to be talking a little bit about this work on surveying programmability protocols that can hold some kind of privacy in the functionality and whatnot. And we're surveying the protocols that are out there, both like in academia and sort of that are being built and deployed potentially in different ecosystems in, I guess, the blockchain space. This is work that the both of us are doing with Brian Gillespie, who's also at Inversed. And this work has actually been commissioned by the Zcash Foundation and not by the major grants committee. So this is kind of one of those minor grants. But we're very excited to be able to contribute to the Zcash ecosystem in this way, because we do feel like one of the key components for the success of Zcash is sort of how do we add functionality and how do we enable not only users to use applications on Zcash, but also developers to build on Zcash, right? So we're going to talk more about that in a second. And so really, like, it was around January that we were in discussions with the Zcash Foundation, and we submitted our kind of proposal. At the end of the day, the motivation is clear, and we were on board from the get-go. The goal is to survey the existing protocols out there, but with the kind of a focus on how could it work on Zcash, right? Like, this is a core component of what we're trying to do. So far, we've basically finished, like a month ago, the phase 1 write-up. I mean, that's really the biggest part, because it was where we collected sort of all the different protocols. We started thinking about how the definitions are going to come together, what are the different parameters, and et cetera, and the applications that we're going to be talking about. And we're going to talk about a bit more in detail about all these parts.
So if you're coming here from the DeFi world, you may have heard the term programmable privacy very recently in the context of flashbots and MEV, so maximally extractable value. This is pretty much one of the most exciting and important problems in decentralized finance. And so the Flashbots team has come up with a way to allow users to conditionally reveal their transactions, basically conditioned on some share of the profit that validators could extract from backgrounding or otherwise arbitraging their transactions. So in this very new context, programmable privacy refers to the ability to arbitrarily specify the conditions on which you reveal or not reveal some confidential information. And I think what's interesting to note here is this sort of privacy is very instantaneous. So in this context, they are referring to pre-trade privacy, whereby, yeah, you don't want to reveal the information before you're guaranteed some share of the profit. However, you do want to execute the trade eventually. And so in this context, you want to reveal the information, and quite soon, in fact, before the block epoch is up. And there's been discourse recently as well about the usefulness of pre-trade privacy in isolation, or in other words, does revealing this trade after execution negate any of the benefits gained from concealing it before? So really, it's an active and very exciting area of research. There's lots of money at stake, and the people at Flashbots are realizing how strategic privacy can help to protect users and can help users to retain more value in the protocol. And for the rest of us who have been working in privacy-centric projects such as Zcash or Secret Network, we have a slightly different understanding of this same phrase, programmable privacy. Here, we never want to reveal the information. So it's not instantaneous privacy, it's privacy forever. But we are interested in the scope or the range of computation that we can perform on this concealed information. So for instance, Secret Network, they have a network of trusted execution environment nodes that users encrypt to, and that are responsible for performing arbitrary computations on this encrypted data. And furthermore, we may be interested in verifying arbitrary features of this concealed data. So programmability here does not come in when revealing the data. We never reveal it. Rather, it comes in when making computations or making statements about this concealed data.
So really, when we talk about programmable privacy, we're really talking about that kind of layer of like application design, right? Like when we think about zero knowledge and being able to program circuits and program applications, we are always like considering the whole stack from, is our proving system generic enough to hold sort of any kind of statement in the circuit? Do we have kind of a language like a ZKVM or some type of API that allows us to write circuits in a generic way? And then we're talking about this idea of, do we have a protocol that can allow for others, essentially other developers, to build some kind of application on this protocol, right? So in this case, Zcash is not programmable, but there is like specific functionality in for using applications. That's one of the things that Kartik is doing. This is also an example like for Tornado Cash, for example, where the application is really to just have kind of a mixer, a private transfer application on Ethereum. But it's also like Nocturne, where essentially it acts as a kind of proxy party to allow users to interact privately with other smart contracts, right? And then we have a kind of protocols. So the idea that the protocols that I was mentioning have this application privacy. Basically, they can offer, the specific projects can offer and need to have this kind of responsibility to make sure that there is sort of anonymity sets in the applications, but also like to be able to potentially build kind of a larger anonymity set of some sort. So this is an example from Namada that this is one of their goals, right? To build kind of a anonymity set for assets on Ethereum and across actually other chains. Another kind of thing that can be done or given in the support of these protocols is enabling unlinkability of actions on chain, like Zcash and Zerocash kind of build this idea of unlinkability by doing kind of commit and nullify and whatnot. And for example, the Aztec protocol or Aztec 3 has been now thinking about how to expand that to larger kind of sets of computations. Zexi does that as well in some way. Another one is really to providing economic security guarantees, right? So all these assets are now dependent on the kind of protocol and the cryptography, so not only for the privacy, but also for the security. We have that we want to encourage users to have like a privacy-preserving design, and sort of this comes down to kind of the way that the protocol is also being designed specifically. If you give too much freedom, then there's a risk to have like less security or less privacy at the level of application. There is some protocols that do private and public, others that only do private, etc. And with that comes also the responsibility to kind of give an API that is ensuring some type of security, right? Like if you allow for like too much modularity, then it can break down differently. Yeah.
So hopefully that contextualizes and motivates this SOK. How we're going to proceed now is, first of all, we're going to introduce a high-level mental model, which we use to think about a range of protocols and applications covered in this SOK, which we'll enumerate. And then afterwards, we'll move on to really a Zcash-specific part, our proposals for adjustments that we can make to the Zcash protocol to integrate these. And lastly, future work that we have planned. So yeah, first of all, the high-level framework. We conceptualize the protocol as consisting of two components. Firstly, a state that we can read and write. And secondly, a set of validity predicates that encumber or restrict how participants in the protocol read or write, or which subset of participants can read and which subset can write. So to make this more concrete, public state is defined as parts of the state that anyone can read, so there's no need to fulfill any validity predicate. Whereas private state is parts of the state that are actually restricted access. So you can think of this as a viewing key on Zcash, for example. Only those in possession of it can read or decrypt a certain note. And in practice, the point of an application and the point of having validity predicates is to encumber the rights, and it's to define what is a valid state transition or not. But what might be interesting to note is that when it comes to private state, reads and writes need not be encumbered by exactly the same predicates. For example, in Zcash, the viewing key versus spending key. And for example, in Penumbra, which we'll see later, writes are actually doable on-chain, even without the ability to read. So this framework is going to inform our classification of applications and protocols to follow. And mainly, we'll be looking at two types of private rights. We found this to be the most interesting sort of split between these applications and protocols. So some of them do the private rights on-chain, and most of them do them off-chain. So the most familiar class of applications would probably be those that do rights, private rights off-chain. And in these applications, in many cases, private state is owned by a single user. So Zcash is an example of such an application where one user owns a note and is able off-chain to authorize the spending of said note, and reveals on-chain only some commitment to the note. And there is no mutation of this private state on-chain. Rather, there is just a verification of certain features of this private state. So really, with this primitive, we can instantiate this primitive, this class of applications using just one primitive, which is zero-knowledge proofs. And we've been able to do a lot with this one primitive and with this one class of applications. So for example, I'll just fast forward here, but basically we have applications that provide functional privacy. For example, if you have a proprietary machine learning model that you want to prove is optimal on certain sets of inputs and outputs, you can provide the weights of your model as private input to some circuit, zero-knowledge circuit, for example. And you can do this because you, the user, know the entire private state, which is the weights of the model. So, and this, in the same spirit, if you have some kind of exploit that violates some invariant, you can prove the effectiveness of this exploit without having to reveal it. Same story with a bespoke trading strategy, attested sensors. Oh, yeah, I don't know what that one's about. Sorry, I made these slides, but I forgot what exactly that's about. The other large class of private application, off-chain private state applications focus more on data privacy. So in one primitive that appears everywhere is anonymity sets. And this is what offers confidentiality in Zcash, in mixers such as Tornado Cash. And it's what offers anonymity in identity systems. And this has been used to build anonymous reputation systems, which can just be layered on top as additional functionality. Anti-collusion voting as well is instantiable with just anonymity sets. And the last kind of data privacy really makes use of well-known public programs. So for example, like the DKIM signature and email protocols. Some people built a ZK email verifying this. So the point is to conceal some parts of your email, but to reveal that you have like an email address from MIT or some reputable organization. And the same thing with standards like JSON, JWT, the TLS handshake. People have built circuits that are kind of web to oracles that encode the very well-known rules of these public protocols, but obfuscate private inputs. Yeah, and you could do the same with, for example, private inputs to a well-known public machine learning model. And you can use this for secret information games, as well as an interesting use case is proving that you encrypted something correctly. And this actually is necessary in some systems that we'll see later on that make use of FHE and that deal with ciphertext, but still need some proof of correct encryption of these ciphertext. So yeah, this is just like an incomplete taxonomy of the range of things we can do with just zero-knowledge proofs, with just a single user knowing all the state and mutating it off-chain. And Zcash is one of these applications. Most interesting applications of zero-knowledge proofs fall into this category. So for protocols to support these applications and to enhance their privacy, they need to basically compose anonymity sets across these applications. So for example, in the Zaxi protocol, each application produces some state commitment that is indistinguishable from those of other applications. And therefore, by participating in the Zaxi protocol, you're benefiting from the anonymity sets of state updates produced by all other applications in the same protocol. I will note that I think Aleo, the project, removed this functional privacy from their implementation, but the original Zaxi paper did have it and did allow composition of anonymity sets across applications. So, and as Daniel mentioned just now, Nocturne is an instantiation of this system on Ethereum. So Nocturne allows users to interact with arbitrary third-party smart contracts, such as Uniswap, from a single shielded pool. So basically, all interactions on-chain look like they're coming from the same shielded pool. And so it's a really elegant design because they don't conceal the actual actions that the users are taking. Rather, they just conceal the identity of the user. And this is sufficient, or this is the best we can do in many trading use cases, whereby we can, in fact, reverse engineer private trades just from looking at public price changes. So in those cases, there is no point trying to conceal the actual trade amounts. And the best we can do is to conceal the identity of the trader and prevent someone from inferring some kind of strategy or belief that is specific to one identifiable user. So the next class of off-chain private state applications actually support multi-user private state. And this is not ontologically different from the first class because, yeah, these modifications are not on the protocol layer, they're on the application layer. So basically, you can do, for example, some kind of MPC protocol to collaboratively form a transaction before submitting that transaction on-chain. So Flashbots did this experiment whereby they had a user submit some confidential transaction, and they had a searcher submit a confidential search algorithm, and they jointly computed a back-running transaction using an MPC protocol. And the idea here is that if they are successful in producing a profitable back-running transaction, then this transaction can be posted on-chain. And if not, then neither of them reveals their private inputs in the first place. So this is, so again, this transaction was formed using MPC, but to the protocol, it makes no difference how you form the transaction. So really this difference is on an application level. And besides MPC, another way we can achieve this is using collaborative ZK snarks. Actually, this is also just MPC. So this is when the parties in the MPC collaborate to compute a ZK proof, right? So the program that they're computing is the prover in your proof system. And the point here is that each party owns a different part of the witness, and working together, they can compute a proof attesting to the fact that this witness is satisfying. So the way protocols can support applications with multi-user private state is, I think Anoma is a good example of this. So I guess just focus on the leftmost part of the diagram. And this is when you see the idea of intents or partial transactions being sort of first-class citizens in the Anoma protocol. So they're all about defining some language to express general intents. And the point of these intents is that can be submitted to these parties called solvers who run some kind of optimal algorithm to match partial transactions and produce fully formed transactions. And often these partial transactions are atomic in nature, meaning either both parties are happy or like neither is happy, like nothing happens, I mean. And Aztec is another example of supporting off-chain private state.
Yeah, in Aztec, the point in a way is that they aimed for kind of very general programmability in the same style than like zero cash introduced with commitments and nullifiers. In that way, what they enable is being able to have like a generic kind of note that includes information about any type of application. And then every time there is a read from that note, there needs to be a nullification in order to preserve the unlinkability. Now they have these sort of private functions and public functions. Now the private functions are associated each with sort of a specific circuit. And the way that this is verified on chain is that every proof is then verified at the consensus level. So it's still kind of off-chain computation. And there is like this kind of distinction between private and public functions in that first you want to do the private ones because you can access kind of historic reads. So just like in Zcash, you can span the note using a root of a commitment tree that is like older than the latest state. So similar to that happens also in Aztec. But when you go into, and then of course the private functions can generate public state and whatnot, but then the public state always needs to be done based on the latest state of the chain. And this enables sort of full programmability from like a smart contract perspective.
So the next class of applications actually moves the computation of private state on-chain. So I'm like by these two diagrams, I'm trying to illustrate the shift in that vertical bar, whereby in the off-chain case, this combination of private state is done off-chain, whereas in this new class of applications, it's done on-chain. So let's make it concrete with an example, Penumbra, for instance. It allows users to submit individual swaps that are in and of themselves not complete transactions. So what these users do, their private state is the swap. What they do is they encrypt it to some threshold of validators in the Penumbra network. Okay, and then what the protocol does on-chain is homomorphically sum up these encrypted swaps. And then threshold decrypt the aggregate swap. And it is this aggregate swap that is executed against some global liquidity pool. So the point here is that each individual swap is sort of concealed inside this batch. And yeah, what's different about ANOMA is that this sort of computation on private state is done on-chain. It's done blindly on a ciphertext. And yeah, by saying it's done on-chain, I mean that every consensus node in the network can do it, as opposed to previously when we were, I don't know, backrunning things or when we were solving intents. All that was done off-chain by individual entities working together. So
one good example maybe is the kind of blinding signature on Zcash, right? Like there is still some kind of like on-chain action of adding some ciphertext or some like commitments, homomorphic commitments, but we still call that off-chain because actually kind of the result of the execution is already known off-chain versus in Penumbra where like the aggregation of these swaps actually gives a concrete result that wasn't known previously.
Yeah, exactly. So each user actually needs the help of the protocol actors to combine their traits with those of other users to produce the final batch swap that will be executed. So I hope this difference is clear. To me, this was one of the most interesting differences. Oh, and so using this primitive of like threshold, like additively homomorphic threshold encryption, I think they call this flow encryption. So using this primitive, Penumbra can implement batch swaps, voting in proof of stake, I think, and delegation in proof of stake. So anything that you can just add up and batch. So there's this project called Zama. They work on FHE, and you can think of it as just a generalization of Penumbra. So instead of additively homomorphic encryption, Zama allows us to do fully homomorphic encryption. Once again, it's to a threshold of validators, Zama validators. Yeah, but the idea is the same as Penumbra. And another instantiation of this is a very recent Suave chain. So again, this is from the Flashbots project. And the idea is, so if you saw previously this back-running, solving activity, it was previously happening off-chain. So the idea with Suave chain is they want to move these searchers and solvers on-chain. And how they do that is they encourage searchers and solvers to publish their strategies as smart contracts. And these smart contracts are deployed to what's called the MEVM. So it's like an EVM, but with precompiles that make searchers efficient. And these are deployed to, I think, okay, their initial rollout is just deployed to like some centralized node, but eventually they want to deploy it to a TEE. And so this TEE holds all these private search strategies, and users can now encrypt their transactions and their bits to this same TEE, which will then use this information to form full transactions and full blocks. So the output of Suave chain is actually blocks that will then be submitted to the Ethereum chain. Yeah, but I consider this on-chain because the Suave protocol is responsible as a whole for running, for mutating private state. And secret network sort of generalizes this to not just searchers and solvers, but to any smart contract. But the idea is the same as Suave chain. So secret network has a network of TEEs. So each of the nodes in secret network is a TEE.
Thank you. So we just went over sort of all these applications that we've been exploring, the protocols. You could see that, you saw that we didn't leave aside kind of any specific technology, like we included homomorphic encryption, we are considering TEs as trusted executed environments, and of course zero knowledge, right? Because we understand that the path of the future for programmability is not purely in zero knowledge, because that could potentially constrict also the type of computations. So we're going to explore a few of the ways that we believe that Zcash could include programmability. Now, there are many ways, so if we don't cover all the details right now, I mean, this is fine. We still haven't formed like a very deep opinion or strong opinion ourselves, so we're still working on this. But the first sort of direction that has been thought of before as well is the Zexy style, right? Like, if we could generalize the type of nodes inside of the Zcash protocol to include more than just the asset value, the asset owner, and of course the details specific to security, this could allow for Zexy, where basically there is kind of a payload, like you could think about it as like a fixed memo that needs to include some kind of like proof of validation of some external application, right? That's why this is still like on the off-chain kind of realm. And we started with Zexy actually because, so the order here is kind of in order of invasiveness in a way, like how much do we need to change the protocol? You may have differing opinions. We're definitely open to discuss this more in detail at the conference and otherwise. But the good thing about Zexy is that the kind of type of protocol would be preserved, right? It's still like a commitment, and there's nullification, and transactions could look similar to what it is today, which also includes like the impact to the users, right? Like we also need to be wary of how much the protocol changes and the usability of Zcash, because as Zooko mentioned here, like it's not only about the protocol. There is UX, there is applications, there is miners, etc. Then we have the idea of TEs, right? So in this case, I don't know if I can, oh, this is cool. So if we consider these blocks like the Zcash network as like the blockchain, adding TEs would be quote unquote relatively simple. And of course, I don't want to ever say simple in reality when it comes to cryptography, but it basically would mean sort of sending some kind of off-chain data that basically would still have to be included in the network itself, in the protocol, as like specific to TE. But then like all of the computation of the applications would be done inside of this hardware environment. And then some kind of signature is being sent back that needs to be verified at the consensus level. So these two changes are seemingly like, or relatively, I don't want to be simple. So
yeah, and thank you to Andrew Miller. I just stole this diagram from his slides. He's been talking about these tea kettles. Basically, they are this overlay network of TEEs, but they do derive some security from the layer 1 Zcash in the sense that messages encrypted to these TEEs are publicly committed to in layer 1 Zcash, and that's how we force inclusion into this overlay network. So yeah, I agree that this is a relatively light change because, I mean, it's just about interpreting the public messages on Zcash.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right, and so this is another idea that I stole from the ANOMA team. for a privacy-preserving bridge. Well, the idea here is to not introduce that much programmability on Zcash, but rather to introduce a privacy-preserving bridge to, let's say, Anoma or some other protocol that does have native programmability. And we like this idea because, yeah, all you're changing on Zcash is the ability to support a bridge. And you're sort of delegating the actual programmability to, say, Anoma. So, however, this is still an invasive change because a secure privacy-preserving bridge requires the introduction of some threshold validator set, and we're going to see why. So we're going to take it in both directions. The first direction is, let's say, going from Zcash to Anoma. So over here, the user basically spends their note to the escrow address, and they encrypt the value of the note to this threshold of validators that we've introduced. Now, Anoma is running a Zcash Lite client and is watching for the inclusion of notes meant for their chain. So when they see a new note commitment and they validate that Zcash consensus has agreed on this commitment, Anoma proceeds to mint this note on their chain. And so now anyone who knows the note plaintext can spend it on Anoma now. So this direction is pretty simple. It's the other direction that is trickier. So look, we're on Anoma, and they have exchanges. They have like NFTs and all kinds of weird and wonderful things. So we're spending our wrapped Zec arbitrarily and freely. And then at some point, maybe some subset of wrapped Zec owners on Anoma decide they want to go back to the Zcash chain. They want to cash out. So what they do is they burn these wrapped Zec to the mint and burn contract. And once again, they encrypt the values of these notes to the threshold of validators. And by the threshold of validators, I mean those on Zcash. And then the Zcash chain is also running an Anoma Lite client. And once they're convinced of the inclusion of these burnt notes, what they're going to do is, and here's why we need the threshold validators, what they're going to do is check that this invariant is conserved. So they're going to check that the amount burnt on Anoma does not exceed the amount escrowed on Zcash. And this guards against the situation where, let's say, the foreign chain becomes Byzantine and tries to increase the Zcash supply using this bridge. So we can never sort of burn more money than we have, even across chains. That's the point of this threshold encryption, is to check this invariant in a privacy-preserving way. So once this check passes, then Zcash mints these notes, and whoever knew the note commitments on the note plaintext on Anoma can now spend them on Zcash. So this is, by the way, my understanding of what Anoma described, and all mistakes are mine.
So I just wanted to add that there is like two other ways. I think maybe we changed the slides a bit too late, but there's like another direction that is basically the direction that Kartik is taking right now, which is to add like specific functionality, right? Like we have this vision or ideal that we want to add programmability because we want to code everything and be able to do any application. But that has two real like challenges that I don't think we've solved yet. One is that first, we maybe don't need all types of applications or all types of programmability on chain. And two is that actually we are giving maybe too much freedom for the developers to build something that they don't really know if it's secure. Whereas when we do this in a kind of more, let's say, proactive approach by adding specific functionality, and of course it can take a while, but let's say like in a few years we can have the major kind of DeFi components on Zcash, well, that seems pretty much like pretty good to have like a good user base. You know, at the end of the day, how much more has been done in Ethereum that actually created adoption, right? Like, okay, games and stuff. Let's put that aside for a second. And the other direction is kind of what Aztec was doing, which is like do the on-chain kind of execution, have like the specific programmability be part of the consensus itself. So those are like two otherwise. Those definitely are like more intense and work intense and will change the protocol a lot more. And in terms of future work, so first of all, of course, like we're still in the middle of this project. We're now hoping to kind of crystallize certain aspects. This is kind of an initial kind of table of contents for the actual paper. Our goal is to publish this work. We want to really focus on formalizing privacy and security definitions because this is, I think, one of the benefits of having a type of SOK work where you can actually like formalize things that then can be continually used afterwards, right? Like so far, let's say that like most of these protocols that we've spoken of today, I would dare to even say all, don't have a proof of security as a protocol, right? So, okay, so maybe that's too much to ask in some cases. I feel like we're advancing too fast in these, like very fast in this industry, so that like we can allow ourselves to not be super, fine-grained with the security proofs. But having specific security definitions would help all of these protocols to kind of map these security definitions into the protocols. And similar with privacy. Some people are talking about, ledger indistinguishability. Others are talking about unlinkability. Others are talking about, etc. So we really want to try to formalize these things, and it's really difficult. So
yeah, our colleague Brian has been looking into universal composability because basically lots of these protocols involve parts beyond just the ideal functionality. And so to try and capture it meaningfully, we might need to go beyond those very theoretical definitions in, say, Zerocash paper.
Yeah. We're also thinking about kind of what are the common classes of privacy-preserving applications. So today we presented kind of the framework and what are some examples of these applications, but really what we want to try is to kind of understand what are the meaningful differences between the applications that create an extra need for functionality at the protocol level, right? Like, for example, Zcash can now support, let's say, ZSA, but it cannot support swaps because that's an extra functionality, right? So in the context of programmability, that also exists in some contexts. Like Penumbra is also not fully programmable, right? So we're aware of those, and we want to kind of try to pinpoint them. And also sort of what are the best practices for designing these, right? And here it's kind of similar, right? Like what are the minimal protocol level primitives needed, right? So can we like bring down all these functionalities to the essential kind of functionalities and primitives? And can we actually implement those well and audited and in a secure way so that we can help ensure the user or developer's application security? Yeah, so that's for now. Hopefully we'll have more to present soon. Any questions?
Oh, how can we make programmable Zcash secure against basically hardware level attacks?
Against code exploits and processor memory disclosure attacks.
Against code exploits and processor memory disclosure attacks.
I'm not sure. I think like we're not too, like we're still a bit far from getting from this opinion on how to make it work. I think like from code exploits, it's really difficult to I think it's also a little bit perpendicular, to be honest. It's not clear.
I think we could best answer this question relative to a specific proposal for integrating programmable privacy. And we provided a few in pretty much ascending order of invasiveness. And I think each of these, introduces additional security assumptions to an extent. So if you add Zaxi, like arbitrary functionality, then you're allowing users to, for example, create trivially de-anonymizing programs. You could absolutely do that. You could make zero-knowledge proofs for like a fundamentally de-anonymizing program. For example, in this TEE case, you have lots of side channels that can happen on TEEs, but you could find ways to mitigate this. For example, Andrew Miller suggested using FHE as a primitive and using TEE just for the threshold encryption part. So have each TEE node hold one share of the encryption key. And so this sort of defense in depth, like reducing our reliance on security assumptions that we don't understand, I think is generally the strategy that will win out and that will provide security, even when we introduce like fancier types of programmability. And when it comes to bridges, it's like a whole nother game. It's like economics, for example, considering the probability of the other chain becoming Byzantine, considering like the value of the native assets on each chain, considering like smart contract bugs on the other chain. So in short, we don't know, and we could probably answer this better offline and in relation to a specific proposal.
Great. Great answer. Well, we're out of time, so thank you very much, Ying, Tong, and Daniel.
Thank you.
And we'll be back in 7 minutes with Kartik Nayak from Duke University, who's going to be talking about privacy, preserving proof of stake, and what the trade-offs are with regards to safety, liveness, and privacy. So we'll see you then. 7 minutes, please. Please be on time.
See the surrender of the darkness in a sky full of stars. But after the rain clouds bring me home, everything's a chance to have you grow. After the storm you have to make it. You can have it done. You will have it done. Sun is shining through, the seas is sparkling. The rainbow is about to say hello. And beneath that magic arc of colors, it's a brand new start under the rainbow. Under the rainbow.
Kartik, there's Kartik. Hi, Kartik, how are you? You ready? Cool. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started again. We are 2 minutes behind, which I think is pretty good so far. Let's see if we can keep that sort of level of delay going through to the end of the day. So next up, I'd like to introduce Kartik Nayak from Duke University, who we commissioned to do some, well, whose research we have funded into certain aspects of privacy, preserving proof of stake, and what the trade-offs are with regards to safety, liveness, and privacy. And I'm sure that Kartik will do a far better job of explaining that than I can, but thank you very much, Kartik, for coming here.
Thank you so much, Jack, for the kind introduction. I'm very happy to be here. And as Jack mentioned, I'll be talking about privacy and private proof-of-stake protocols. Or in other words, can private proof-of-stake protocols achieve all of safety, liveness, and privacy? So let me start off with something that we all know about, Bitcoin, proof-of-work blockchain, where the key goal is to achieve consensus, where parties or miners agree on an ever-growing ledger of transactions. So as an example over here to the right, you can see Alice, Bob, and Charlie, who are trying to update this blockchain on their own. So these miners, as well as the users of the blockchain, are connected to each other on a P2P network. So whenever a user, let's say Kartik, let's say I pay $10 to Jack or 10 ZEC to Jack, I put it up on the P2P network. It will eventually be received by one of these miners, let's say Bob, and Bob would share it with everyone else, Charlie and others. So to include this transaction onto the chain, all of these miners agree, all of these miners actually compete with one another to produce the next block, to produce the next proof of work. And this computation turns out to be energy intensive, and eventually someone wins. Let's say Bob wins over here, and Bob includes a block which has this transaction. And eventually Bob will share this transaction with everyone. So winning this proof of work is directly proportional to the amount of computation power you put in. So the more compute power you have in, the higher is the probability that you will produce the next block. So you have two key properties that holds. One is safety and one is liveness. Safety says that no two miners will disagree on the sequence of transactions. And liveness says that whenever you send in a transaction to this chain, it will eventually be included in the ledger. And with Bitcoin, you achieve both of these properties so far as honest parties hold a majority of the computation power. With Bitcoin, you have no privacy in this system. Any party can see the sender-receiver value involved in the transaction. So that's a proof-of-work blockchain, which has a very high energy consumption due to the creation of proof-of-work. And that's why people have been investigating the use of proof-of-stake, where parties are elected proportional to their stake. Example protocols today include Ethereum, Algorand, and Ouroboros. And the assumption over here changes from an honest majority computation power to an honest majority or 67% majority stake. Right? And the techniques, instead of using proof of work, you may end up using some other self-selection techniques. As an example, you would use something like a verifiable random function, which allows you to generate a unique verifiable random value that cannot be predicted by an adversary who does not have access to your secret stake. So with proof-of-stake blockchains, again, you have safety and liveness under the honest majority stake assumption. And again, you still don't have privacy. And I'll add one more point over here compared to what I was saying earlier. So in addition to learning everything about the transaction, you also know the creator of the block, because proof-of-stake is less permissionless compared to something like a proof-of-work system. So you know all the stakers involved, and you know which staker has created the block. So you can make proof-of-work blockchains energy efficient by moving to proof-of-stake. The other dimension to think about is privacy. And over there, that is where Zcash is. So you can hide the transactions using cryptography. At a high level, the kind of guarantee you give when you're creating a transaction is to say that you basically provide a zero-knowledge proof to say that there is a sender who has sent some money to a receiver, and the sender has access to these funds. Very, very high level. And if you do this, with a protocol like Zcash, you can achieve safety, liveness, and privacy. In particular, this is required for the functioning of any blockchain, and I'll call this out because I'll be using this later. You would typically know, a sender and a receiver would typically know, when its transaction is committed, or which block contains its transaction. So with this, you can move from a proof-of-work blockchain to one that provides you privacy as well. So it seems like these are two different improvements in two different directions, and a natural question to ask is, hey, can we get both of these? Can we get the best of both worlds? One gives you, so one direction gives you privacy but not energy efficiency, the other direction gives you energy efficiency but not privacy, and with private proof of stake, you'll get the best of both worlds. And indeed, I'm not the first person to ask this question. Even 4 years ago with Ouroboros, Crypsinos, as well as this other work by Ganesh Orlandi and Shudi, they've already come up with protocols that can actually give you private proof of stake. And the key observation that they had was, all of the parameters or the ways of getting both of these properties, they align except for one fact. And that is, there is an additional leakage in proof of stake protocols. And that is that the creator of the block is known. And the basic question they ask is, hey, can we hide the identity of this creator? And instead of using a VRF, they use, intuitively speaking, some notion of an anonymous VRF. And it basically has all the properties of a VRF, but you hide the identity of the creator of the block. And this kind of separates, so with this, you do not know who the creator is. And at least intuitively speaking, you should obtain all of the guarantees that you did with private proof of work blockchains. So with that, you achieve a private proof of stake blockchain. Thus, we have a proof of stake blockchain with privacy, safety, and liveness. Or do we? So this is the question that we asked a couple of years ago. And for this, from a protocol standpoint, it seems things are fine. But if you try to go down at the network layer, if you look closely, there's this prior work on Crypsinos. They have a footnote which says, if you assume an anonymous broadcast channel at the network layer, then the submitter or the block proposer would not be leaked. Okay? And what this is saying is, at the network layer, if you try to tap on to who is sending what messages, perhaps you would still learn who is sending these messages, and that can reveal your stake. So at a high level, they argue, hey, someone who's spoofing your network, even then, so far as you use some sort of an anonymous broadcast communication channel, your network level metadata will stay hidden, and everything would be OK. So what we observed is that, even with anonymous broadcast channels, we can potentially learn the stake of a party. And the key attack idea that we used, the key fact that we used is the following. In a chain, I can identify my own transaction in the chain. And somehow, if I can manipulate the network, then I can create a situation where the mempool of a victim party is different from the mempool of someone else, from all other miners, for example, or all other stakers, for example. So in general, if I can control which party receives my transaction for some period of time, then I can potentially know who mined the block. So let me try to be a little more concrete. Let's say I'm an adversary and I create this red transaction. And I share this with some party P at time T. Okay? So over here, you see two timelines. The first is the timeline for party P, and the second is the timeline for everyone else. Party P receives this transaction at time T. And everyone else receives this transaction some time later, some delta time later, okay, where delta is a parameter. So how do you actually achieve this delay in practice? You can just rely on a regular network delay. That may not be a lot in practice, though. You can try to eclipse this party P. Or you can use some sort of networking layer, P2P level details on trying to actually delay this message. For example, to achieve communication efficiency at the network layer, all of these protocols, starting with Bitcoin, they use what is called as an in-blocking mechanism, where you send the message, the entire block, only if a node actually has it. It turns out that you can use this, an adversary can use this to its advantage to actually create a temporary difference in the mempools of different parties. So far as you can achieve this, all the adversary now needs to do is observe the state of the network and observe when these blocks are created. So let's say, for example, this red transaction that the adversary created came in at time tk. all right? And if that happens, all the adversary needs to check is, how tk is related to t plus delta. In particular, if tk is less than t plus delta, then this is the time at which, only party P had access to the red transaction, and it must be the case that party P is the one who mined this block. So this gives you a very simple mechanism to know or to sample how many times a party is elected, and this is directly related to its stake. You may ask, well, this happens only because of what the party has for delta time, so can it just ignore the transactions received in the last delta time, or does such a fix actually work, right? Or some similar fix, does it work? And it turns out that such fixes do not work, and intuitively it's because you can actually create a similar attack on a different time scale. In fact, we actually extended this intuition, and I'm not going to get into this, but we actually showed a lower bound that connects privacy, safety, and liveness, or to be more specific, anonymity, safety, and liveness. So I'm not going to talk about this, but I think the high-level point that we are trying to make over here is that there is a fundamental barrier to achieving all these three when we formally define these in a very specific way. Although a caveat of what we do over here also says, our attack is very specific to, or a lower bound is very specific to deterministic blockchain protocols, and none of the proof-of-stake blockchains are deterministic. But having said that, so far as, logically that the lower bound should still hold, the intuition should still hold for all of the protocols unless you're specifically using randomization for privacy. So in the rest of my talk, I'm going to do two things. One, I will explain a simple attack using the sampling mechanism that we described. And then I will speak about what can we do to actually counter this lower bound. So there are two attacks that we came up with. So the first one is called as a reverse tagging attack. And this applies to any deterministic blockchain that provides a guarantee which says, if a transaction is sent to all honest parties, that is the strongest condition you can ask for, then it will be in the output. And let's say our goal is to identify a bound on the stake of some party, say some victim P. So here's what the attack looks like. So let's say you have this victim P to the left. You have the adversary to the right. Let's say I'm going to split the adversarial stake into 5 different stake values, A1 through A5. And all the other parties, let's say P1 to P4, are in between. I will note that from a protocol standpoint, the adversary actually behaves honestly all through and only chooses its input. At the network layer, it is going to do the kind of manipulation that I was suggesting earlier, where it is going to ensure that some parties receive this block and some parties do not. Okay? So to start off with, let's say there is this red transaction that the adversary creates and shares it with everyone except victim P. Let's say at the end of this, a block is produced, and it contains this transaction. What can we say we learn from this? Actually, it turns out that we can learn nothing from this process. It's because the blockchain says, if you've sent this to all honest parties, and note that over here, when I say all honest parties, 1 minus f fraction of the stake, and over here adversary is behaving as honest. So it contributes towards this 1 minus f. So what we say is, so far as you send this transaction to 1 minus f of the stake, at that point it would be output in the block. But the protocol can be nicer, and in that even if it is sent to a fewer set of parties, it can still output. So just the fact that the transaction is output over here does not mean much. So we'll repeat this attack with a different red transaction, but now the adversary does not play with all of these red transactions. For example, A5 will not play with red transactions. It will behave as if it never had this red transaction. And you keep repeating this process until you reach a stage where you have a block which does not contain a red transaction. At this point, we can hopefully conclude something, and that is, our blockchain says, so far as you send the stake to 1 minus f fraction of the parties, at that point, it had to be output. The fact that it is not output implies that it is not a part, that the sum of parties who had this red transaction is not 1 minus f. So less than 1 minus f fraction of stakers played with this red transaction. And now you can argue that the adversary knows how much stake it has and how much of it did not play with this red transaction. And with that, you can actually do some simple arithmetic and compute a bound on P stake. And over here, it turns out to be greater than f minus d, where d is the fraction that did not play. D is the fraction of the adversarial stake that did not play with this red transaction. So intuitively, this gives you an idea of what an adversary can do. At the same time, there are drawbacks with this attack. It's assuming a deterministic protocol with a stringent liveness condition. It is only giving you a one-sided bound. It is saying that an adversary, that a party stake is greater than f minus d, not how much greater than this value. And finally, in terms of the strategy used to actually perform this attack, it is using an inefficient linear strategy, so it will require multiple trials. So the cost for an adversary to actually perform such an attack is fairly high. It turns out that we can address all of these concerns. So this is an attack that we described in our work for 2 years earlier, and we have some recent work which will be published in Usenix Security next week, where we address actually all of these concerns to come up with a new set of attacks where your liveness condition need not be so stringent, even with a probabilistic liveness condition. All that says is, if you send it to more honest parties, the faster it is that it will be included in the chain. With such a liveness condition as well, you can carry out such an attack. And the bound, instead of giving you a one-sided bound, you can actually get a bound that is arbitrarily close to the true stake. And finally, in terms of the attack efficiency, we can improve it drastically by employing some sort of binary search-like strategy in logarithmic time. So in the interest of time, I'm not going to get into the details of this particular attack, and rather spend my time asking, well, there are these attacks possible, there are these lower bounds. Does that mean we can never have a private POS protocol with privacy, safety, and liveness? So at some level, our lower bound kind of hints at there being a fundamental barrier between the three. So you cannot, if we define all of these properties in a stringent manner, then perhaps we cannot achieve all these three simultaneously. But well, can we obtain any sort of a trade-off between these three properties? I think that's the next natural question. In particular, can we trade off either safety for privacy or liveness for privacy? So in this talk, I'm going to explore, can we perhaps trade off safety for privacy? And here's a potential approach. So intuitively speaking, the reason why our attack works is because you're able to sample how many times a party is elected using proof of stake. And this sampling is directly related to its true stake. Right? So that is what allows us to learn the stake of a party. So what if proposals are elected instead of, through the stake, what if proposals are elected with equal weights for every party? So at that point, their stake is not revealed at all, right? Does this work? Well, if you think about it for 10 seconds, you'll realize that this trivially does not work, because we'll have no Sybil resistance whatsoever. Because at that point, adversary will come in, with little stake and with a lot of parties, and all of the blocks will be produced by the adversarial parties, right? So this is not at all secure under proof of stake. So what this tells us is that on the one end, if everything is representing the true stake of a party, at that point you can learn it. On the other, you cannot be entirely independent of the stake either. On one end, you're giving up privacy entirely. At the other, you're giving up safety entirely. So for safety, your stake still needs to be proportionate to, if not exactly the same as the true stake. So given this intuition, our idea is to not represent the true stake of a party, but use some sort of a noisy stake for each party. Okay, so over here on the left, you're seeing a histogram of, on the x-axis, the different parties, and on the y-axis, their stake. So in this example, there are 5 different parties. So what we argue is we can perhaps perturb or noise the stake of each of these parties in such a way that for all of the election purposes or proof of stake purposes, what is used is this noisy stake. Okay? So as an example, for the first party, the noisy version, after you perturb it, the stake increases slightly. For the second party, it decreases slightly, and so on and so forth. If you do this, then intuitively, hopefully, this is what is revealed to an adversary. And the high-level intuition over here is now the adversary can only infer this distorted stake. And at that point, differences in stake due to smaller transactions are hidden. So if this noise is adjusted appropriately in such a way that you're trying to hide transactions of a certain size, you're still able to do so in this process. So again, if you do a $10 million transaction or something that represents, let's say, a large percentage of the entirety of Zcash, ZC, at that point it is still hard to hide what is happening, the change of stake that happens. But for smaller transactions, perhaps you can still guarantee something. Right? So there are several challenges. So I'm explaining the very high-level idea over here, and there are several challenges that need to be met before we can achieve this. For one, if I'm noising this stake, how do I ensure that an adversary is noising it correctly? So it needs to submit some sort of a proof that it has done this correctly as per the specification. So I'm talking about noise at a very imprecise level right now, but we need to be able to appropriately select this so that we can meaningfully reason about privacy over here. If we are distorting the stake, then this can result in an increase of distorted stake for an adversary. As an example over here, if the first and the fifth party are adversarial, then the stake increased. And in this election process, in the proof of stake process, you want the adversary to be, say, less than 33%, then this distorted stake should be less than 33%, which means the actual adversarial stake that you're tolerating is even lesser, let's say 25%. So you're trading off safety for privacy over there. And finally, I think I spoke about noising this once, but the stake keeps changing over time, right? So you need to account for doing this multiple times at intermittent intervals. So we address all of these challenges using what is called differential privacy. So we define, we describe differential privacy mechanisms, which is the gold standard for achieving privacy in such settings. And I'm not going to go into the details of exactly what we do over here, but at a very high level, the guarantee you get is that your adversary cannot distinguish the stake for a single party by up to some parameter, some additive parameter alpha. So you're trying to hide transactions of size alpha, for instance. Or more concretely, an adversary can distinguish between a victim's unknown stake x and a guess value y if x minus y is greater than alpha. So to evaluate what kind of guarantees we would get for the mechanisms we described, we actually performed a case study on Ethereum's parameters because those were very well described. And over here, we're trying to showcase the kind of trade-offs we are making in this process. So on the y-axis, you see this parameter alpha, which is intuitively you can think of it as, I'm trying to hide transactions of size alpha. And on the x-axis, you see this parameter epsilon, which I have not spoken about at all until now. But in differential privacy, you can think of it as, higher epsilon implies lower privacy. So we are trying to go higher on the y-axis, that is good, because you're trying to hide larger transactions, and left on the x-axis, that is good, because that implies high privacy. And the three curves that you see over here are the different adversarial stakes that we are trying to tolerate in the process. So as I described earlier, after distortion, your stake the adversarial stake can increase. So the true adversary that you can tolerate is smaller. Right? So over here, we're thinking about three different adversaries, f equals 20%, 30%, and 25%. So a first observation that you can make is there is an inherent privacy utility trade-off over here. And let's say we pick f equals 20% as an example. that is the blue curve over here. At that point, you can see that as alpha increases, that is, if you go higher up on over here, you keep going to the right, Which means epsilon increases as well, and your privacy decreases. So intuitively, as you try to hide larger and larger transactions, the probabilistic guarantee that you're getting per transaction reduces. Second, as the adversary changes, or based on how much reduction of safety you're trying to achieve, there is an effect on alpha and epsilon. So as you go from towards lesser and lesser adversaries as f decreases, or as you move from the green to red to the blue curve, you can observe two things. If you keep one of these parameters fixed, let's say if you fix privacy or if you fix epsilon, that is, you're going up over here, at that point you can see that you are able to tolerate a larger alpha. So for a fixed privacy, as the adversary reduces, you can hide larger transactions, which is intuitively true. I think it's formally bounding over here. And similarly, if you fix the size of a transaction, alpha in this case, then as you move from green to red to blue, you can see you're going to the left, which means you're obtaining lesser epsilon or stronger privacy. So with that, I have explained all of this at a very high level, but I'll share appropriate resources for you to read to learn more about this. So with that, I'll conclude my talk. We said there's a fundamental barrier to obtain all three properties simultaneously. Second, we discussed reverse tagging attacks and stake inference attacks, which are very specific attacks. So we did not speak about this, but our attacks very much rely on network-level manipulation, which means, while network-level defenses cannot entirely eliminate these attacks, but in practice they may be helpful in mitigating at least these attacks. And finally, we spoke about the use of differential privacy at the protocol layer to trade off between safety, liveness, and privacy. So we spoke about trading off safety for privacy, but perhaps one can also do something similar to trade off liveness for privacy. So before ending my talk, I would like to thank my collaborators from NCSU, Edinburgh, and at Duke University. So this is based off of two works, one published in Oakland 21 a couple of years ago, and the second one is in Usenix Security, which would be in a week's time. So for more details about this talk, I explained it at a high level. There are more details on our blog post on decentralized thoughts. Those are the links. And they also have links to the papers in case you want to learn more in even more detail. Thank you so much, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Thanks, Kartik. Got time just for one question, and that is, are there any downsides to preserving the privacy of block creators, in your opinion?
Sorry, come again?
Are there any downsides or risks to concealing and preserving the privacy of the block creators?
So there are no downsides to concealing it. I think what our observation is that does not suffice to actually give you privacy. So existing works, right? I think the ones that I cited from 2019, they already hide the creators of the block. I think what we are arguing is that there are other side channels through which you can still learn the information that you are trying to hide at the protocol layer. So if you think about it, you can think about it at different layers. So from a protocol layer standpoint, life is good. But when you go back, when you go down at the network layer, at that point you can still perhaps learn information. And that can be bad. It was not a concern with proof of work blockchains because the amount of money you hold was not related to your consensus mechanism at all. It was proof of work that was allowing you to propose. With proof of stake, that's not true. It is now related to your stake.
Okay. Well, thank you again.
Thank you.
And we're going to break for lunch now. Lunch is right out here. After lunch, we will be splitting into two tracks. Track one will be in here, and track two will be right next door. In here, we'll have a few regulatory focus sessions, and then next door we'll have ML, Ian, and I can't remember who else, Naomi Brockwell, talking about various aspects of privacy, whether Zcash has morals, and then Naomi's talk will be about the fundamentals of privacy. So yeah, enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you after the break.
Music, I'm gonna do my best. Well, I try. Music, it's not gonna be the best, I know. There it goes. I'm gonna try to do my best. I promise I will. I feel the rhythm of this music. So good. I didn't know I was gonna do this and that. And now I'm gonna go up high to share with you what this is about. 'Cause love is what I want to share, and love is what I want to have, and love is gonna be with you and with me. Let's share it, let's spread it out, and love is gonna have in you, and love is gonna be so bad, and love is what I want to share. My love for you, oh my love. This is not just another love song. Love's so beautiful, isn't it? I keep on doing what I can. Oh yes, I do exactly what I can. I keep on feeling strong, this music. Strong, this music, yeah. And now I
Right. Okay, we're going to get started again. I hope everybody had a nice lunch. First up in this track, and don't forget there is another track happening next door, so if you're expecting to see ML here, then where you actually need to be is next door. But first up here, we've got Kurt Opsahl. I'll let Kurt introduce himself, but EFF currently with the Filecoin Foundation has spoke at Zcon4 last year. Huge advocate for privacy, and I'm pleased to be able to share the news that Kurt will be serving on the inaugural board of our new Cayman Islands Foundation. So yeah, fairly recent addition, formal addition, I guess, to the Zcash family, but a very, very, very welcome one. And Kurt is going to be talking about how we can protect the fundamental rights to privacy and civil liberties. Thank you, Kurt.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. My pleasure to be back here at Zcon. I had a great time last year, and I'm delighted to be back here. So yeah, my name is Kurt Opsahl. I am the Associate General Counsel for Cybersecurity and Civil Liberties Policy with the Filecoin Foundation. I'm also a Special Counsel with the Electronic Frontier Foundation. Previous to Filecoin, I spent many years with EFF working on protecting our privacy and civil liberties. So I wanted to talk to you a little bit about that here today. And we'll start with, there we go, what's at stake? So the goal of the policy work that I do, and what we all should be doing, is help create the policy space in which the civil liberties, the future that we want to create, can thrive. And there's a number of facets to this. One, very important to this is privacy, which there's many ways of defining that. I like it as the right to be left alone, without an authority looking over your shoulder. This is trying to capture things like autonomy and control, the it's none of your business aspect of privacy. Anonymity, this is certainly strongly related to privacy, but it also brings in notions of freedom of expression, that anonymity gives you the ability to speak, to associate, to interact in a society without the forced exposure of your identity, which could lead to retaliation if people don't appreciate your views or are intolerant of them, and allows greater access to the marketplace of ideas. It also encompasses the right to read anonymously, to receive the information that helps you understand what your political and social views are, and be able to do that without someone looking over your shoulder. And these all come down to free expression. This is, again, the marketplace of these, being able to advocate for your social and political views, and keeping away from a government censoring the views that they don't like, that they don't want to compete in the marketplace of ideas. And then I'm adding on to here a very important thing, innovation. This is something that is necessary to create this brighter, decentralized future that we're struggling for. And these fundamental rights, privacy, anonymity, free expression, need to be intact both to create that future and have it thrive, but also for it to be made in the first place. So policy doesn't act alone. It is part of, I look at it at three different things. Policy sets the space, tries to set up what norms are and goals, ideals, and if these are believed in by a large portion of the population, if people are in agreement of what the policy should be, this is like explaining why do we have these rights, why do we seek to have them, what are they good for? Then you have law, and this is a way of setting the rules, writing down this is the rules for a society, how to enforce them, and I have like constitutions, statutes, legal process, and then the third pillar of our tripod, technology. This provides an additional layer of privilege. So the thing is that policies can be ignored, that laws and rules can be broken, and so you can have technology which has, especially if it's open source, people can look at it, can look at the math and logic and use that instead of having to just trust me as an alternative. So it helps shape these things. So with these shaping the laws and the norms makes it harder to gain support for violating the principles of law or breaking into technologies. It at least makes it something that someone has to hide or pretend that they're not doing. So it provides that layer of protection by sending it so it goes against the society's desires and goals to break these rules or to break these technologies. in the laws. They can codify these policies and provide a process. So I use the example here of the exclusionary rule. This comes from the United States. And if evidence is gained in violation of the Constitution, it can be excluded from the trial. So somebody who factually may be guilty, nevertheless, is allowed to be acquitted because that evidence is excluded. And you say, well, you know, that allows somebody onto the street. But it's a good thing for society to have that, because if you don't have an exclusionary rule, if you don't have any consequences for some violating the Constitution and allow them to get their job done while violating the Constitution, then they can do it all the time without consequences, and then the law becomes not very useful. The constitutional protections become not very useful. And then finally, getting back to technology, things like end-to-end encryption, multi-signature authentication processes, peer-to-peer networks, these kinds of technologies can make it more difficult for someone to violate a policy, break a law. If you have end-to-end encryption, they have to break the encryption or break into the endpoint to find out what the communications are. With multi-sig authentication, you can have some regulatory arbitrage. You can have people in different jurisdictions, all of whom are required to sign something, making it more challenging for someone to violate these principles and get at the information without going through the due process of law that would be acceptable to all of those jurisdictions. Peer-to-peer networks move things away from a centralized point of failure. A large company that is a centralized point can be a target for governments or bad actors of all stripes to find one place where all the information is, or the connecting point, taking that over and making it more difficult to have your civil liberties. So we're going to talk about some of the threats to around the world, and we're going to take a deep dive into one threat. I wanted to call this out because this is an international audience. This is an international treaty, a treaty on cybercrime. It's currently negotiated through the United Nations. And why should we care? Well, because the desire to detect and prevent crime is often the reason given for threats to civil liberties. We need to have this, people say, because of the crime problem, and we can't tolerate this, so we have to sacrifice certain rights. And I think that, you know, this leads to over-criminalization, where they feel like, we'll make the penalty so harsh that no one will dare do this, but then you get some draconian penalties. Expanded surveillance and investigative authorities say, well, we need to capture this information to get the bad guy, and so we all need to sacrifice some of our privacy. And a lot of this is based on the notion that it's a trade-off, security versus privacy. But that's a false dichotomy. In fact, security needs privacy to be effective, and privacy needs security to be effective. So the UN Cybercrime Treaty, this is an idea to create one treaty to rule them all. It is a proposed replacement for the Budapest Convention. We'll get to that in just a second. But it started with a General Assembly saying, yes, we want to go forward and host these negotiations. The UN created the Ad Hoc Committee, which is a very generic name, but that's how they roll. It is out of the Office of Drugs and Crime, which can give you a sense of that it's coming from a law enforcement point of view, right? It's not coming from the Office of Human Rights. It is coming from the Office of Drugs and Crime. And it's been going on for several years now, so since 2020, so 4 years. And originally they planned 6 sessions to negotiate it. 4 and 5 already happened this year. They were in Vienna, January and April. There's one coming up in New York City, the head office of the United Nations, that was supposed to be the last one in September, but it's been a challenging process, and they have added another session for early 2024. And this is actually a good thing because it gives more time to make sure that this is a treaty that respects human rights, respects fundamental rights. So today it was designed to replace the Budapest Convention. The Budapest Convention came about from the Council of Europe, and has been signed. In red there, you can see various signatories to it. So it's signed by a number of countries around the world, but you'll notice it's certainly not all of them, and you'll also notice that there's some major countries missing, such as Russia and China, Brazil, India, the BRIC countries. And, well, they want to get more signatories to it, but also this was proposed by Russia and China to have this new treaty, and, well, they did want to make it a little bit more friendly to authoritarians. They also make a very legitimate point. Why should Europe be the boss of us? For a lot of countries who want to sign on to the treaty, they don't want to sign on to something which they had no part in creating. It makes sense. But one of the dangers of this is that for a lot of the countries around the world, they don't yet have a cybercrime treaty or law at all. And so what this comes out, while there are some abilities to vary it, many of them will just like take it as is and so we will care a lot about what it says and making sure when people are adopting it around the world, it comes to a good result. So the draft had many problems. For example, in the draft I was looking at earlier this year, there was Article 10. It was about the production sale, and then you can see from there various countries' additions to it, like UK for United Kingdom and so on. So the distribution or facilitation of Iran had an addition they wanted to add. Technologies, software that would hiding the identity of its users. So they wanted to make it a crime to use something like Tor, a VPN. Also, Russia had an idea, which you can see Russia was in 4, and then Europe, UK, a bunch of other countries, US, were opposed, but making it a crime for distribution of information about vulnerabilities. Information about vulnerabilities is actually vital to be distributed in order to keep ourselves more secure. And I want to turn to one article in particular which is relevant to this audience. I call it the cryptocurrency provision. It's actually anti-money laundering provision, but it was adding cryptocurrencies to it. And you can see there in the second paragraph how broad it was. Any organization engaged in activities related to the circulation of digital financial assets and digital currencies. So related to is not just somebody who is a DeFi organization or an exchange. It is any ancillary business that's built on blockchain technologies could be related to. Extraordinarily broad. And this broad language, I think it could capture an open source project developing it. That's related to self-hosted wallet providers. That's related to, even if they are not in direct creation or distribution of a currency, sales of NFTs. So with that breadth, what else does it say? Well, it adds mass surveillance systems. So they wanted to require that countries would collect identity information for all users. If there was possible involvement in a cybercrime. Now that is an extraordinarily low standard. For example, in order to get a warrant in the United States, you need to show probable cause that there'll be evidence of a crime. Possible involvement just tells a much, much lower standard. And not only of the suspect, who they thought was possibly involved, but also their associates and their family members. Now, it may be true that some people will hide money with their family members, but that doesn't mean their family members don't have rights and should be subjected to essentially warrantless surveillance at an incredibly low standard about somebody else being possibly involved. And there's a thing where any government who's a signatory could mark somebody for what they called enhanced scrutiny. And there was no standard by which they could be, well, this is someone who we think you ought to look at very closely. And of course, why is this a problem? Well, the UN is a very broad, most countries in the world are a part of it, actually being recognized by the United Nations. Some people view is what makes you a country. There are some people or entities who consider themselves countries who are not recognized, but it's most of them. And some of them have problematic human rights records and will be able to use some of these powers in ways that we will not like. So for a blockchain network, how do you do it? Let's say you make an open source project, it uses some blockchain, and then they come to you and say, we need you to do enhanced scrutiny and give us the names of all of your users. And you're like, I just put this software out there and someone downloaded it and compiled it. I have no idea who they are. How could you do this? It was impossible for a lot of players in the system to be able to comply with this. So, good news. Article 93 is not in the September discussion draft. It just came out about 2 weeks ago. And so that is very good news. When we found out about this, I'd been working on this a bit with EFF when I came out of Filecoin. Marta, who's the president of Filecoin Foundation, also on the Zcash Foundation board, and I wrote an op-ed in CoinDesk to raise the alarm. I went out to Vienna to talk to people about it for the 5th session, and had some very productive conversations. Industry was there. The International Chamber of Commerce, which is one of the largest organizations in the world representing industry, was there, and they were sympathetic to it. Talked to civil society, saw some of the issues there, though civil society had its work cut out for it for all the other human rights issues in this treaty. One of the things that sort of struck out at me that during the discussion and debate over this, Egypt sort of said the quiet part out loud. They said the word human rights appears too many times in this draft treaty. We need to get less of it. And also, geopolitical issues helped. As I mentioned, this is being proposed and advocated for by China and Russia. There are geopolitical issues between them and the EU and the United States. And so the EU and the United States wanted a skinny treaty, as they called it, which means not loading it down with a whole bunch of other things. And I think that helped them have a reason to say, get rid of some of this extraneous stuff, narrow it down, keep it to the core cybercrimes. So Article 10, they did not accept Iran's crazy proposal to ban Tor and VPNs, or the Russian attempt to remove discussion of vulnerabilities. And one of the things that's very, very important in it is previously it didn't have a lot of intent requirements. And the difference between someone doing something, especially in cybersecurity research, you are doing something that's very similar to an attacker, but your intent is to find the vulnerability, disclose it, and get it fixed, versus intent to steal some money. But if you don't consider intent when somebody's doing it, then it's up to prosecutorial discretion, and that can be abused, especially in countries that don't respect human rights. So there's still more to be done. There is currently Article 31, which is the new anti-money laundering provision, and it has some requirements to have any bank, financial, or commercial records to be made available to be seized. And like it says, the records are to be made available, so it's passive voice about who gets to have them, and also who has to make them available. So that allows for a lot of a broad interpretation. They also have a specific provision saying, forget about your bank secrecy laws. There are some countries that try to provide extra protections for bank secrecy and use that as a way of getting some business and help their economies. That will be disallowed from this proposal. And then there are some other provisions in there, Articles 22 and 23, which will weaken dual criminality in the jurisdiction and allow for evidence. And we'll go for a little deeper dive on that one. So, dual criminality. So this is a concept that is around in international law. You may have heard of it in the context of extradition, whether someone can be extradited to face justice in one country from another country, and often there's a requirement for dual criminality that the offense has to be punishable in both states. And there are some wiggle rooms because people write their laws in different manners. So questions like, is it the same law? Is the definition too different or close enough? What about justifications? Like, could you have a self-defense justification in one jurisdiction, not the other? Excuses, like insanity is an excuse for criminal violations in some jurisdictions. But it is an important aspect of making sure that there's sort of fairness when you're dealing with different countries who have different ideas on what is criminal. But a lot of people who are proponents of law enforcement powers, want to give them more superpowers, don't like it. And in 2005, the EU experts on transnational criminal justice wrote a paper saying, here's what we got to do. We got to eliminate dual criminality, abolished as a whole. They have not been successful so far, but to give you that perspective. So, how does it fit together? Well, Article 22 removes the general dual criminality requirement for the jurisdictions that had been in Budapest. And for the new one, jurisdiction over certain crimes against or by nationals wherever they are. Now, I should say this is weakening it. It's not eliminating entirely. There are some dual criminality provisions still in this treaty, and we're hopeful to get those expanded and clarified. But one of the other aspects of it is the evidence, the gathering of evidence, section Article 23. And so cybercrimes under the convention Okay, you can sort of understand why that would be in there, but then they go broader. Any crimes that use a computer. It's really hard to do anything these days without using a computer. Computers are being added to so many different things. If you're, engaging in your life, you're probably using a computer several times on a daily basis, unless you're living in a cabin in the woods. And then electronic evidence for any crime, even if that crime is not one that involves a computer. And for a lot of these transnational things, what are they looking for? They're looking for electronic records, because that's where all the records are kept these days. So this is also extraordinarily broad. And then, as I said, jurisdiction over certain crimes that are in this treaty, well, it includes the anti-money laundering provisions. And so if somebody uses money involved in a crime, that could be one of the certain crimes where this broader jurisdiction. Now, again, I want to caveat, there was some good progress, as I was mentioning before. There's more human rights exclusions and limitations on how badly someone could try to implement this. But for a country that doesn't respect human rights, they may also ignore those provisions. So why does it matter? Well, there's a lot of different laws around the world where there's different points of view on what should be criminal. And I call out a number of them here. Reproductive health care, that is the map we're showing there, is the various levels of standards and rules about reproductive health care around the world, and as you can see in the United States, from state to state. Marijuana also varies widely across the world, whether it is completely unlawful, whether CBDs are allowed, or medical marijuana, or recreational is allowed. LGBTQ materials are criminalized in some jurisdiction and perfectly lawful in others. And of course, for this crowd, privacy coins. There are places that have made laws that outlaw privacy coins, and there are a number of other jurisdictions that have talked about it or considered outlawing privacy coins. And so if you have jurisdiction without dual criminality, that means that a national of a country, when they go to somewhere which is a more permissive regime, if they try to find a place that fits more with their values, then they can still be potentially subject to the domestic law of the country that they left, even when they're in that more permissive country. And then the repressive country can try to seek electronic evidence from the more permissive country, and hopefully the more permissive country would realize that this was for something that was against their principles and say, no, we won't provide it, citing to human rights principles and resist it, but they might not. And having more protections in here is part of the job still to be done. And just to drill down on this a little bit further, in the United States, we had a situation where what was a constitutional right became a crime overnight after the Dobbs decision by the Supreme Court, which overturned Roe v. Wade, and there were a number of states that had trigger laws. So the moment that Roe v. Wade was overturned, those laws would go into effect, or maybe there was a 90-day delay and such, but they were designed to make it pretty much as quickly as possible to make something which had previously been lawful then become a crime. And financial records are potentially evidence for that crime. Many people use Visa and MasterCard. Visa and MasterCard are not great on privacy, but they generally don't have an itemized list, but they have metadata. And that metadata could be used in order to find evidence of a crime. Put up a couple of examples here, like there are a number of online pharmacies that specialize in providing abortion pills, and if that's all that it sells and there's a charge at that place, then that could be metadata that tells a lot about what you're purchasing. Or if you're going to a health clinic and they have a variety of charges, and the charges that you have is exactly the same as the charge they might have for providing an abortion, well, that is metadata that can tell a lot about the content. And in the US, there's some financial privacy laws, but they were written with a notion that it was protecting against misuse of corporate information, but there's a big old law enforcement exception because they were based on the notion that law enforcement was always going to do the right thing, which I doubt, but nevertheless, they don't have a dual criminality requirement built into the Graham-Leach-Bliley. And what this means is if somebody seeks that information, they're not required to give you notice or the opportunity to oppose, to say, well, I'm in a jurisdiction which is lawful or something like that. So Why does it matter? This is already happening. Search histories have been used as evidence of intent. Private Facebook messages. We have an excerpt from a recent news article came out last week about someone who was charged and then convicted, sent 90 days in jail based on private Facebook messages that were discussing her pregnancy situation. And then financial records are used all the time as a method of trying to determine crimes. They will frequently go to intermediaries, service providers, try to get financial records to find out what people have been doing. And a while back, so when right after Dobbs' decision came out, some journalists were asking financial services, what will you do if you get one of these? And they refused to say that they would resist or they would provide an opportunity for people to resist on their own. All right, so I want to end on a better note. There are some problems out there, but we can solve them. I am an optimist if we work hard, if we fight on all these fronts. So fight on the policy front. So spread the word, talk to your friends, tell them about how privacy is a fundamental right and how much we need to have it. And this must include respecting financial privacy. Law, we push for laws and treaties that respect fundamental rights without overbalancing the scales towards law enforcement, and build the technology that will provide the backstop to both law and policy so people can quickly and easily use tools that protect their privacy, enhance their anonymity, enhance their privacy, and thus make the world. I ended this with be the change you want to see, but also the theme here is the future is not yet written, and this applies equally here. We're going to write that future, and let's write that future with good policy, good laws, and great technology. Thank you. And I got 3 minutes in case there are any questions.
Okay. One question from the Hoover app. When choosing between privacy and convenience, we often forgo privacy. What can be a good approach to incentivize people to care more about their privacy?
Well, I think that if you give people, I look at it as a little bit different way. If you give people a choice between privacy and not privacy, and otherwise those choices are equal, they will pick privacy every time. The question is how much inconvenience they are willing to do in order to get their privacy. And I know some privacy advocates who go through a tremendous amount of inconvenience because that's very important to them. But to have the society that I think we all want to build, we want to have privacy for everyone. So we want to reduce that convenience gap, that usability, the technological user interfaces, make that so it is accessible easily to all. So all they have to do is, yes, I want some privacy, and it works. Then we will get to this bright future.
Okay, I've got a question, just in the minute and 50 we've got left. How much weight do policymakers and legislators and the type of folks who draft these rules and guidelines and treaties and laws, how much weight do they lend to the opinions of individuals who reach out to them, who respond to consultations, who email them, message them, write to them, etc.?
Absolutely. So that is a very good question, because how can you get involved? Well, how much weight depends a lot on how much effort you put in. So if you schedule a meeting with your legislature and go there in office and sit down and talk to someone, it will be with a staffer, but not, that is a lot of weight because you showed you cared a lot. And especially you need to be, hey, I am a member of your jurisdiction, your district, I am a voter, I care about this so much that I came down to your office. If you can't do that, and that's a big pain, then making a phone call and talking to someone live, that shows that you care a lot. Sending a letter with a stamp, that shows that you care a lot. And email, well, it shows that you care a little bit, but they have become aware of all the campaigns people have to just click a button and send an email, and thus clicktivism is given less weight. Signing a petition, that's also very easy to do, less weight. So putting in the effort is what gives it that weight, to show that you care, show that it's important, so this is something that you want them to do as your representative, and it matters to your vote.
It's something that said that decisions are made by those who show up. Maybe we need to be aware that decisions can be influenced by those who show up in the
Absolutely.
person's office. Listen, thanks very much, Kurt.
Absolutely. Thank you.
We'll be talking again on a panel in a little while. We're going to take a quick break, and then after that, we're going to have Paul Brigner, who leads US regulatory policy engagement for the Electric Coin Company. So we'll be back in 10 minutes.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, we're going to get started again. Next up, we're joined by Paul Brigner, who is the head of US policy and strategic advocacy at the Electric Coin Company, which means that he has the fun job of doing what I used to do at ECC, which is trying to convince regulators and policymakers and law enforcement types and all the rest that Zcash is in fact a public good, and not a bad thing. As I said earlier on, there are significant regulatory and policy headwinds in the United States. So Paul's here to give us an update on those, and then straight afterwards, we'll be having a little panel discussion, the two of us, along with Kurt, to talk more about that topic. But for now, let's welcome Paul Brigner.
Thank you, Jack, and thank you to the Zcash Foundation for allowing me to speak on U.S. policy and regulatory. It's really a pleasure to be here with you in Barcelona. The objective here is to give you an update on all that's happening in U.S. policy and regulatory, and it's a lot right now. Trust me, it's a lot. And I know some of you are really interested in this topic, and you're going to be on the edge of your seats through this whole thing. But there is a lot of content to cover, and I really want you all to be engaged. So I need your help. Whenever I tell you something really positive, just give an appropriate reaction. Maybe a cheer? Yeah. Okay. So let's practice. That was a good practice there. But let's just start by saying, and this is a fact, this has truly been a watershed year in crypto policy. Yeah, okay, good. It's a big deal. It really is a big deal to think that we've come so far. Okay, as you might have guessed, I'm going to say some things that are not so positive. They're going to be negative, and I need an opposite reaction. So here goes. Yes, while it's been a watershed year in crypto policy, in general, there are some very powerful policymakers that really hate crypto and are doing everything they can to kill it. Yeah, exactly. Right. And those policymakers and regulators hate privacy-enhancing crypto even more. Oh, yeah. Okay. I love it. This is going to be fun. Okay. So let me get my slides going here. We're going to cover three things: an overview of the U.S. policy landscape, an update on what Electric Coin Company has been doing to influence U.S. policy, and then how can the Zcash community help with these policy efforts. And then hopefully we'll have a couple minutes for Q&A. Just a quick disclaimer before I move on. I'm an attorney, but my job is policy and advocacy, and I do not practice law. I am certainly not giving any legal advice during this presentation. So as some people say, I'm an attorney, but I'm not your attorney. So just to say that before we get started. Okay. All right, I suspect you all are aware that it's been an extremely active year in both policy and litigation and legislation. So let's start with the litigation. On the litigation front, the big news recently is the Ripple ruling. This case has been going on for over 3 years now, and believe it or not, it's still in the early stages. That's a very long time to wait just to get started, but they go through a lot of process and discovery up front that takes a lot of time. So we're at the summary judgment ruling stage, and that means both sides have worked with the court to determine all the facts, and the judge was able to evaluate and decide if there was a question of law or fact that required those issues to be decided at a full hearing. In other words, this is the first hurdle to go over before you actually get to the court and have the court decide things for you. Well, at this summary judgment phase, both parties won and lost on some of the issues. However, by far, the biggest win of this opinion is that the judge clearly states that XRP itself, the token, is not a security, and that is great for the industry. Yes. Thank you. The judge applied the legal test to determine if XRP is a security. Of course, I'm guessing you all know that this is called the Howey test to determine if an investment should be classified as a security. The reason that this is so critical to the industry is that Chair Gensler of the SEC has said that almost all tokens are securities. In addition to that general statement, he has gone forward to sue Coinbase and has specifically said that a number of tokens, and I'll just name them here quickly, Solana, Cardano, Polygon, Cody, Algorand, Filecoin, Cosmos Hub, Sandbox Platform, Axie Infinity, and Decentraland are securities. Yeah, oh man, yeah. So this ruling doesn't have direct effect on Chair Gensler's classification of these tokens, but it certainly suggests he has been wrong for a very long time about how the Howey test should be applied. And it gives exchanges a lot more confidence in trading and allowing those tokens to be traded. And for example, Ripple was relisted on Coinbase almost immediately after this ruling. Yeah. So there's a lot more to this ruling than I have time to cover here because it was great in many ways, of course, not a win on all points. But it just so happens that I just released a full podcast episode on this ruling, and it's featuring Marissa Koppel. She's the senior counsel at the Blockchain Association. She does a really good job of getting all into the details, and I encourage you all to listen to that. And of course, I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about podcasts later. So, but check that out if you want more detail, specifically on Ripple. Okay, moving on. Who remembers the moment last year at Zcon4 when we heard OFAC, the Office of Foreign Assets Control, had sanctioned Tornado Cash? Anybody there? I was there, and it kind of changed the last-minute agenda for Zcon4. Okay, so that, of course, is not new news, as that suit was filed on October 12th of last year. To my knowledge, Coin Center has not announced any new developments. Well, actually, they have. Let me just move on here to a second. Okay, so here. So Coin Center recently said on this case that I think they had filed their summary judgment briefing, so that's good. But of course, as we know, it can take a long time to get to summary judgment, so we're looking at potentially 3 years to move along there. Just last week, Coin Center did have some new news, and that is that their challenge to the expansion of 6050I of the tax code was dismissed. Now, that's not good news. Yeah, but they have taken that to appeal, or they're working to take that to appeal. So I expect that we'll have more news on that going forward. And so keep an eye out for any updates there. All right, let's talk a minute about the Coinbase litigation. So here in the Coinbase case, the SEC sued Coinbase, and again, I mentioned it earlier, talked about those 13 different cryptocurrencies that the SEC alleged to meet the Howey test. So again, at the summary judgment stage, a big part of their argument, and I wanted to really mention this because it is it's an argument that I think will play a very big role in how courts determine whether or not the SEC is treating cryptocurrencies correctly or not, is the major questions doctrine. And it's a legal doctrine that guides courts on how to respond to challenges to agency authority. In essence, it says that courts shouldn't presume that Congress gave an agency authority in an area without a clear and explicit legislative grant of authority. So keep an eye out for that, and let's hope that the major question doctrine does prevail and that the SEC loses in this case. Okay. There is a lot of litigation. This was only just a couple that I wanted to mention. Marissa at the Blockchain Association has a long tracker, I think multiple pages worth. So I have a number of them listed, just don't have time to go through them. I'm sure these slides will be available, but needless to say, there's a lot. So if you want to dig in on that, there's a lot of content there too that we just don't have time to go into today. Okay, crypto legislation. It's been an exciting last week, I tell you. It's just been unprecedented, all that has happened recently, building up to new legislation that was introduced through a joint process with the House Financial Services Committee and the House Agriculture Committee, both holding hearings on the same day on crypto legislation, and then just this week going to markup on, I think, both of them did just in this week. So it's been so busy, and there was a number of other pieces of legislation that were also addressed this week. So for those of us who have been in the industry a long time, this is unbelievable. Just to think that you have the key committees in Congress focusing so much time getting legislation through committee. It's remarkable. So let's go through some of them. I also wanted to point out what Kristen Smith said at the Blockchain Association. This week was a milestone for American crypto industry and for the promise of real progress on the path forward, on the path toward a working regulatory framework in the US. There's a lot of nuance in that I'll try to touch on as we go through these. So the Financial Innovation and Technology for the 21st Century Act, the FIT21 Act as it's referred to, is a bill to delineate SEC and CFTC jurisdiction over crypto assets and bolster consumer protections in the crypto market. It actually turned out to be somewhat bipartisan. There were 6 Democrats that voted in favor of moving this out, and of course it did move out of the committee, the House Financial Services Committee. This is not a perfect bill, and it's not something that even the Blockchain Association is willing to fully endorse. However, it's not done. Even though it has moved out of committee, it will go through a process where it can still be amended before it goes to the House floor, and then it would be amended there, and then, of course, over to the Senate. And while we're on that topic of moving things through the process, the chances that any of this goes through both the House and Senate are very slim. Some of it won't get through the House, most likely. So just keep that in mind. But even though there are a lot of issues here that I think are probably too detailed to go into in this session, the industry, the Trade Association, the Blockchain Association wants to give some credit and help move this along because there's most likely going to be another chance to come back and fix the issues that are there. A couple of the issues that I think you all would care about is that there's just not enough self-custody protection in this bill. There's as it went through the process in the committee, there were some changes that changed the definition of digital asset such that it could have an effect on DeFi. So there's just a lot of work that has to be done there. But it is hugely validating for the industry. Okay, Clarity Act for payment stablecoins. Stablecoins are just hugely important for the industry, and it was great to see this get some really good support, also some bipartisan support. 5 Democrats voted in favor of moving this out of the committee, and it is based on pretty much 5 principles that the Blockchain Association really pushed for. It ensures that these regulations only apply to custodial providers and issuers. There's no bank charter requirements. There's flexibility in how to handle the reserves. There's reasonable operational requirements, and there's no SEC or CFTC authority, which is critical here. So this is a positive development. So now we're getting to the really positive development. This is the really good news that came out of this last week. The Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act it was proposed by one of the industry's true champions, Representative Emmer. This bill would clarify that blockchain developers and service providers who do not take control of a customer's funds, for example, miners and wallet software providers, are not subject to registration and reporting requirements that are applied to money transmitters and financial institutions. So this is just fantastic. It's great to see this move forward. It was entirely partisan and may not have any chance of ultimate success at this time, but it's great to see it introduced and passed out of committee, and we'll hopefully push that through when it's possible to do so. The Keep Your Coins Act, another incredibly positive piece of legislation from another industry champion, Representative Warren Davidson. This bill would protect the right to self-custody by prohibiting federal agencies from restricting a person's ability to use crypto assets to buy goods and services, conduct transactions through a self-hosted wallet, or hold crypto assets in a self-hosted wallet. So essentially, this affirms an individual's right to privacy in their financial transactions. This is really good. Come on, okay. I want to make sure you're still there. Thank you. Okay. Now we're getting to a couple that I'm not going to say are bad, but they certainly raise some concerns because of, I think, the motivation that is behind them, and that it's really focused on government's ability to track and trace all financial transactions. So there's the Financial Technology Protection Act of 2023. This would establish a financial technology working group to study and develop recommendations for for Congress and regulators to combat the use of new financial technologies, including digital assets, for illicit activity. This passed out of the committee with a unanimous vote. This committee that would be created includes various government agencies, 5 people from the private sector, mostly from like analytics firms and maybe some other places in the blockchain ecosystem. And over the span of 4 years, it would create multiple reports. So that's something to be on the lookout for. All right, final one here to share with you, the National Defense Authorization Act. This one is over in the Senate, so everything else that I've talked about has been in the House. This directs Treasury to adopt processes for examining financial firms' effectiveness in identifying and reporting crypto use of money laundering and terrorist financing. And it also directs Treasury to study and report to Congress on privacy-enhancing technologies, including crypto asset mixers and tumblers, and the extent to which they are used by actors to engage in illicit finance. Again, one to watch out for because it's not so clear that these reports are going to be balanced and focus on the need for privacy in financial transactions. So that's a lot. And again, there's a lot more that I don't have time to cover. Some of what I don't have time to cover is covered by some other groups, one of which is represented here, the ACLU. There are some really bad internet bills that are currently being considered. Fight for the Future and ACLU just last week ran a campaign to stop a series of bad internet bills, including what's referred to as COSA, Earn It, the Restrict Act, Stop CSAM, the Cooper-Davis bill, and other bills that limit access and weaken end-to-end encryption. So I encourage you all to watch what those groups are doing, ACLU, Fight for the Future. Those are also critical to our industry and our work. All right, that was it for litigation and legislation. Thanks for hanging in there with me. That was a lot of content. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about what Electric Coin Company has been doing to influence US policy. And I think it's a lot, and I think it's been very effective. Before I start to talk about this, maybe I could just share with you my general approach to how I've been working on this effort. Because it's pretty daunting to say you, as kind of like an individual contributor, are going to affect all of US policy and regulatory to help Zcash and our efforts be successful and to defend privacy. I think it is possible, and I think we have made a lot of progress, and I'm really proud of that. The way I've approached it is because crypto is a relatively new industry, there are a lot of gaps that are just wide open. It is really unusual. I've worked in policy a very long time, and 20 years or so, probably a little more than that, but I think some of you know I did software development 10 years in addition to that, so kind of on the technical policy side always throughout my career. But I've seen what worked. I know what worked. Unlike a lot of the lobbyists and people who come to DC to work on crypto policy, they tend to be new. They tend to not have that background. They might love crypto and want to work on crypto and influence policy, but they don't have the background. So I feel like I was fortunate to come from a special place and actually seeing and knowing what works and what doesn't. What I found that always worked in the past and was consistent with the things I'd done at other very large companies was stakeholder engagement and development and building communities. And there are a number of groups in crypto that are doing that, but it still was just not enough. It was very clear to me it was not enough. So I've really focused on that, and it has been really successful. I've done it under the headline of PGP for crypto, pretty good policy for crypto. This is a term that was used by Electric Coin Company to just host informal breakfasts at conferences and such. I heard this, and somebody suggested, hey, why don't you do a breakfast in DC? And then it hit me, okay, I can take this to a whole new level. So that's what I tried to do. Let's move on here, and I can just show you a couple of things. So here is the breakfast, and I think some of you might recognize that guy on the screen, Josh Swihart. He came to a couple of them. I've been doing this monthly for well over a year now, and nobody else is doing anything like it. And it has just kind of like found a special place in the crypto policy ecosystem in DC. And people come. I mean, it's just really fantastic. I run it as a roundtable. It's not all about privacy. It's certainly not all about Zcash. Those things are generally mentioned. And people know that Electric Coin Company is sponsoring it along with the Blockchain Association. So just because I'm doing it and I'm there and I MC it, and I always mention privacy when there's an appropriate time to do so, it helps influence the entire discussion. I really love it and I'm very proud of that activity and hope to keep that going. I've also been starting to do briefings, some special type of meetings that are separate from the breakfast but similar. So this is an advertisement that we sent out for a congressional briefing that I did in the Capitol Visitor Center, and again, with some support from the Blockchain Association and helping to spread the word about these things. So this was, in this case, all about privacy-enhancing technologies in crypto. And I had an opportunity to bring in a bunch of other projects working in privacy-enhancing crypto technologies to present. And this was to a room full of staffers. And there it is. And having attended a lot of these briefings in the past, I can tell you that it is pretty darn rare to have a room full of staffers in a Hill briefing. It is not uncommon to have like 5 or 6 people show up. So this was a special event, and I hope to continue to do more of them. In addition to this kind of a special activity separate from the breakfast, last year I did an event on Global Encryption Day, and this was in conjunction with the Internet Society and the Global Encryption Coalition. That is an annual event that I think usually happens towards the end of October. So starting to plan that as well. So that's something that hopefully we'll do. it was just a really special event last year, and hopefully you'll tune into that. By the way, before we go forward from the breakfast and the events, those are all available. I mean, the breakfasts are technically off the record, but for anyone who asks, there is a remote opportunity to join. I would love for this community to join those if you have interest. You can just listen in if you like and see how they go. So the other thing I've been doing is the PGP for Crypto podcast. And this, I think it was just a void, in that there's a ton of podcasts out there, as you know, ton of crypto podcasts. But I don't know of any other podcast that does nothing except policy, and that is based in DC, and that is in person, and is done in a high-quality way. And that is what I have strived to do here. It was really great to do this with Gary when he was on board ECC. Hopefully he'll be in a position to continue to work on this at some point in the future. But this is what we've done so far just this year, and I think that I'm going to hopefully continue to push this hard, because I think it's really very special, and there's some fantastic content there that I think you all would really enjoy.
Blockchains, to me, are very similar to the internet. They're based on open protocols, whether it's Zcash or Bitcoin or Ethereum. Just like the internet allows for the exchange of data, blockchains allow for the exchange of assets. I would posit that crypto is an online social movement that is inherently political, and it has its roots in libertarian thinking. We know this. Satoshi Nakamoto encoded in the Genesis block, front page of the Times of London, talking about the chancellor on the verge of a second bailout. So what I find super intriguing intellectually and emotionally engaging is crypto culture. What is crypto culture? Crypto is fundamentally a political impulse at its very core. Crypto culture is fundamentally a protest culture. Crypto culture reflects the attributes inherent in the technology itself and the asset class. It's based on open source software. It's based on individual contributions, whether it's intellectual capital or financial capital. It's based on transparency. It's based on free speech. It's based on privacy. It's based on, how can we reimagine the coordination of labor and capital? That's the essence of capitalism itself. It's based on freedom. It is rightfully shining a light on regulatory capture and corruption. These are righteous values. It's why people are so passionate about crypto, and it's why I get up in the morning is to, with my colleagues at Blockchain Capital, back entrepreneurs that want to change the status quo. Right now, we live in a surveillance society. The system, as we know, as it sits right now, is dominated by banking oligopolies, internet monopolies, and I think it's ripe for change. All of our challenges go through Washington, D.C. Now is the time to advocate for our industry and to educate. If we get this wrong, this innovation will happen in Japan. It'll happen in Dubai. It'll happen in the UK. And it is our job as people that care about policy, responsible stewards of intellectual and kind of crypto capital, to do the best job we can educating these elected officials and policymakers. And this is an important moment in time to redefine how the human being and the state, what is that relationship? It's increasingly moderated by technology. And so that technology is increasingly going to be crypto. It's going to be AI. Those are the interesting questions in my mind. How does the state and the individual, how is that relationship moderated by a rapidly evolving technology industry? And that is our shared goal. If you care about crypto, you have to care about what's going on in DC right now. So I would encourage all of your listeners to get involved, to write your congressman, to get up to speed, to think about a donation to Coin Center, to the Blockchain Association, the people that are fighting this fight for us. That is why we all find ourselves in DC right now with the important, and I would argue sacred challenge of educating our policymakers to make sure that America stays relevant and can stay the home of innovation.
So I recorded, let me get this back. I recorded that just a little over a week ago, and I felt that
It's my great privilege that we have Eric Schmidt here with us today, actually on the topic of blitzscaling.
Okay, that was a YouTube glitch, I think. So I recorded that just a little over a week ago with Bart Stevens, the managing founder and managing partner of Blockchain Capital. a true OG in the industry, started Blockchain Capital in 2013. I just loved the way I felt he captured the essence of the culture of crypto, and he expressed why it's so important for us to work in DC and affect policy in DC. My last thing in the last 30 seconds I have to share with you is I really want your support and involvement. I would love to speak with you if you have interest in this and figure out how you can participate. I would love to have more subscribers to our YouTube channel so that it might get picked up by the algos and spread a little bit more. I need your help, and the industry desperately needs your help. I think this is God's work, and I'm happy to be in a position to do it, and I appreciate all your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. We've had a few questions come in, but I think that instead of asking them of you individually, we should address them as part of the panel with Kurt. So we're going to take a 8-minute break. We'll be back here at 10 minutes past the hour. Panel with Paul, Kurt, with myself facilitating, as I know far less about this topic than these two guys. So we'll see you back in 7 minutes' time. Thank you. Do you want me to try calling it? Right, we are going to get started again. I'll sit down so that the guys can get an eye line on us. Now, where am I? There we go. Okay. Okay, we're going to get started. So we've just heard first from Kurt Opsahl and then from Paul Brigner. We thought it would be a good idea to have a bit of a discussion about some of these regulatory topics that these guys deal with on a day-to-day basis and that I used to when I worked at ECC. And I guess, just to start off, it feels, or it has felt to me over the past year, particularly towards the beginning of this year, that there was a concerted effort or coordinated effort to target crypto. Do you guys agree? Like, as an outsider, that's what it felt like to me. Do you guys agree, or do you think that it's just the confluence, a coincidental confluence of multiple things coming together?
So we were just talking about this a little bit during the break, but one thing I think was sort of notable is the collapse of FTX, and at least especially in U.S. policy, but some other elsewhere, where Sam Bankman-Fried had been presenting himself as like the trustworthy guy that was in tight with politicians, and then the whole thing collapsed, and I think it made a number of politicians feel burned, and also when a major event happens in the news that there's a terrible thing, and policymakers feel the urge, especially legislatures, to do something about that.
Like a knee-jerk reaction.
I mean, sure. I mean, I think there is a knee-jerk reaction when everything happens to do something. Though this was, it was a pretty big scale too. And the challenge is that maybe this is a bit cynical, but sometimes doing something is more important than doing something well. And like a number of the proposals that had come out, especially close to sort of the wake of that event, have done nothing to actually stop the event. So one example was Senator Warren proposed a bill back in December that went after wallets, unhosted wallets. If people had unhosted wallets instead of using FTX, then they would not have lost their money in FTX, right? So it's actually the opposite of what would have helped people have avoided that situation, but it was an opportunity. And it may be knee-jerk, but it's also sometimes where people have something that they've wanted to do for a while, but need the political moment to bring it forward.
I agree. I believe that the FTX debacle really has defined the year of policy since we last met at Zcon4. And, it's just given policymakers and regulators who really don't like crypto anyway all the cover they need to attack, and they have. They've gone full on, and especially with the SEC and all the actions that they've brought. And it's really not a surprise at all, because for them, for these people, it's a politically popular thing to do, or it's a way to gain political power. And I think they're taking full advantage of it. I do believe that we're kind of on the tail end of that, at least I'm hoping, and pending not another crisis in crypto. And I think that is this process recently that we went through on the Hill with these markups is a reflection of that, is that we're getting some things moving that are positive. Even though, like Senator Warren, I think has specifically said that if the Keep Your Coins Act or the Blockchain Regulatory Certainty Act does get to the Senate, there's no way it's moving through that part of the Congress. So these are going to be roadblocks that are going to be there for quite a long time.
Yeah. When I was at ECC, a a lot of the engagement was at a sort of a different level. We weren't really talking so much with representatives and their staffers. We were going to FATF, and we were talking to law enforcement organizations and whatnot. Is that indicative of a shift in where the center of gravity with regards to policy is being made, or is it just that I wasn't talking to the right people?
I think it is a shift. Yeah, I think that it signals that some of those regulatory agencies who were some of the first to look at crypto in a really serious way have come to their positions. They've published their positions and their guidance. It still is evolving, so there's still a need to engage with them. But in a way, they are now somewhat sophisticated when it comes to crypto. So that I think their positions are somewhat established, and that's something that industry has been building on. So now we're just moving to the next stage of fixing the problem of a policy and legislative ecosystem that just doesn't fit with crypto, and hopefully that will be the focus. And once that gets addressed, then perhaps it goes even back to those groups again for an adjustment, now that it's based on maybe a new framework for how these things are treated in the legislative world.
Okay. Some of those conversations that I had with folks at places like the Department of Justice, it was very clear that they felt like they had a vocation, that they were on a mission to prevent the funding of something like another 9/11. And that was what really motivated them. They were very, very strongly motivated. And obviously now there's this whole financial component, and there's the SEC component. But one thing that always seems to be missing is that aspect of privacy. And why do you think that is? Or is it there, but it's just not getting enough volume?
Well, there are a lot of people in policy-making positions in legislatures and such who will admit that there is a value to privacy, that this is something that is good, but it's more about, and it has to be balanced. The trade-offs that people are willing to make in order to do that balancing are often very skewed to a notion of increased enforcement. Like, say if cash hadn't existed for millennia, they probably wouldn't like to have cash be introduced. We have, and this is sort of a common thing that has happened in a variety of different technologies, is that there's 100 years ago, every transaction except for the very largest ones was basically done on a cash basis. It was very common, and if you're at the upper class, you might be moving around larger sums, but it was mostly small and with all sorts of strong privacy. And you didn't have a driver's license because cars didn't exist, and so on. You had anonymity, you had a bunch of these features, and society was able to move on, and we had for a time a thing called payphones, where you could make an anonymous phone call with cash in your pocket, and society was able to deal with that. But as these technologies get developed, there is a notion from a lot of people in the enforcement end, whose job it is to enforce things, to say, okay, the surveillance benefits to them of this technology should be the strongest ones, and that basically that the privacy that we used to have, in some of their views, was a mistake. And part of this is because everybody trusts themselves to do the right thing. They think they'll use these powers wisely. But then the reality is that many of these powers will be misused. And if you think your government is the bestest one in the whole world that will never misuse these powers, well, then that very law might be copied by one you don't trust. Or maybe there'll be a political change in your regime, and then all of a sudden these tremendous investigative powers will be available to one. So for good civic hygiene, we need to bring back the privacy and make people not just say, yeah, privacy is important, but understand that privacy is a fundamental thing that we have to have, and that it can't be just traded away for greater law enforcement.
a good mission statement. We're actually seeing some of that play out currently in the UK, where there has, for a long time, been pressure from certain aspects of the powers that be over there, led by the security services, to impose greater requirements on companies to enable surveillance of, and for example, end-to-end encrypted comms and whatnot.
Yeah.
And now we're seeing big companies like Apple, Signal have done it as well. And they're going up and they're saying, I think Signal have said, we'll just exit the UK if you guys decide to do this. Apple have come out with a very strongly worded statement. We're starting to see real pushback. Where do you think our natural allies are in this? Because there's sometimes when we have those conversations, I think Zcash scene has been a little bit left field, maybe a little bit anarchistic, a little bit cyberpunk, maybe not quite in line with the more conventional looking world that crypto has moved towards, as for example, we've had futures listed on Chicago and exchanges and whatnot. So where do you think our natural allies there? Are those folks who are wearing the suits still closely allied with Zcash, or do they have their own divergent interests?
Those suits, those individuals wearing the suits, which ones are those? Okay, let me just talk about the allies that I see, the natural allies. I believe that organizations like EFF, maybe this is not a surprise to anyone here, but the Internet Society, ACLU, thank you, Jay, for being here, Epic, these are groups that I think are very natural allies. But there's more than that too. There's research centers, like the research center I work with at Georgetown University, and they help host the PGP for Crypto Breakfast series. It's one thing I didn't have enough time to cover in my presentation, I'll just take a moment to say here, is that now that resources are so limited, and there might have been a time where maybe ECC could help directly fund some think tanks or others who are natural allies who already believe in our mission. They just need a little help and resources to execute on it. We can't do that at this point, or maybe not in the future as we pare down and focus and continue to decentralize. What is desperately needed is some funding from our ecosystem for those groups. And I understand that's hard because you're not going to get groups like that to go out and push specifically Zcash. But they're going to talk about privacy, they're going to talk about self-custody, they're going to talk about all the things we care about, and they might mention Zcash. It would be a very good use of community grants to support some of these organizations. It is something that I have been thinking about as a personal goal, is to tell those groups about the possibility and to perhaps help them get something proposed and submitted. Because I think that as much as these allies, who are natural allies, want to work with us, they have limited bandwidth, they have limited resources, and just like everything else, they need some resources to do the work that we would hope they would do. And if there's a specific thing they propose to do that the community could get behind, I think that would be fantastic.
We had huge success, I think, with the RAND Corporation engagements, where we asked them to look specifically at the question of whether Zcash was being used for illicit purposes, and they came back with a really useful report that was very powerful when it came to being shared, broadly with policymakers and legislators, and even law enforcement folks who are like, oh wow, I never realized.
If I can add a little bit more, some of it is a little bit soft. So, for instance, the work that I do with Georgetown University and the CyberSmart Research Center there, that's a multi-university industry university research center. So it's a collaborative research center, as they call it. But through that center, I am able to engage with very high-level policymakers from different countries around the world who are members of that. And in general, somebody, I hate to go off topic here a little bit, but somebody had put a question in about, like, how is Zcash viewed generally by policymakers and on the Hill? And And I think we are actually viewed very positively. And I know you might not feel that, but I think it is absolutely true. Compared to especially some other coins that have privacy features who don't engage, we are respected. I think policymakers and even the Enforcement Bureau of the SEC or OFAC, I think they understand that we stand for values and we're trying to progress research and we're trying to help create a free society. And because of that, I think that they are, this is my hunch, I believe that they're reticent to directly attack our ecosystem. They could have done it, right? It would have been easy to do. I think that because of our engagement with research community, and our presence in DC, and all the things we do to be a stand-up citizen, a global citizen in this case, we're all over the place, that really changes the way policymakers and regulators look at us. And I think it gives us a special opportunity to help shape the environment and the policy and regulatory world.
I used to call it the hearts and minds approach. I think it seems to have worked very well and has been further turbocharged with you and Gary coming on board, having the sort of level of experience and background that you have. Kurt, you've got a different aspect on, or a different set of experiences. Where do you think our natural allies lie in these fights?
Well, one of the things you're mentioning is both Signal and Apple, like being willing to leave a business opportunity behind. And I mean, Signal is a nonprofit, but Apple is very much a for-profit in order to protect privacy, to fight back against it. And so first of all, I think a natural ally in the industry world, and it's not just Signal and Apple, though they're prominent, is the people in the work in encryption for messaging. A lot of the same sort of issues and principles, and getting the hearts and minds, getting people behind things of why encryption is good, is from a daily use thing, having encrypted messages, and they are natural allies to push back against some of the laws that will try to backdoor things, which might be sort of a similar attempt to try and get at breaking financial privacy. In terms of whether it is a natural ally, well, I mean, like, Apple has made it a part of its business message that they're the privacy and security people. And so long as that continues to be their sort of differentiator and market advantage, then they will continue to do that. But it's like, if you're having like a tiger as a friend, is that like they may be soft and cuddly and all those things, but it can also turn on you. As I understand it, they have very strict rules about cryptocurrency-related applications appearing in their app store. So it's not like they are 100% allies on every possible thing, but on the issue of privacy for their own business interests and differentiating themselves from Facebook and other things, they are a strong policy advocate for privacy and for the sanctity of encryption. So they are an ally, at least until that changes.
I just decided to look up, and I can read you a little quote here. Apple has said that planned changes to British surveillance laws could affect iPhone users' privacy by forcing it to withdraw security features, which could ultimately lead to the closure of services such as FaceTime and iMessage in the UK. And that was in response to a consultation by the UK government on proposed changes to UK surveillance. But just to go back to the challenges that we as a community face. We've talked a lot about the US, and I'd like to talk a little bit more about the more global aspect. You talked a little bit about that. Paul, starting with you, obviously you're US focused. To what extent do US policymakers look to coordinate with places like the UK, allies, or through organizations like FATF? I know that they obviously take part in these organizations like FATF and seek to influence, through whatever policy goals the individuals who are, or organizations who are there present in the room are pushing. But do you think that's a major factor, or do you think that the US is really its own little microcosm, and the rest of the world is a little bit separate and different?
I wouldn't say the U.S. is necessarily separate or a microcosm. First, just to say this is not exactly my specialty, because Gary would have been perfect for this question. I wish he were here, Gary Weinstein. But I would say that the U.S. values very much, this is my perception, being able to drive international bodies like FATF and have possibly ultimate control over the outputs of those types of organizations. So I think that they have a very big influence. Again, just my perception. I haven't been too involved with FATF. I would say that what has affected U.S. policy is the progress in the UK and having, or in the EU, with having both actually, but it's slightly different. But in the EU with MiCA moving forward, and that having gotten so much positive attention and suggesting that someone else is ahead. Policymakers in the U.S. really don't like to think they're behind, and this is, I think, a little bit of drive behind the process and moving things just a little bit quicker. I think, however, there's a lot of good thinking by some policymakers to not necessarily follow that path and come up with something a little different, which I think is the right call for the U.S.
So yeah, one important difference, I think, is if you're looking as between the EU and the United States, is they have very different perspectives on privacy. In the EU, they have some of the sort of the stronger and I guess first to market in the sense of data protection laws, which are designed to have the government protect the citizen against the corporations. In the U.S., for a lot of our legal tradition with the Fourth Amendment, a number of rules are about protecting citizens against the government, which I appreciate. Though oftentimes there are policymakers who push up against those limits in different ways. So there are different approaches. So too often in the EU on privacy issues, they will have a strong privacy law, and then they will have exceptions in easing the path for law enforcement access. And I think a lot of U.S. policymakers wouldn't mind having that, but at least they will come up against Fourth Amendment issues if they do so. So this gives some opportunities, for the differences between them. I appreciate what Paul was showing in his talk earlier, the video you showed about talking about, don't want to have these other jurisdictions get ahead, get some competition between various jurisdictions to provide the best environment. And how much do they look to each other? I think they communicate quite a bit, and they have different perspectives on it, but certainly within sort of the Western European and United States, there is a lot of cooperation and discussion, but there is quite a bit of the rest of the world, and especially with cryptocurrencies being used all over the world, there are a wide variety of countries have different perspectives out there, and that's also a place where we want to say, I like your term there, like the hearts and minds, try and get the hearts and minds of people all around so they're supporting it and they are making it as a privacy as a principle and bringing it into the blockchain space at some of these smaller jurisdictions who then might put out there, okay, we have a friendlier environment, we are going to protect these rights, have a principled basis for doing it, so not just we're going to be the harboring for criminals, but rather we respect the value of privacy and want to integrate it in line with international human rights standards and get that as sort of a counter message to some of the, we need to, prevent the next 9/11, or these days a lot of it is shifting over to protect the children, but it is, which is a very important thing. We do want to protect the children, but we have to look at these things rationally and try what is the best way of doing that, and is removing privacy the best way to do it? Oftentimes, no.
In your engagement on the Hill, have there been times when you've realized or become aware that there are differences between the broader crypto ecosystem and Zcash? And let's face it, we're all talking about the privacy or anonymity enhancing aspects, as they're often dubbed, that potentially put us more at risk of Zcash becoming disadvantaged? Or do you think that they just all perceive it as being all in the one bucket, so to speak?
It's a great question. I do think there's certainly a difference. I think we are perceived as a subcategory of our own, or a very small subcategory in some ways. However, I think that the values that we stand for as a fork of Bitcoin and even adding privacy to that are very much shared by the associations, by the Blockchain Association, by others in the industry, by DeFi Education Fund. So I don't feel that we are disadvantaged because we're viewed as a separate category. So I think I think we're somewhat separate because we do have a very special place in the ecosystem, and we have a unique history. But I think that we have very strong champions who realize that privacy is necessary in all of the other projects as well. The dilemma at times is just a matter of priority, because they might have other priorities that they need to focus on before, that they perceive as even a bigger threat than the loss of privacy. So there's that to wrestle with when you're dealing with a trade association or others that have many constituents asking for different things. But when it comes down to any crisis moment, I believe, and I'm actually quite confident, that the organizations that we work with are going to step up and help defend privacy. I'm very confident about that, because they are just, I know these people very well. I work with them almost on a daily basis, and they are just true crypto believers, and they share our values.
And Jay from ACLU is here, and I was about to mention him. But Kurt, in the broader set of organizations like EFF and ACLU who have an interest in privacy, to what extent do they perceive the challenges that we face as being part of the broader battle for privacy? Or do they kind of say, well, that cryptocurrency thing is something separate, and we don't need to,
Well, I think there is a challenge for a number of civil society organizations where they have a fair amount of crypto skepticism. And this has come from seeing things in the news of some of the more scandalous. I mean, this is another way in which the FTX collapse has hurt in the battle for hearts and minds, as kind of a colored perception where sometimes the news of some debacle overwhelms some of the advantages and how as we're in this space, I know plenty of people who I absolutely are true believers. They're trying to do it for principled reasons, trying to make the world a better place with this technology, but getting that message through and say, what is it? So you talk about, with these organizations, what are the fundamental rights at stake? Why does it matter? So you talked about it a little bit earlier, the code is speech, the First Amendment protections for code. That's something that when I was at EFF, I did a lot of work on, trying to make the world safe for a number of things, but especially encryption, which is under attack there. And that principle comes into play just as much if there is a law saying that this kind of software is cannot be published, cannot be put out there. This came up in the Tornado Cash situation, where there was a question of, and a reaction where it was removed from GitHub. And there, when I was representing EFF, I was working at EFF, we represented Matt Green, who I think many people in this community know, for putting the code back. and basically kind of daring them to like come after and say, no, that actually is unlawful to publish this code. And it would have been fun to do that case because Matt would be a great client and it would really crystallize the issue. But they're not idiots and they didn't, take the bait. But nevertheless, that was helping like reinforce that and sending a message to everybody else there that, Les, you can still work in this code space. So when working with these organizations that have strong privacy missions or free expression missions, part of it is just making sure that you're explaining it. How does this affect all of our rights? And because many of the regulations that would come after Zcash or other cryptocurrency projects have repercussions through lots of other things. And while I was looking at, for example, my talk was talking about Article 93, thankfully that has been eliminated, but it was talking about something that is fundamentally wrong from a due process and privacy standard, which is if somebody at a very low standard is suspected, then you can investigate their family members. And that is like, it goes against some fundamental notions of what due process is, fundamental notions of how do you protect your civil liberties in the world. And it was coming up in this context for financial institutions as well as anyone related to doing cryptocurrency, but it is still hitting on what is a fundamental right that can you be subject to sort of this invasive investigation at a standard when you yourself are not accused of even being possibly involved. It is your brother or your sister or whatnot who is possibly involved, right? This hits on those fundamental rights, and those fundamental rights resonate with a lot of the civil society organizations, regardless of whether it is in one space or a different space.
Maybe I can add a little bit more, Jack, because what you made me think about is, okay, so what I was really referring to are our strong allies. But when you step out a little bit further to our natural allies, some of the civil society and other groups, I do think there's a distinction there. And I think that that's one of the reasons why I want to make sure that we are having stronger engagement and perhaps funding relationships or other relationships as a community with them. And I'm not talking about EFF and ACLU here. I think they're more enlightened and they're more sophisticated on knowing about crypto. But other organizations that I think truly should be supporters of crypto and specifically Zcash are like the Internet Society, where I used to work. And they run Global Encryption Day. They're kind of the power behind that. And they're well known for being supporters of the internet with deep roots into internet standards. And I think it is just remarkable to me that, and I've talked to them, their friends, some of the people there, that they just don't understand crypto. And it's just not really on their radar, personally. Like they're core internet people, and that's all they really care about. So to me, it's like just a lost opportunity, because I think that if there were enough resources put forward to bring them into the camp, they would be incredibly powerful allies, because they have such deep roots in how the internet works, and they were there for the early days of the internet. And this was expressed when we've had these technologist letters that have come out over the last year or so, talking about how crypto is so bad, and it just boggles my mind. It just floors me. And some of these people that I deeply respect have said things that are so bad about crypto, and I can't believe there's such a disconnect. So it is my hope that some of these bridges can be built so that we have what I do think are natural allies actually on our side, instead of some of them, not all, but some of them breaking off and writing very critical letters, which is such a disappointment.
I think just to add on to that, I think a very important thing is having people in the policymaking space, whether they are civil society or allies there or policymakers themselves, understand the technology, which they get from that. Even if you're going to disagree on a policy point of view, if the other person at least understands what they're talking about, and that enables you also to make the distinction that there's this broad brush that everything crypto is just like each other is just one space. And of course, there's lots of different things there. It is a technology that can be used for a wide variety of things. How does it work? Why does it matter? And getting sort of a educated view on this. You may still have some policy disagreements about where things go with that, but at least they're on the basis of what's actually happening. And I think it's always going to be better policy, even with disagreements, if it's done on the basis of how the technology is working, as opposed to some idea that people have had from reading a few news articles and things like that.
Yeah, what both of you just said, kind of reminds me of the importance of educating people about exactly what this technology is, what it means, what the words mean. Like even the concept of an unhosted wallet. It's a wallet. Calling it an unhosted wallet implies that there's, something different about it. It's just a wallet. It's like having, it's like calling the physical wallet that's in your back pocket an unhosted bank account. Well, actually, no, it's not.
Self-hosted is where we tried to go with that, but yes.
Yeah, I mean, terminology issues, though one thing I think is a little bit of, so from time to time bills have been proposed about privacy coins and such, and they use the term anonymity enhanced, right? And I actually love that they are admitting by that phrase that it's an enhancement. It actually, is something that makes it enhanced to have anonymity, which actually I agree that is an enhancement. It makes things better to have anonymity as a part of it. So anyway, I find that funny that they have adopted a phrase. I'm like, all right,
I used to try and get them to say privacy enhancing.
Yeah, they don't say privacy enhancing.
Yeah, I actually use privacy enhancing technology is like is a good term for for the whole space of privacy enhancing technology.
Yeah. You touched briefly on Tornado Cash, and it was one of the questions that arose, I think, during your talk. What is the situation with Tornado Cash? Obviously the prospect that somebody who writes software that can be used, for something like Tornado Cash, that's something that's popped up on our radar, and we're kind of a little bit wary of how that goes. Where do you guys see this, situation going with that, and what do you think are the potential implications?
So the one bad outcome that can happen from any kind of event like that is the chilling effect that occurs for people who are like, wait, why should I volunteer my time to contribute to an open source project where I'm trying to make this thing better by giving up, often without any compensation, and then by doing so, I might be held liable if somebody else misuses this technology. Because many technologies can be used for good, they can be used for bad, and it's actually really hard to make a technology that can never be used for anything bad. And that, I hope, is not the message that everybody gets, but that's the message I fear. And I think that, maybe given how the Netherlands reacted to it by arresting a contributor, a major contributor to the project, that may not be a great jurisdiction to work on privacy-enhancing technologies, which I think would be a sad thing for the Netherlands to become sort of a pariah there. But nevertheless, that sends a bad message. And I think the message that we want to be sending is that it is a good thing to contribute to open source projects. We appreciate people who are doing that, and we're not going to put them on the hook for every possible outcome that can come from open source software. But there's some pushback. I mean, one of the proposals running around in Europe and has been alluded to in the Biden administration's cybersecurity strategy is imposing liability on software makers if they fail to have good security. And I get it, right, that we want to have better security. So one tool in the policymakers' toolbox is to say, well, if you don't do it, then you're held liable for what happens. But this could also have a terrible chilling effect on people wanting to contribute to these projects. With the U.S. policy on this, from the Biden paper on it, saying, but we're going to have an exception for open source software that provides components to other projects, which I think they thought was some sort of useful middle ground. And sure, if you make work on OpenSSL and somebody uses OpenSSL in their project, like you're protected by this policy. But there are a lot of open source things which are themselves a thing that you can download and use and are not a component of something else, and they're also valuable for our society. So I would like to get more in the eyes of policymakers that we need to have thriving open source ecosystems and to make the policy space in which they can thrive. And I think that is entirely possible because the story of open source is a good story. It has provided so many useful things for society, and I hope that by just educating and letting people know and getting the sympathetic stories of people who are giving their all to make the world better through open source as a story of people we want to help thrive and not put any chilling barriers in the way.
So much benefit has come from open source and open technologies in the United States that you think it would be a no-brainer. But Paul, what's your view on the whole Tornado Cash thing?
Yeah, well, I think it has fueled these movements towards these reporting acts like the Financial Technology Protection Act of 2023 and the National Defense Authorization Act, an amendment made to the NDAA asking for reports from Treasury on different ways of using cryptocurrency through mixers or through other techniques, privacy-enhancing techniques for illicit finance. So I think that's a continuation of that. And as I mentioned in my talk, I'm very concerned about those because I'm afraid that those reports could be very one-sided and could lead to recommendations that eventually could be put into future legislation. So I think I've got to watch that very, very closely. And as an industry, we've got to really be in tune with where those go going forward, because those actually do have a very good chance of becoming law. I mean, I think they will be, is my guess. So those are something that I think is a direct result and just a continuation of that. I'm very happy. I mean, Coin Center with their work, they're just priceless. I mean, they're such an amazing defender of the industry, and the suit that they have with OFAC, I'm very hopeful for that. I think that that summary judgment filing is important. Again, it could take a long time, but it would be so good, and I am optimistic to get like a good ruling on Tornado Cash. I think that will be a game changer, just like this Ripple ruling has been. And that's what we need. That's what we desperately need to help set things straight again, is for some really good court decisions that will show that privacy can be protected in crypto.
Yeah, so to add on to that is that we've talked a lot about the state of legislation, regulation, and policy, but I also want to give a shout out to the value of working with the court systems, because that is the mechanism in many jurisdictions, so and certainly in the United States, for ensuring that legislations and regulations are within the Constitution and having a backstop, because there's really nothing literal preventing a legislature from passing a law that is unconstitutional. And then to rectify that, go to the courts, and you can also, elsewhere in the world, you're going to go to the human rights treaties and other things to say, well, this violates the right to privacy that's enshrined in this treaty, and therefore is not valid. That is an important tool in the policy toolbox, and in many countries where they have strong respect for the rule of law and have a good court system, it allows that some of these decisions that may have come about from a reaction to like a big newsworthy event that causes like, well, we have to do something, as we were talking about earlier, is that a judge can sort of more calmly look at it. You can make arguments about like, okay, here's how it's going to affect these other rights. This is how it's going to like upend some things that we hold dear, and then get a response that allows the policymakers to say, well, I did my bit and I passed this law, and then the judges can do, well, I did my bit and made sure it didn't go into law. And this is a way in which our rights can be preserved in a society where there is going to be legislative reactions that are maybe overblown.
Let's start with you, Paul, on this one and kind of start to wrap it up. What do you think is going to happen over the next 12 months? I know there's obviously a range of possibilities, but let's get some predictions down. And it may be that there isn't a huge amount of progress, but what do you think will happen over the coming 12 months? What direction do you think the whole regulatory policy space is going to move in? And will it be good or bad for Zcash?
We're getting very close, at least in the US, to an election cycle, and that means we're going to see very little movement of much of anything, except for what is already in process and is starting to move. So that's some of the things I already discussed in my talk. So I think we're just going to go into a period of possibly continued regulatory activity, possibly more cases that are coming out of courts with some type of resolution through some of these maybe early judgments that would possibly help. But there's a very good chance, I hate to say it, but you always have to expect in crypto, there's a very good chance there's going to be another event. I don't know what that event is going to be, but I think there's a very good chance. I hate to have to say that because I feel like I'm jinxing us, but I just pray that doesn't happen because I don't think we're in a good position to withstand another systematic failure in crypto. We know that, or at least there's been many rumors, well-reported rumors of DOJ preparing something very powerful against Binance. That could be an issue. I'm just hopeful that doesn't happen. If that doesn't, I'm generally optimistic. I think that the politics potentially could shift in the US. We've got progress that we've made in getting some of these bills we've discussed. They can be taken back, put in through the grinder again, and see what we come up with on the next Congress, next administration. So, yeah, so that'll be a while. It'll be a while. But this is a very long game. It's something that I don't think people appreciate in policy. Like what I was saying earlier about my position and having been in policy for a long time, it has helped me immensely because I know what works and what doesn't. And it's all the relationships you build over decades. It's required. And I would like it not to be, but that's just the way the political system in the US works. So yeah, just got to be prepared. Be prepared to fight for a very long time.
Well, I think the future is not yet written. Right? That's we got to make this future and write it and try to get to that better policy land. And yeah, I mean certainly there could be a big event that will make that more challenging. There also may be some events that will showcase the utility of blockchain technology. It could make it easier. I think where we'll probably see some more movement is likely outside the United States. I agree that there's some Congress. It's hard to get anything done, and then as election season comes up, there are far other things to do. But in the EU, they have been looking at some ways to regularize cryptocurrencies, and some of those may be ones that add some legitimacy and will be doable. Some of them are more suspicious of, there's a work to be done there. And then elsewhere as well, there are a number of other jurisdictions that are, some are trying to be crypto-friendly and create a good regulatory environment. They are also, of course, concerned. They don't want to have the big scandal, which may look bad. I think Bahamas got a little bit feeling bad after FTX. But I think, I try to be an optimist. The optimism, as I said, as if we work hard, if we try and push for these policies, we can try and win those hearts and minds. And also try to make use cases. When talking to policymakers, it's stories that you tell them about, a story about how this is good. And so like making a story that makes sense, I'm like, this is a good thing in the world, something that we want to achieve. That's what makes people want to say, okay, and I want to support that technology. And it's got to be a good story they're like, oh, wow, that really should happen, or that person should have been protected from that. We want to do this sort of thing. And that, we hope to find those stories, highlight them, and do what we can to ease the creation of good stories.
Because there's always going to be those bad stories that are coming from from the law enforcement and the sort of surveillance capitalism folks who seem to have a real heavy influence on some of these bills that are going through in terms of who's going to be on these committees that are formulating these reports and so on. That's great advice. Well, listen, we're just about out of time. We're about to go into a half-hour-long afternoon break, but we will be back here at the bottom of the hour at 3:30 local time with Zooko talking about the future of Zcash, decentralization and sustainability. So please join us for that. But for now, Paul, Kurt, thank you very much to you both.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
every little symbol, every little sign, every little symbol, every little sign. Every little symbol, every little sign, every little symbol, every little sign.
Sé que algún día volveré, el tiempo lo dirá, no dudes de mí, es complicado de entender si tú no estás ahí, no puede amanecer. Sé que algún día volveré, el tiempo lo dirá, no dudes de mí, es complicado de entender si tú no estás ahí, no puede amanecer.
Well, was Evie's here? And Evie's here? Great. We're going to get started. Is this your wizard's hat? It's a prop. Right, we're going to get started. We're going to get going again, and I'd like to welcome Zooko to the stage to talk about the future of Zcash sustainability and decentralization. Welcome, Zooko.
Thanks. Thank you all for being here. Okay, people are trickling in. I got this button. Okay, so this is about Zcash governance and funding. And I planned this whole thing from the perspective of just a Zcasher. I'm not representing ECC in this talk. And in startups, we always say we wear multiple hats in startups because there's so many different things that need to be done, and we flip-flop. So as of now, I'm taking off my ECC hat. I'm not representing ECC, and I'm putting on my wizard hat. Okay. There are no solutions, there are only trade-offs. I love this word of wisdom from Thomas Sowell, an economist. I'm not an economist, I'm an engineer, but I think the same thing about engineering. There are no solutions, there are only trade-offs. Everything is about trade-offs. And I've tried to design what I'm talking about here to work for whatever your favorite dev fund or governance idea is. It's all about trade-offs, and I tried to make this very abstract, so I'm trying not to advocate for my specific thing, although I do have one word of advice on the last slide. But what I tried to do here was talk about general truths about how everything is trade-offs, and these are some of them. The Dev Fund, which was instituted by the community in 2020, came with a 4-year sunset clause built into the blockchain, and the clock is ticking. And the Zcash community has already started this really vigorous debate about what to do after the Dev Fund. Do without it, do it again, or change it. As far as I can see, almost all of the energy is in change it. There's a substantial vocal minority who want to get rid of it, and I don't think anybody has advocated for just keeping the Dev Fund as it is. Here's my bias. I think the Dev Fund is awesome because I think that's what provides sustainability to the Zcash project. And I've often heard from other crypto projects that they wish they had a Dev Fund instead of either the volunteer-based thing that they currently have or having had an ICO back in the day or whatever other structures out there. What I hear from them is that they think the Dev Fund is awesome. I think so too, at an engineering level. By the way, this is a solar punk future. Yeah, I think the Dev Fund is solar punk. Okay, I'm going to use the Dev Fund as an example, data point, but what I'm trying to get at is general truths about all possible funding and governance systems. So whatever your favorite Dev Fund replacement idea is, hopefully this can be useful to you. So what everyone says and what it shows on the website and everything is that 80% of the funding of the issuance of new Zcash coins goes to the miners, 8% to the Zcash community grants, 7% to the Electric Coin Company, and 5% to the Zcash Foundation. And that's true in a way. Like, there's multiple true perspectives on it. So this is a display of it with nodes and lines, which is how I think of things as an engineer. And those little blue dots hanging off of the ZCG are all the other Zcash community grants recipients who get their money indirectly through Zcash community grants. But there's a mystery here. Zcash community grants was instituted in the first dev fund community decision in so-called ZIP 1014. And it said the Zcash Foundation will like administer and help, but they shouldn't or mustn't in the ZIP interfere with Zcash community grants decisions about what to fund and what not to fund. But there's two data points that I noticed. One was in the Zcash Ambassadors program, there was this guy from Iran whose Twitter handle is Bitcoin Buddy because he made his Twitter handle before he discovered Zcash. And he was a really fervent, like eloquent Zcasher. And he said, I live under this theocratic dictatorship that allows women to be attacked in the streets, and also at the same time under this incompetent kleptocracy that is impoverishing everyone and destroying everyone's jobs and everyone's savings. And I want to tell my community about Zcash as an alternative. He was really motivated, and he applied for the Zcash Ambassadors program, and he got rejected by the Zcash community grants. They said, no can do, no matter how good it looks. And the other data point is there were a few engineers who applied to get funding to implement new code to add to Zcash, but they said, my requirement is I'll hack on Zcash and write code and submit it, but I refuse to give my KYC information, like government name and home address or whatever. And they too are excluded and haven't been able to do that thing and get paid for it. In both of these cases, as far as I understand, Zcash community grants didn't have the option of getting those people paid because Zcash Foundation wouldn't let them. And that's a mystery because the Zcash Foundation are packed, the whole organization is packed with high integrity people that would never, hold on, let me get to the next part, would never like violate the community's mandate as they understood it for any reason. So let me give my answer to the mystery, and you can correct my errors shortly.
Let me just first, say that it's not correct that we wouldn't let them. It's that we are incorporated under the laws.
You're preempting my talk, Jack.
I know.
Let me get to the next slide.
If you're going to lie about us, then I'm going to step up.
No, it's building anticipation so I can reveal.
We are based in the United States, and we are therefore subject to the laws of the United States. And it is stated in ZIP 1014 that we are allowed to veto grants if they would place our nonprofit status in jeopardy or if they would compromise the laws of the United States.
Exactly.
So please don't say that we don't let them. We are unable to do so.
Right? So as I was about to say, the Zcash Foundation are super high integrity people that would never violate something for like any like low quality reason, right? They would never benefit themselves or anything at the expense of serving their mission. So here's my answer to the mystery. Well, no, this is the next stage. The next stage is to point out that ZCG can't do these things without Zcash Foundation's approval and help, right? So this is a true view of the current dev fund. And this is also, at the same time, a true view of the dev fund. Zcash Foundation receives 13% of all the coins issued, and the 8% subset of that, Zcash Foundation uses on behalf of Zcash community grants and to implement Zcash community grants' decisions. Okay, so here's the answer to my mystery that Jack gave away, the spoiler. There's a third view of the dev fund, which is also a true view, which is that Zcash Foundation, as a US incorporated entity, is subject to these policies and rules that the various factions of the US government institute. And both of those two exceptions, which as far as I know are the only exceptions to Zcash community grants having full independence, are a consequence of Zcash Foundation not being able to do those things due to United States laws. So I found out, along with most of you or all of you, a few hours ago, that Zcash Foundation has just announced incorporating a subsidiary or an arm in the Cayman Islands, which might help with this, which I'm delighted to see. So, way to go, y'all. So these are three views which are true in different, sort of at different layers. And one thing was interesting, eye-opening to me when I was working on these slides is, notice that 80% of the ZEC issuance is outside of the control of the United States government. In practical terms, the various, arms and policymakers of the United States governments have no ability to prevent miners from getting their 80% or to impose restrictions or rules on what the miners would do with their 80%. So here's a proposal. It's a metric for resilience. And it's not the be-all, end-all of governance. It's just a metric, but I think it's a really useful way to think about certain trade-offs. The metric is the number of independent and sustainable organizations. Now, from this perspective, that number is 3. Independent and sustainable organizations which support Zcash. I don't count the miners as supporting Zcash. They do in a way, especially the small-time, like independent miners who are doing that as a way to gain Zcash for themselves. Almost all of the large commercial miners that I've ever talked about or I've ever heard from, not only do they not do anything to actually support and improve Zcash, but they don't even hold Zcash. They sell it at the end of every day in order to hold Bitcoin instead. That's what I've been told. Maybe not all of them, but I've heard that from multiple ones of the big ones. So anyway, for this metric, the number of sustainable, independent organizations that are supporting Zcash, this view of the dev fund, that number is 3. This view of the dev fund, that number is 2. And inasmuch as this is the reality for certain cases, that number is currently 1. Now, as a security engineer, I really like thinking about failure modes. And there's this ineluctable trade-off between independence and accountability. Like, in this view, the Zcash Foundation can serve a really valuable role, which is that it can hold Zcash community grants accountable to whatever the requirements are on Zcash community grants. But at the same time, that means Zcash community grants is not really independent of Zcash Foundation. So below the blockchain layer, you get, for any given circle, you get independence or accountability, pick one. At the blockchain level, you can have accountability by adding and removing recipients of dev fund, which the whole community kind of has to do in unison. And so far, it has happened once with the initial dev fund in 2020. But in principle, you don't have to wait every 4 years. If the community rose up and insisted on changing this, they could. But below the blockchain level, independence and accountability are a trade-off. So about failure modes, all circles on all graphs, in my view, are vulnerable to failure. And I've got 4 categories of failure. The first one is external attack. We've seen this a lot. We've seen this a lot. Is my mic on? Okay. We've seen external attack many times in the broader crypto space, like hackers and legal attacks and things like that. And like Jack said in his opening, although there's a lot of good things about the United States, it's not, it doesn't seem so reliable anymore that the United States government won't actually attack. There have been more and more both actual attacks on other organizations and sort of like new laws proposed that may or may not pass that could really upend things. So external attack, it's pretty rare among failure modes, but it does happen, and it could be really impactful. The next failure mode is what I call internal attack, and that's like, people going rogue or secretly serving their own interests at the expense of what they're supposed to be doing, like funneling the money to their family or whatever. And that one's really rare. We've definitely seen it in the broader Wild West crypto space, but despite all the disagreements and conflicts I've had in the Zcash world. Zcash world? Is my mic on? Okay. I don't think I've ever seen anyone who is actively involved with Zcash that would benefit themselves at the expense of the people they're supposedly serving. So I consider internal attack like corruption or embezzlement or whatever is a really unlikely failure mode to worry about. But of course, we still want to have protection against that failure mode. And the next one is just underperformance. It's a sad fact that 2/3 of everyone who sets out to do anything never quite finishes, just because doing stuff is hard. And so we've got to work around that fact. We've got to be aware that no matter how well-intentioned and how knowledgeable and skilled someone is, there's a really good chance that when you set out to do something, it's not going to work out. You're not going to deliver. And this one's, like I say, common. So far we have pretty uncommon, but worth defending against, very uncommon in the world of Zcash in my experience, but definitely worth defending against. And then we have pretty dang common, probably the majority of times that people try to do stuff, doesn't work out. And then the last failure mode that I want to talk about is being a special interest. And I'm going to claim that this is 100%. Everyone is a special interest. Every group of people is a special interest. Every organization is a special interest. Everyone has how they grew up, who they know, what their values are, what language they speak. Nobody should ever claim to know the hearts of all men and be able to make decisions on behalf of all people. That's claiming to be God. And so when thinking about the inherent trade-offs in any possible funding and governance structure, you have to think to yourself, no matter how well-intentioned, no matter how well-informed, no matter how high integrity, every circle on this graph is going to lead things in the direction that they think is right, and they're going to have blind spots that, not just blind spots, nobody can see more than 10% of the world, but everybody thinks that whatever they see is the whole world, basically. So everyone is always a special interest. And so this is a failure mode that I think it's especially useful because it's ubiquitous. We have to design a system that can work well, that can be resilient and sustainable and make good results, even when everyone involved has limited information and their own value system and their own friends and culture and language and everything. Okay. Am I supposed to have time for questions? Can I have questions? I've got 11 minutes on my clock.
There is a question.
Oh, wait, I'm not quite done. All right, you guys quick, hurry and submit some more questions, or else you all get an extra coffee break. Okay. Okay, I think whatever your favorite dev fund or governance system is, you should make it resilient against all 4 of these failure modes. I think it's possible. I think there's an inherent trade-off between accountability and independence. You can't have 100% of both, so you have to be thoughtful about the trade-off. And finally, I just have one solid recommendation. Don't put all your eggs into one basket. The wisdom of Thomas Sowell and the wisdom of Anonymous is what I have to offer. Thanks for listening.
Okay, questions coming in from Hoover. First one, having more community privacy projects will drive user adoption. How can we fund more privacy projects to make the ecosystem more sustainable?
Well, it's kind of outside the scope of my talk. I would say Zcash Community Grants Committee has been doing a really good job of that in the last year. With Zcash Foundation support, I've noticed. I also really like the model that Ian Sagstetter was advocating in the other room a few minutes ago about ZecHub funding a large number of like tiny one-person operations. Cool.
Cool. What happens if a new dev fund recipient stops doing funded work early? How long would it take to reassign their slice?
That's a great question because it's directly targeted at one of the most common failure modes. And the question is, how long would it take to reallocate their slice? That's a really good question. At most 4 years, based on history so far. I believe, I think it depends on sort of how egregious the situation is and how widespread the awareness is in the community. I think if the whole community got together and said, like, something over here is happening is really egregious, and we all want to change the consensus rules to remove or reallocate or add a layer of accountability or something. I think it would probably take, let's say, 2 months for the community to verify with each other that there's nobody else who's going to object so vociferously that it's going to trigger a chain fork. Okay, so a degree of consensus building, and then I think it would take 3 months to update the software. It's a nice simple update, and get everyone a chance to upgrade before it kicks in. So I'm going to say less than half a year.
And end of support is the limiting factor for that.
That is a really important limiting factor. Yeah.
Okay. Would it be better to decide on our objectives first, then choose a model that fulfills our objectives?
That's a great question. You know, I kind of disagree. In general, yes, always, but also, to a large extent, the dev fund design that you come up with is not going to have a lot of direct impact on policy. Should Zcash focus more on developers or more on end users? Should it focus more on the first world or the developing world? These are all valid sort of strategies, and I think the sort of dev fund structure setup is not a very effective way to get your favorite strategy supported. What's mostly going to come out of it is who the leadership is, what the structure is of independence versus accountability, and finally, I think what's going to come out of it is signaling to the rest of the world whether to be bullish on Zcash or bearish on Zcash because of the way it was conducted.
Okay. Where do you think we should aim to be in 5 years, and how should we get there?
Where do I think we should aim to be in 5 years? I think the main thing that I've been thinking about when I was doing this was resilience and sustainability. You know, there's this another strategy trade-off between, like the other ones I mentioned before, is the survive versus thrive strategy. Do you risk everything and go for the hockey stick takeoff like a Silicon Valley funded startup would do because it has nothing to lose? Or do you try to make yourself more robust against potential attacks so that no matter what happens, everyone can count on you still being there 5 years later? I probably vacillate on this throughout my life, but at the moment, I'm more in survive mode. I think Zcash is already awesome. It already provides something that nothing else provides. It has awareness and branding and support in all these different parts of the world and parts of the industry. And if we just prove to people that they're still going to be able to count on it doing the same thing and improving gradually for the next 5 years, I think that will be a big win. So that's my current answer, but ask me again tomorrow.
Isn't having non-US entities full of USA citizens still a US-based entity? How can we really make Zcash global and diverse?
That's a good question. There's a legal definition, which I don't know. It probably depends on a bunch of legal details. And then there's like a cultural definition, which is, you know, a big advantage of having a non-US entity, aside from resilience to this kind of legal pressure, is having broader perspectives and more diverse perspectives. So I noticed that Jason McGee, setting up Shielded Labs, stated that Shielded Labs is a Swiss legal entity, but Jason McGee is a US citizen. I think he stated that he's going to recruit only non-US people to be the rest of the board of directors of Shielded Labs. And I'm reminded that the Ethereum Foundation has all of its directors are non-US people. I don't know if that answered the question.
Well, I think that it's also worth bearing in mind that the majority of people who work at ECC and the foundation altogether, the majority of those people are based outside the United States, including myself. So the actual individuals that are involved are already very decentralized. It's just the organizations that are not.
Yeah, and that's a strategic advantage for Zcash.
Knowing what you know now, how would you have set up the dev fund 4 years ago?
Well, thank goodness I didn't set up the dev fund 4 years ago. That was the most important outcome of the first dev fund debate, to me personally and in my mind, was that the community waded through it and came to a consensus with minimal input from me personally, or from ECC for that matter. But the question was, how would I set up the dev fund 4 years ago? I don't know. I actually think constant improvement is better than perfection. The initial Founders Reward was invented by Andrew Miller. Before the Founders Reward, so the Founders Reward was the first distribution of Zcash for the first 4 years, from 2016 to 2020. Before that, there were ICOs and pre-mining were the two main funding mechanisms. And Andrew Miller suggested, when Zcash was a gleam in our eyes, why not take this 10% or 20% or whatever that you're considering allocating as an ICO and stretch it out over 4 years. And I thought that was brilliant, and I still do. So that was the Founders Reward. And then the Dev Fund was modeled on the Founders Reward, conceived of by the community, and it explicitly excluded any further rewards to original founders. All the money should be used for funding development. So that's the Dev Fund. So basically, I think Zcash's governance and funding has always been kind of on the leading edge of its time, and it's already really good, and that we should incrementally improve it again. So my answer is the Dev Fund from 2020 was a perfectly great design for 2020.
Okay, let's leave it there. We're going to roll straight into our town hall panel session, so if we can get the panelists to head on up here and take some seats. Thank you very much, Zooko. I'm here. You get an iPad from me. Right. Let's go straight into it. This session is going to be chaired by Andrew, who's the chair of the Zcash Foundation, and as Zooko mentioned, has been involved in Zcash since the very, very early days. Shall we start off with just very quick introductions, just so that people know who we are? I'm Jack Gavigan, Executive Director of the Zcash Foundation.
Andrew Miller, board member of Zcash Foundation.
Ian Sagstetter, Community and Marketing Espresso Systems, and Zcash community member.
Jason McGee. I'm on ZCG and also recently started a Swiss-based organization called Shield Labs.
Jonathan Rouach, I'm CEO and co-founder of Kedit, and also work at zkproof.org standardization.
Josh Swihart. Today, I'm the Senior Vice President of Growth for the Electric Coin Company. In 2 days, I won't be. I'll be a community member.
I'm Zooko, and I'm wearing my ECC hat, I guess.
All right, we'll get started with questions. So we're going to start by going right into the Dev Fund. That's, I think, the big topic for us to discuss. This is scheduled to end late next year, so this is now decision-making time on what, if any, to do for a Dev Fund in the future. So by way of a short intro question to us, I'd like to hear whether you think the Zcash community should renew the Dev Fund or replace it with something different. If so, what would you change and why? Well, you go first, Jack.
Obviously, in representing the Zcash Foundation, I have a clear and obvious conflict in that the Zcash Foundation's sole source of funding at the moment is the Dev Fund. With that said, I'd like to think that the results that we've achieved using that funding speak for themselves, and I would hope that the Zcash community agrees and would decide to extend our funding by something like, if not similar to, the Dev Fund. So the short answer is yes.
I'll give my short opinion on it, too. I'm in favor of continuing the Dev Fund. I think it's been a constructive and unique and overall successful thing in the Zcash community. I actually think I like the structure of it as well. So actually the only change that I would prefer to make is to slightly expand the ZCG's slice, just for the reason to honor, I think, them exceeding the expectations of what ZCGs should do. Yeah?
I think we should extend the Dev Fund with some changes. I think one of those changes could be adding some more jurisdictional resilience. I think also we don't necessarily need to allocate Dev Fund slices to these new programs, but I think we should implement programs that onboard more community contributors and make it easy, make the barrier to entry to like contributing to Zcash lower, and allow people to access the block reward directly and earn it. And then lastly, I think we should renew it because I think it's an interesting funding model that should be experimented with. And if you don't like it, you can opt out by selling your Zcash for something like Bennarroch. So let's see how all these funding models play out and which one wins.
There's always Z Classic.
Yeah, Z
Classic is Zcash without the Dev Fund.
Or Ycash.
Ycash,
yeah.
And yeah, Ycash is Zcash with the Dev Fund stretched out over all time. So it does have a Dev Fund, but it's
Well, it has the founder's reward. Yeah.
It has
oh, yeah. Right.
Jason?
I support continuing the Dev Fund. I'd like to see some changes made. I'd like to see it further decentralized to include 1 or 2 more entities. I would support ZCG continuing to receive the largest slice of the Dev Fund. I echo what Andrew says about the importance of it. It proved itself over the past couple of years, and it should continue to bring new entities in to help further decentralize Zcash, so we can get another Kedit and other similar organizations. I would like to see some changes in governance, relatively modest changes. Primarily, I think community governance is very concentrated with the Zcash Foundation, so I'd like to see that reduced a bit and maybe sort of have the community play a bigger role in that process.
I guess at this stage it's 4 and there's 3 remaining, and I'm also in favor, as a recipient of a grant, that has helped us come and contribute to this space. So, yielding.
So a couple disclaimers. One disclaimer, I'm going to speak on behalf of myself and not for ECC, if that's okay. Good? Okay. Second disclaimer, I got off an airplane about an hour ago after about 40 hours of delays and rerouting. So hopefully I can speak coherently, but there's no guarantees. So I actually proposed something different in the forum. I do believe in the dev fund. As Zooko says, I think it's a superpower of the Zcash community to be able to fund ongoing development of the protocol, of the work that we're doing. We've seen the impact in other places, both with kind of development petering out, as well as the kind of capture of subchains where the economics are a little bit different. One of the things that's been amazing with this dev fund over the last 4 years is just this community. This community is like radically changing. So the first kind of Zcons that I went to, amazing also, but a lot of science, a lot of cryptography, a lot of that kind of thing. And the dev fund, I think, opened us up to a much broader group of people willing to contribute and be out there and advocating for the technology and doing things that kind of align with their own skill sets. And so it's been more inclusive, which has been super awesome. The challenge that I have with the dev fund is that it directly goes to the wallets of two organizations, and one disperses out to grants. So I'd like to see a governance change that allows for an independent entity to be able to allocate funds based upon the outcomes that those organizations receive, and not just assume that those organizations are going to receive the money for the whatever period of time.
Like I just said in my talk, I think the dev fund is Zcash's superpower because of sustainability and resilience. Aside from what I just said about resilience being measured by independence and everything being trade-offs, I don't have a lot to add, except I remembered something. I was going to put it in my talk, but I forgot to say it. There's this concept called the direct grant option that's built into the current dev fund. And the idea was, if Zcash Community Grants decides they could allocate a slice of the dev fund to one of their grant recipients instead of paying the grant recipient through them. It hasn't been exercised yet, but I really like it because it shows how like that question after my talk, like how much work or how much, what would that take or how long would it take? It would be much simpler than the changing the consensus rules to cut a dev fund recipient out. If the Zcash Community Grants Committee decided to exercise the direct grant option, I think it would be really straightforward for all of the users to upgrade to the software that added that grant recipient as a new direct recipient. And I think that's really interesting because they would, that grant recipient's funding would then bypass not only ZCG and ZF, but it would also bypass the entire US government with that simple option. So I guess the point is dev funds are more upgradable and mutable than people have chosen to take advantage of so far.
Yeah, the direct grant option, has been discussed a few times, but there's never been a formal application or suggestion that it be used. Yeah, I think the only limiting factor there would be the end of support life cycle of the various node software implementations. And it's also worth probably, that direct grant option was also very much in line with what the original purpose of what was then called major grants, is now called Zcash Community Grants, which was to bootstrap and get some momentum behind the next Zcash Foundation, the next ECC, so that there could be multiple organizations, all capable of operating independently and autonomously, receiving direct funding from the dev fund, and not reliant on a single committee or a single group of people for their funding.
So, I'd suggest maybe don't think about the next dev fund as something that you're going to design and set up. You as the community are going to design and set up, and it's going to be more perfect than the previous one, and then it's going to be like set in stone for 4 years. Maybe think of it as something more mutable.
There's no reason why the dev fund can't be changed on an ongoing basis.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a comment with regard to the direct grant option. So one of the reasons why we haven't pulled the trigger on that is because, like Kedit, for example, is the ideal candidate for a recipient of direct funding. But the problem is at a low value of ZEC, like you have to give away such a huge slice of ZCG's allocation of the dev fund that it would just completely, impact our treasury. And that's before the next halving occurs, so it's...
Or alternatively, you're asking organizations such as Kedit to be long ZEC for a long period of time, and that affects how we can plan for hiring and just function as an engineering group. And this is, I guess lessons learned from the past. When you can and have the ability to plan and attract really good talent, you do it. I think that there's a case for the support part of the features we're building, where this is over a long period of time and can be somewhat adjusted to to what the rate ends up being, where that could be an interesting option.
Are you saying, Daniel, that sorry, Josh, that I'm sorry, Jonathan, that you would prefer the consequence of direct option as opposed to the periodic disbursement from ZCG makes a difference in that regard?
I'm saying I'm reacting to those conversations were extremely pragmatical. They took in consideration the exact rate at which we were talking about, and
the rate, like the price at
the current price of ZEC on the market when those conversations happened, and very pragmatically, you don't want to end up dedicating according to that current rate too much of that fund, but I'm very hopeful that all these efforts are going to bear fruit, and people, as they use more, this actually contributes to grow the ecosystem, and we can find areas of sustainability in a year or two where those options of being long ZEC for a long period of time to fund ongoing support for the features we've built, this makes sense.
So you're saying that you would accept a lower USD equivalent if it meant you had some skin in the game, receiving ZEC directly?
This is, so we've been followers of what's going on in Zcash for a really long time, and I think there's a bit of a discrepancy between what was achieved with this project to where it currently sits, economically, and I'm bullish on what we can achieve once we add more functionality. I can't bet that position with salaries and the core functioning of engineering, but there's certainly a portion where you can dedicate that's tied to what's going on in ZEC.
Yeah.
I have as a next planned question to go a little bit into high concept a bit, and then we'll come back to kind of concrete and specifics and back to decentralization a little bit. For now, the plan for the next question is about the social contract within Zcash. So the context for this is to recall back many, many Zcons ago, at the end of the founder's reward period, had to decide to make a dev fund in the first place after that. And the main countervailing narrative at the time was that the expectation was that after the founder's reward period ended, that thereafter all new issuance of Zcash in every block would only go to miners, and there wouldn't be anything else, issuing except going to miners. And the, question and counter narrative that arose then is that, this is violating a social contract about the network as a whole, or a social contract, from everyone else towards the miners. That was that discussion at the time. Broadly, the question is about, what are the social contracts that are, within Zcash, and this can be an answer that's not necessarily binary. You can have things that, perhaps should be hardest to change or least likely to change, like bedrock principles of our social contract. Other aspects that are more likely to be, parameters to tune, maybe can be changed more easily or through a lighter weight governance process. So the question here is, well, first of all, do you think that the, economic nature of Zcash issuance is part of the social contract, and what other, if any, aspects are part of Zcash's social contract, versus which one, especially in terms of which ones should be encouraged to change versus which ones should be hard or impossible to change at all. Yeah, you go first, Jack.
It's a tricky one because, on the one hand, anybody can just fork Zcash and do whatever they want to do with it, set whatever consensus rules they want. On the other hand, if there is an expectation and people, get involved in Zcash in the expectation that there's going to be a certain set of outcomes in the long term, then just changing the rules, even if it's done in a way that that respects the will of the entirety of the Zcash community, there are always going to be some people, some individuals, implicitly a minority, who oppose such changes. So I think it has to be done. It has to be done carefully. At the same time, I think one of the things that Bitcoin has struggled with is a certain failure to progress, and I think that had Bitcoin been prepared to be more innovative and to change some of its fundamental protocol consensus rules, then it could well be that projects like Ethereum may not, or indeed Zcash may not have been able to gain traction. For me, I think that the supply limit cap of 21 million coins is something that is immutable, or should be immutable. I personally would be very, very disappointed if that cap were ever lifted. I think that that's something that's really important to be very careful with. Whether a certain expected proportion of funds should go to miners, or how the funds how newly issued coins get distributed, I think is a question for what's best for Zcash and how we can best deliver on Zcash's mission. And fundamentally, the mining reward is paying miners to secure the Zcash blockchain. There's clearly broad support for moving away from pure proof of work because of the the environmental impact that it has. So, that's clearly up for debate, up for change. And if that is up for change, then we need to make sure that whatever replaces it is economical in the sense that we're not overpaying for the security that we get, whether it's through proof of stake or a different type of consensus forming mechanism. So for me, it's really the supply cap that I think is I think that would be a significant and groundbreaking change.
For me personally, I'll do mine quickly, but I just want to say that my favorite thing about the Zcash community is that all of the drama, controversies, discussions, we're never having internal debates about whether to weaken the privacy guarantees. I think being strong privacy activist hardliners is the #1 bedrock principle of Zcash, and I'm delighted that that's continues unchanged. I do think that the 21 million issuance limit is the only other, bedrock principle, and besides that, I think our mission to, remain and improve decentralization is the strongest principle. And I think beyond that, everything else is subject to change, and also that miners are working to serve the protocol and not the other way around. Ian?
So I think when you kind of like opt into Zcash, there's this narrative right now that you're buying it and then potentially not relying, but there's this like subliminal reliance on ECC and ZF to like forward the protocol and build things and make things happen, ZCG included, sorry. I think that social contract is really interesting because I feel like that might be one of the reasons that people in the community necessarily sometimes don't feel like they have a voice. It's because they don't feel like even if they raise issues or are able to ask like really hard questions that they're going to be effectively listened to. So I'm curious in the way that we can like engage with the community and create different signaling mechanisms. And I'm not saying the ones that we have right now are bad. Like I think ZCAP's very good. I participate in ZCAP. I take it seriously. I imagine others do as well. But can we create more models like that to kind of signal more social consensus around the things we're doing? I think by the decentralization aspect that you guys talked about, like the 21 million supply cap, we have to figure out a way to like essentially pay for that. Like how do we drive a fee market within Zcash that is able to like sustain a network long term and not have to remove that cap and introduce something like tail emissions? So I think by this decentralization thing that we're talking about right now, we'll be able to like create new social contracts that can ensure that we're like building more products, advancing the protocol in a way, adding more functionality that can sustain the things that you guys just mentioned. So I guess, yeah, not different, but more community signaling mechanisms, easier path to contribution, and having a more decentralized community so people can find their own pockets within that.
I think the things we don't compromise on are commitment to decentralization, the 21 million supply cap that's immutable, as Jack said, and the commitment to privacy, the best privacy-preserving technology. I thought somebody might be alluding to possibly increasing the dev fund to exceed the 20%. I don't know if Jack was alluding to that, but it's not something that I think it should stay at 20%, but I think people should sort of explore the possibility of doing that if they think that there's if they support that. Josh, you mentioned, somebody should do a study to figure out exactly how much it costs to secure the network. And I think for those who support that, that seems like a logical next step.
So I'm going to actually double click on those security pieces and the technology itself. I think people are assuming that the engineers are doing their best to bring the best privacy, as you said, and make sure not to rush things out and have strong assurances that all those issuance of tokens that happen, privately, and all the sophisticated systems that are in place to give you this privacy continue to work and don't break. This is underlying everything. If there was a breach of trust between the community and the outcome of the engineering work, then we wouldn't even be talking about any of this. It's just a tremendous success that this very complex system is actually running and upgrading and moving from one set of primitives to another. And so I think people trust these groups to do a really good work there. And I see the support of Zcash in the other hat in zkproof.org standardization. There's actually work to show how it's done in Zcash to benefit other users of zero knowledge in general. This is something that I think is expected and continuously delivered.
I'm having a hard time with it just because there's like, I'm trying to think of all these different examples. And you talk about privacy, right? And like, we know privacy is not perfect anywhere. We know Zcash is not perfect with privacy. We have network level security or network level privacy issues today. You know, maybe that gets fixed, but it's a continuum. Like we're never going to get to the perfect privacy. So to say like advocating for privacy is a norm and it's a thing that we're pushing for and it's part of this thing in terms of this goal for economic freedom for everybody because we know it's a necessary thing. Is like how does that relate to social consensus? I don't know, the 21 million, like I believe that too. I believe it's sacrosanct, you should change it. But who gets to say? I mean, we've said decentralization, and maybe decentralization is the common thing as it relates to social consensus, that we're pushing for greater decentralization. But ultimately, it's up to, if that's true, it's ultimately up to the community to determine, like, what are the norms? So, and maybe there's a distinction between, like, social consensus, which I think is kind of a, I don't know, like, maybe there's norms, and those are the norms that we kind of all kind of move towards, and some people have stronger feelings, and some people have less stronger feelings, but we've kind of got a common thing that we're going towards. But for me, this hard question, it's a hard question. It's not binary of what these things are or are not. Maybe other than, you know, the decentralization.
I mean, if it helps the framing, maybe you could interpret the question as what's your view of, not just your personal view of what you want for Zcash, but what's your perception of what the community as a whole considers the most strongly held principles? Maybe that doesn't help.
Yeah, and I kept saying social consensus, social contract. It's, you know, we talk about privacy, and I think a lot of us, or most of us, or all of us, are big advocates for that. But again, like, some people will take that to the extreme and like want to cover everything up and they want to completely hide, and some of it's personal and some of it's because they have to, because they've got a threat model that requires it, and that's why they believe in this thing, and they don't believe that it's like doing all the stuff they needed to do today, but they're guarding against or they're hedging against a more dystopian future, and so they want to kind of participate. So that like is an anchoring point. You know, the 21 million in terms of this kind of libertarian ideal of how money should work. Does everybody in the room believe that the 21 million is sacrosanct? I don't know. Does it concede?
Is that a request for a call for hands? Raise your hand if you think that the 21 million limit in Zcash is important.
Yeah, so a lot of hands, but not every hand.
See 50-50.
Right?
I felt like half.
Raise your hand if you think it's not important.
Thank you.
1, 2.
Huh.
I think that person raised their hand twice.
Yeah.
So, but the point is like
a Sybil attack.
They don't believe in supply caps.
And we have a like a subset of the broader community. So I mean, it would be great. I don't know if we have it documented anywhere. It'd be great if we had just even like a manifesto of the norms within the community, of the things that we as a community kind of ascribe to and generally believe, without it being necessarily a complete kind of social contract per se. But anyway, that's why I'm struggling with that one.
Over it. Zooko.
When other people say privacy, I generally translate in my mind to users' consent, because a lot of users like to share with specific things with specific people, and I guess that's not privacy because it's sharing, which is the opposite of privacy, but to me it's the same thing. 'Cause, like, the users getting control over their own sharing or not sharing is important, and that's a real bedrock principle for me. Like, I personally would strongly object to making any of that sharing or not sharing subject to like any third party's decision. If it's not the actual individual users involved, then I'm not for it, who get to control that. I think the 21 million cap is really important in the sense of, like Andrew asked about the social contract, and I guess the way I translate that in my mind is, how likely do I think that the price of ZEC would fall if that were changed? That's how I translate the social contract. So I think if the limit on the total number of Zcash ever was raised from 21 million to 21.5 million, I think the price of Zcash would fall a lot. So therefore, I'm against it. But I think Bitcoin is probably demonstrating that the 21 million cap is unsustainable without some other method of recycling or inputting more value into the coin. Well, I guess we'll find out in another 10 years, but as far as it seems to me, maybe other people know better than I, but I don't think Bitcoin is sustainable because of that. And even though it has transaction fees, I still don't think it's sustainable. And the only two sources of funding that could sustain the network while respecting the 21 million Zcash cap are transaction fees and storage fees.
Can I ask a question about the consent piece?
Yeah.
I'm wondering if it's in the social contract, and I'm giving like a hypothetical. In the user interface, the user sees that they have a request from law enforcement to share information. It's fully in their hands if they decide to share or not share. But as a protocol, we allowed a situation to happen where it's now known that the user was informed if they're going to be breaking the law or not, but still they keep the, the control of I'm allowed to share or not to share. They can't force me to reveal myself. Is that still within the social contract of current Zcash privacy?
In my opinion?
In your opinion.
That's a really good question. I'm really glad you brought that up, and you alluded to it in your talk this morning about the ecosystem, to the same kind of question about like law enforcement access. So I think my opinion, I have a technical thought and then I have an opinion. My opinion is that consent is super important to me. It's kind of like one of the most important concepts in my personal morality, but it's often complicated, right? It's often complicated. And in your example you're giving is complicated to me. Like I can't tell. Like I can imagine situations in which that violates my sense of morality and I'm very strongly against it. But the way you described it, it would not, because the user would be informed and would be electing freely to share their information with their country's law enforcement for their reasons. And so that is perfectly fine with my morality. But my
the delta is that as protocol builders, we allowed the information that law enforcement is seeking this consent, and we are participant in the fact that now that person, before they didn't know anything, and now this person is presented with, do you want to break the law or not? That's a fully, it's a deviation from what's going on today in Zcash. Is this still in the realm of, in your opinion?
Yeah, so in my opinion, I might or might not hate that depending on some more context about the people. The thing about consent is that you are able to consent to the degree to which you have a good alternative, right? If someone is in distress or, their next best alternative is terrible, then I don't really think it's fair to say, oh, they signed on the dotted line that they were going to, become enslaved to me and it was consensual. Well, it wasn't really consensual if their alternative was even worse, right? So it really depends. But my technical thought is, I think the thing you're describing is mostly, you may know better than I, but I think it's mostly has nothing to do with the blockchain or the protocol. I think whether the user is informed and what their alternatives are and how consensual it is probably mostly determined by the apps and the user interfaces and their social setting and who's like pressuring them or supporting them in other ways.
But not to rabbit hole too much on this topic, but so when I got an airplane to come to Barcelona, and I was dead tired, right? I mean, it took me 30-some hours to get to Chicago from Denver. They had all the people lined up, and I'm right at the front of the line, and they say, we don't need your boarding pass, we just need your facial scan.
Oh.
And so when I do the facial scan, yes, I have the option to opt out. I think somebody posted that on the internet. I didn't want to try it because I was so flippin' tired, and I've got a mountain of people behind me that are so flippin' tired. I just wanted the easy choice to opt out? And are we making it easy for people to opt out? And the harder choice is to consent to reveal. Because we have all of these kind of circumstances that, so what did I do? I got my face scanned. Didn't smile in the camera, but I got my face scanned because I was tired.
Anyone else want to react on this? This is a really thought-provoking question on the nature of consent.
Well, actually, there's kind of a converse thing, which I realized nobody mentioned and which I forgot about, which is ensuring that Zcash remains permissionless. I don't think you should ever need to get permission from somebody to be able to own, send, receive Zcash, or to run a Zcash node. I think that's really, really important. Making sure that Zcash is permissionless is what ensures that it's censorship resistant. And I think that feeds through into the underlying values of Zcash.
I would just add one more thing. Like, I think this idea of like different user interfaces that tell the user what action they're about to take, or that type of thought. Like in the Bitcoin privacy space, you have like two main wallets that do coin joins, like a Bitcoin privacy technique, and one's integrated with like a chain analytics company, and the other is like completely on the other side of the aisle, like kind of like total anarchy. And you kind of see with these two different models and these two different applications which ones users prefer and where the users kind of direct to, right? So like if you want to build these things that tell the user like X, you're going to break the law. Well, there's another app that doesn't do that. Which ones do the users prefer? So like as long as the protocol remains permissionless, just let application developers do whatever they want, and the users will pick the apps they like the best. And that's a good way to kind of figure out what people think socially.
It might be an additional thing that is kind of a social contract, is that everybody assumes that in this community, people are using these facilities to not to perform crime, and there's a majority of use that is in that direction, and that the choices are taken having that as the back thought, and you could have other communities and other places where it's explicit that we explicitly don't care what you do, and even if you're bringing, crime to the story, that's explicitly fine. So I don't know if that's controversial or not, but it seems to be the case that the community has a kind of center of assuming that the other people around are not here to use this, in a like a strongly what most people would say is strongly criminal.
That's a really fascinating point. I've been thinking a little bit about this since Ian's talk a little bit earlier. We've had these comments and narrative in the Zcash community about, a blockchain is open. You don't check someone's intent, what they're planning to do with it, whether it's crime or not, when they, post a message on a bulletin board. The protocol can't look into the minds of people who are using it. But at like a community and social level, that's almost saying, we can have a social contract that is applicable to users of a network that, says you'll promote, pro-social, healthy uses that benefit, everyone, network as a whole, at least are, not themselves immoral. That could be something that is expressed as a social contract that applies to users, even if it cannot be enforced technically at a protocol level.
The string would be as a cryptocurrency that, like the same as OpenAI, as you could have end up being too politically correct with your interfaces, but yeah, you could have some indication that it is the wish of the community itself that these tools are used for good.
Can I ask a related question related to social contract? So, is it a break of a social contract, again, whatever that means, that we support, there's broad support for transparent addresses, and where most, I'm going to take that back, where there are a lot of users who don't know that they're not getting privacy by downloading transparent Zec into their wallet. So if we go out, related to consent, but if we go out and we communicate, we educate that Zcash is this, and Zcash is all about privacy, and privacy is normal, and all that kind of stuff. And I go download Atomic Wallet, and I go to Coinbase, and I KYC into Coinbase, and I buy my Zec, and I download my Atomic Wallet. Am I getting privacy? Some,
what
but
if,
am I
what if you
actually
withdraw it to
consenting?
your wallet and you withdraw it to a transparent address and you don't know it's a transparent address versus a shielded address?
And I've had this, this happens all the time. You talk to users, this happens all the time. So I had one who was a Silicon Valley investor. Another person in the community wanted me to talk to this guy because he's a big Zcasher and he had bought all this Zcash and he's a huge fan. And he's talking to me on how much he loves the privacy and how important that is. And I asked him what wallet he was using. And it was Atomic Wallet. And he said, and I was like, do you know that this stuff is not shielded? Because he's talking about how cool shielded stuff. He had no idea. He's a Zec user. He got a wallet that he thought was cool where the interface worked. But because of all of the communication that we have out to the community, he believed that he was getting completely shielded Zec. So is that a break in a social contract?
That is a break, yeah. I would say so. Sorry.
All right, we'll move on to another question. I'll call on you in reverse order so you know not to take a break from thinking fast. This is back to the dev fund. This is with a retroactive kind of retrospective look. So the question is, what do you think are the lessons that we've learned in practice from observing what's actually played out with the dev fund over the past 2.5 years it's been around? And you can connect that to the implications for what we should do for following dev funds, but it's the retrospective viewpoint. Zooko.
Retrospective. So the price of Zcash has gone down. And that's really painful when you're on the receiving end of the dev fund. The dev fund is connected to the price of Zec, right? It's denominated in the price of Zec. You could imagine some kind of alternative with a stable coin or something where your blockchain is paying someone in a fixed number of dollars or something. And so it's really painful when you're getting paid in Zec, and that's your only source of funding, and the price of Zec goes down. But from the perspective of the community and the dev fund structure, I think that's really good. I think everyone who's getting paid dev fund should live in fear of the price going down, and they should suffer just like the Zec holders suffer when the price goes down. So that's my main retrospective at the moment. My other thought is that ZCG's been doing a really great job the last year or so.
Josh?
Yeah. So I love all the grants, and as I mentioned before, I think it's done a kind of remarkable job of bringing in new participants. I think the incentives are all jacked. And so it's my non-ECC hat. And in mea culpa, I don't think ECC's delivered. I don't think we delivered on what we said we were going to deliver on. Kills me. It's reflected in the price of the coin. It's reflected in engineering delays. It's reflected in that we don't have some software out there that we said we were going to deliver. But we have this year or 4 years of funding that we get to go kind of play with. There's a mix of things like that ECC does, right? ECC has a really important support function within the community in supporting Zcash-D, the stuff that we do with the core cryptography. All of that stuff needs to kind of continue. And then we have speculative things that we play with. And some of the mea culpa, we spread ourselves too thin. Coin price went up, we thought we had money, we could go try these different things. We had a lot of not only pressure, but interest to be able to promote Zcash around the world and do all the stuff that we wanted to be able to do. And the reality is that the volatility within the market, that those rugs get pulled. And then what happens, you have all of this kind of sunk cost, where you've built up a campaign, or you've built up relationships in a certain place, and the money goes away, and you can no longer do it, and you lose all of that. You lose the money, you lose the momentum. In ECC's case, what is the means of accountability? We say we can fork the coin. Well, that's really hard. It's really hard to yes, you can go fork the code, but to fork the community, to fork all the kind of interactions with all of the exchanges and the wallets, really hard, maybe impossible. And to get anything done as it relates to, and I've been recently a Vogel vocal against the trademark agreement, there's this, there's this thing in place where the two of the three primary recipients, and actually where all the money goes through, are owners of, or the foundation's the owner of it, of the trademark, and the ECC has certain rights. So that structure seems like, to Zooko, like I walked in at the end of your thing, so I didn't get to hear your whole thing. But this idea that that we can simply kind of add like new people into that ecosystem or make those changes, I think that's it sounds nice. And so that's why I think kind of moving forward, yes, it was like right for the last 4 years. It made sense, having kind of lived through that whole kind of thing with the community. There's this fundamental question of should there be a dev fund? And that, I think, big question was answered. But moving forward, I think we need a different structure that drives for accountability and drives for change and allows for more participation with more people without guaranteeing, and I know there's some challenges of not having guaranteed money for...
No, I connect to what you're saying.
But without guaranteeing too far, like no matter what, you're going to get this money, no matter what you do. If you don't deliver, if you deliver, great. And let's change the structure to drive better outcomes, because I think we're at that place now where we need to make that evolution in our governance and our funding.
We happen to be in a grant that most, or at least half, is milestone-based. The first grant was more than half is milestone-based, and the second one is about half. And this is really maybe a call for other groups that are considering should they, knock on the door of the Zcash community and see if they can contribute. This community has done with outside contributors what they haven't done with themselves. They put aside guaranteed dollar, money to make sure that the outside companies can continuously work, and if they get to the milestone, they get the amounts that were discussed, and it's denominated actually in dollars. So you have that mix of it's not all upfront, and you don't just get money trickling in. You need to deliver what you sign on, but you do have this going for you, that those are guaranteed rates, because at the moment where the grant is approved, there's guarantees that you will have the money if you deliver. So this is very important for groups considering joining. This is it might, I don't know if it will continue to be the case in the future, but it's something that the community has done with outsiders that it hasn't done with themselves.
And your grant's, sorry, but your grant is like really big, right? We have
very large.
And so your big grant allows you some additional runway, it allows you to do the planning, allows you to...
The way that it's built is we know that we can go to developers and tell them, listen, we have the horizon, you can come here and there's competition in this space, right? So it allows that, but then a big part of it is upon delivery of the actual milestones. If they take longer, then that money takes longer. But the important piece here is that you know that you're basically, at the moment of grant, you're promised a dollar denominated if you deliver.
Yeah, Jason?
I have a potentially spicy take.
Great, it's about time.
I think that the biggest lesson learned is that managing a treasury that is denominated in a volatile asset is close to impossible. And I think none of the orgs did a good job hedging their portfolios. And for that reason, I think each of the orgs would benefit from having some sort of treasury or finance function in the future to, better hedge their positions.
In that sense, the fact that there was a grant number one that was high, but with a high rate, is kind of lucky for ZSA. We secured that at the point where the ZEC was much higher. It's
Yeah.
kind of random, but...
well, you're holding the ZEC, so yeah, you have... the other thing I want to say is, yeah, the Ethereum Foundation sold the top in 2017 and 2021, and I wish we would have done the same. And ZCG as well. I mean, we hedged a small amount when ZEC was at 100. We should have done much more, and we'd be in a much better position than we are now.
I think a big lesson we can look at, and again, context is important. I've not been here in the community as long as other people. But from what I've seen in the last couple of years, is I think we sometimes discount how even small contributions can move the needle in a very, very powerful way. For example, there's a weekly newsletter that goes out all related to Zcash and kind of aligned ecosystems. It costs 0.5 ZEC, so 2 ZEC a month to have 4 newsletters go out, and it's consistent, it is not stopped, and it's just past a milestone of 50 editions. It's run by a community member who I have no idea what their name is, I don't know where they live, but it's just some random person that makes a newsletter. Why was that the first potential implementation of a community member taking on that function away from ECC, ZF, and ZCG, an individual person? So we can look at these little things that are starting to pop up in the Discords and all the community ambassador programs that have some really positive inertia and be let's invest more in that and let's scale that, versus trying to trust more professional looking organizations at times. I don't think we need to do that for everything. I'm not saying make the entire system complete anarchy. But what is one kind of what is taking up my day, and what could I offload right now as an employee at ECCZF or a major grant recipient? What could a community take on? Could a community member take this on, and how can we fund them and make sure that they're incentivized to continue contributing? I think that's a big lesson, because we're starting to see little models of that appear, and they're really effective and they're really cool, and people are being able to access the block reward directly. So I think that's a big lesson.
Are you suggesting one of two things? One could be that you were saying to watch what happens in the community, what the community shows it can be good at, and then amplify that through funding? Or are you saying to actively try to carve out tasks that one of the existing orgs does and try to get a community member to do it?
Yeah, I think there's both models, right? I don't think everything should be paid for up front. I think there needs to be some form of volunteer work in the community. You need to prove that what you're working on is valuable and have enough momentum behind it to justify allocating some portion of the block reward. So that side is really interesting. What are we seeing in the community? What's super effective? What's gaining energy? And can we potentially interest those parties in receiving a grant? The other side of it is internally at ECC and ZF, what are the things that you guys could offload right now that you hate doing? And it's could we create a bounty program to take on these tasks? And I think there's a third point here, that if you kind of do this more and more and get the hands of newly issued Zcash into the hands of many people as possible, there's this weird incentive model that potentially they would be oh, I want to go and fund things on Free to Z. I am much more likely to donate and fund things with my Zcash versus the ETH I buy on Coinbase or something. Because I view it as money I've earned, and I don't really view it as an investment per se, because I've only earned Zcash. So I go into these Free to Z things, and I might fund an anonymous contributor who wants to contribute, who can't go through the dev fund right now because of KYC. So more issued coins through those things, and then more distributed issuance, and then you could potentially have even a non-KYC element come into play.
Okay. Jack, on the retrospective?
I think that ZIP1014 should have been a lot more stringent in terms of setting the requirements on the dev fund recipients, and should have had specific, independent, proactive measures in place to ensure that they were complied with. I think a lot of people talk about governance, and in my experience, very few of them have actually read the relevant documents. So I'd encourage everybody here to read ZIP1014, particularly the transparency and accountability requirements, and really read them, and look at them very carefully, and think whether the organizations that have received the funding have fulfilled those requirements. There's an element of trust when you give somebody money. You're trusting, number one, in their competence, that they're going to be able to do the job that they claim they're going to be able to do for that money. And number two, that they're not going to simply steal it and run away or divert it into their own pocket without giving back the full value. And I think that we should be far more, whilst it's right to trust, I think we should be far more careful about verifying that the organizations and the entities and the people that control the funds that are distributed as part of ZIP-1014 and any future dev fund are doing what they are supposed to be doing and are complying with the requirements that come attached with that funding. It's very easy for people to just take the money and go, oh, thanks, I'm going to take the money. Yeah, I promise I'll do all this. And then they don't do it. So we need to have that accountability. And we need to have clear, independent, and proactive, not just waiting for somebody to notice, but proactive evaluation, probably on a 6-monthly or a yearly basis, to check whether they are fulfilling their obligations, and a very, very clear definition of what should happen if they're not.
What do you think the reason is that the orgs don't fulfill their obligations underneath, all the obligations underneath the transparency and accountability section? Are they too burdensome? Is it something else?
I can't speak to it. I think that sometimes they're embarrassing.
Okay.
Or sometimes people think that because they're in that position, they can, for example, they've been elected onto ZCG, they can, they get to ignore then what ZIP-1014 says.
Well, I look at the ZF bylaws and it doesn't look like ZCG is responsible for any sort of accountability or transparency requirements. I was talking about something different, but.
Any other concrete example or want to elaborate, or that's clear enough?
No, just think, the community should ensure that they're well informed about what Zcash governance actually is. Because the community can come together and it can reach consensus around a future dev fund. It can decide that these are going to be the organizations that receive it, or these are going to be the structures, and these are going to be the requirements imposed upon those. But if you don't follow up afterwards, if you don't check to make sure that those requirements, those strictures are being adhered to, then there's no point in really doing it, in really coming up with those requirements in the first place.
Do you think it would be beneficial to have some sort of transparency and accountability board that had some sort of hard power to take action when
they could perhaps have a 6-month slashing power to hold.
Yeah, but an independent board, right? Yeah. So is that something you would support?
I think there's a risk in putting too much power in the place of a small group of people. Mm-hmm. And I think, that such groups of people can be subject to capture. And I think we've seen that, a few times in the crypto ecosystem. But I think there definitely needs to be some mechanism, an independent mechanism, not subject to being elected or being appointed or being voted on by the recipients of the dev fund, but actually, something like, an audit firm or a law firm to go, right, tick box, have you published this information that you're supposed to be publishing? Are you revealing all the information that you're supposed to be revealing? And maybe checking, why is there a black hole in your accounts where money isn't fully accounted for?
So it seems like you're making some accusations, but you're not being explicit about what those are. So can you give the...
I'm suggesting that the community pays attention to what they voted for last time round and evaluates whether the organizations who have been receiving those funds have fulfilled their obligations.
So, look, and I would propose it's even broader, the obligations that we make to the community in terms of what we commit that we're going to give, which is in line with the proposal I put out on the forum, which is that there's an independent entity that's able to sign off on payments to those organizations based upon their compliance with the obligations that they made or the promises they made to the community.
Well, the problem you have then is instead of decentralizing power amongst multiple organizations, you're centralizing power into a single entity.
Not if you use the ZIP process as governance, right? Because if you have a single entity with multiple participants, which may include dev fund participants. It's just a broader group. So it may include that law firm that you want to include. So maybe it's ECC and ZF and the law firm, or maybe it's some other makeup, but you also have a zip process that allows for a change. That if there's some capture or something like that, there's only so many dev funds that can accrue into that account that allows for payment distribution out to those different entities. But through the zip process, the community can come and say, no, this group is captured, they're acting badly, they're not actually working the best interest of the community, so we're going to change the makeup of that group.
Is that a theoretical thing? Because or should I grab my popcorn and there's going to be some action now?
React however you like.
If there was such a group in place, would that have been actioned any time in the past few years?
I don't know. I think if there is proactive review of such requirements, then they're far more likely to be adhered to.
Agreed. This may be a smooth transition, and I'll give you this next question, but this is broadly, how should we further decentralize Zcash overall to reduce its reliance on just these two orgs, ECC and Zcash Foundation?
The obvious answer is to add more organizations that are instrumental in helping Zcash grow and thrive. That's the really simple answer. There is this. Obviously, as exec director of the Zcash Foundation, I believe that I'm doing a good job. If I didn't feel I was doing a good job or wasn't capable of doing a good job, then I would quit. Or if I wasn't doing a good job, but still had the belief that I was doing a good job, then the board, led by Andrew, would fire me. So therefore, I think that with more money, the Zcash Foundation can do a better job. But for the good of Zcash, it's really, really important that we have more than just the Zcash Foundation and ECC leading the future of Zcash. So I think that we do need more organizations. The purpose of the Major Grants, Zcash Community Grants program was to help bring those organizations along and to kind of foster the future of more organizations that would sit alongside ECC and ZF, and hopefully we're gonna get to the point where that really starts happening. But yeah, certainly I think we need more organizations, and also it's been mentioned before, geographical decentralization I think as well is important. That's why, as was mentioned earlier, we've set up that entity in the Cayman Islands.
Can I ask one follow-up question? Does that extend to the trademark agreement, or if not, do you create separate classes of dev fund recipients?
I think that's a separate discussion. I think funding and there's governance of funding, and there's governance of the protocol. And the trademark has two roles. The first role is that it allows us to protect both the Zcash community and the general public from scammers. I gave a few examples earlier. The second role that it plays is that by dint of the trademark agreement, both ECC and ZF must agree regarding any consensus upgrade to the Zcash blockchain. That's very powerful because two of two is an incredibly powerful requirement. N of n in any situation, it requires that there's clear consensus between those n participants. If you start putting it into a situation where there's just a simple majority, then that becomes a very, very political scenario.
But isn't it more decentralized?
Well, it depends on whether you're willing to go with the tyranny of the majority.
And if N is favoring safety over liveness, it would mean that N's very large and may be very difficult to pull off any fork at all.
And I think I think we shouldn't underestimate the risk of creating structures that incentivize very, very, and adversely, perversely, political behavior. You know, horse trading, making introductions to people who provide funding for things or whatnot. You know, there's the ability to control the direction of funds is quite powerful. Even if you can't direct them to yourself, the ability to direct them towards people or towards organizations, you know, is it's a power, and as we know, power corrupts.
Maybe a comment about the small contributions. I think now we're at a time where an individual or just like a tiny group can provide a lot of contribution. There's an acceleration in how fast you can code that happened in the past 6 months. So we should also have higher expectation when we consider who's going to participate and how we fund, higher expectation of outcome.
You're saying because every engineer has access to ChatGPT?
All of ChatGPT, Claude and Bard and all of these actually can impact how efficient just a tiny group of people can be. So detecting those 10x engineers that now become 100x and just pleading them to stop toying around with AI and helping out in this ecosystem can really boost progress. And I think the first blockchain ecosystems that will be really pushing towards that and saying, you have a home here to deploy your superpowers acquired in 2023, that's attractive to people that want to show the new acquired skill.
And just one thing I would say about the point you were making, Ian, about this community member who's emerged to create this newsletter. I think that's absolutely fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's absolutely great. I want to see more of it. I want to see more individuals and community members and small organizations who can later grow to become bigger organizations taking up that sort of mantle and doing things, because that's what true decentralization is.
Yeah, nothing's more decentralized than grassroots unsolicited contributions from 100%. An unknown. Yeah. Starting to nod vigorously. So.
But as it relates to the protocol, that's decentralization of community. It's not decentralization of the protocol. Protocols, right now, it's a 2f2 multisig. To your point, Dodger, it's 2 powers. It's very powerful. As I've said, it's the ring of power. It's the thing that we had to cast out to the fire because you and Zooko get to decide what the community
now
thinks should be in
you
there.
weren't here earlier, so you didn't realize that I'm in the mood today where I'm not willing to let people mislead the Zcash community. It's not up to me. It's up to the board of the Zcash Foundation, and that board is majority elected by the Zcash Community Advisory Panel, i.e. the Zcash community. So this isn't a situation where I personally get to decide things. Anything that relates to enforcing the aspects of the trademark agreement or consensus mechanisms or those sorts of things, they go to the board. And anybody in the Zcash community can stand for election to that board. And in fact, there will be 2 seats open for election later this year. If you want to, Josh, you can join the Zcash Foundation board.
So, but it is true that the Zcash...
But let me just reiterate. It's not true to say that it's me.
Okay, so who signs off on it?
As the chief executive
you sign off
of that organization, I sign off on it.
Who drives the conversation?
At the direction of the board.
So, okay, so
and
understandably...
during the run-up to NU5, we had a meeting and we decided whether or not we wanted to sign off on it, and we decided to sign off on it.
Fair enough. I readily admit I don't understand the governance of the Zcash Foundation and how much the board influences those decisions.
We're paying very close attention on matters like that.
What's that?
We pay very close attention on anything.
So you pay close attention. So like, who made the decision that NU5 was okay?
We all discussed it.
The board.
Yeah.
The board, okay. So the board at the Zcash Foundation, a US-based legal entity, makes the decision that it's going to sign off on a network upgrade. And Zooko, on behalf of ECC, makes...
Technically, it's also the board of Bootstrap that has the ability to
But it's an
determine
advisory.
such things.
The Bootstrap board is an advisory board, correct? Right? So they
Well,
could fire you, or they could...
Right.
I
It's
guess.
the same structure with probably more or less all boards.
Okay, so...
But go on. Your
The
point
board here
was
and the board
Zcash
here makes a
Foundation
decision,
and
signs-
Bootstrap
signs-
are
If your
two
point is
entities.
that it's up to ECC and the Zcash Foundation what constitutes the Zcash protocol, yes, you are correct.
Okay.
I'm just pointing out that.
You just want your name off of it, and you want to
Well,
say
no,
it's legal.
I just want to be clear that you're personifying it in
Yeah.
a way that's not appropriate.
The point is, it's not the community.
The community has input into the makeup of the Zcash Foundation board.
But some board members have been appointed and not elected, right?
They've been appointed for either continuity purposes or because we believed that their skill set was essential. And I think that decision was borne out by what's happened recently.
But going back
the majority of the board is appointed with the input of the Zcash Community Advisory Panel. And it doesn't matter how many times you keep banging on about that, that's still the truth, and it's a fact.
So the Zcash Advisory Panel is an entity, a collection of people that the Zcash Foundation manages.
That's
right?
correct.
You set the policy for it, whatever, it's non-binding. For ZIP 1014, it was a combination of the advisory panel and forum polls, because that's what you decided you wanted to do, or Josh did, or Josh and the board did, or whatever. But to Jason's point, it's like, how do you more decentralize the decision-making of what goes into the protocol? What is the
One thing I would, again, one point I would make, you just said that the Zcap is managed by the Zcash Foundation. And you raised this point maybe about a year ago, I guess. And at the time, we offered to share stewardship of Zcap with ECC.
Yeah, and we declined.
And you guys turned us down.
But
so
why?
I want to be clear that our goal as an organization is to make sure that we take into account the views of the Zcash community. Now, we would be abdicating our responsibility as the people that they have, advisorily elected or who are employed to do specific jobs if we didn't exercise our good judgment.
So we didn't join because it's centralization. We didn't join because you created it, you managed the questions, all that kind of stuff. And you said, yeah, maybe we can open this up and we can have, but it's further centralization as ECC and ZF making all the decisions in choosing the people and how they're chosen and how they're polled and all this kind of stuff, not necessarily reflecting a broader ecosystem.
But there's an easy solution to this, right? You create a board or a committee or a council, and it has ECC, ZF, it has elected members from the community, it has major stakeholders, and they collectively decide.
That's very consistent with the suggestion to invite more participation on the organization of Zcap. I mean, that's a path towards a gradual improvement.
So would you guys commit to doing that?
We're not going to commit to anything without that's
not right now.
Would you commit
that's
to
launched off
having
the cuff on a stage.
But the point is,
what we
you're
have
controlling
committed
it.
to.
You're controlling
what
it.
we have committed to is respecting the will of the Zcash community, and we're the only organization that receives a dev fund that actually does so. That actually goes out and actively solicits the feedback of the Zcash community. And I think it's disappointing that people are trying to use that fact to try and call into question our motivation.
Yeah, so truth-telling, that's also not true. ECC does that as well. It's just more, it's not through a formal Zcap. So give us that credit, right? But it's still a concentrated power of determining what questions to ask, what things to put in front of the community. Why not make it more like the Ethereum community?
That I can remember, anytime somebody has asked us to put a question in front of Zcap, we have done so. And the only time that I can recall that happening is when Jason proposed an amendment to ZIP 1014.
Because we don't get involved with the Zcap. It's not that ECC has agreed with
You can't complain that you're not involved with Zcap because you're not involved with Zcap.
We've never
if you want to be
complained.
involved with Zcap, you can be involved. We are happy to share stewardship of ECC.
We have not
we
once
laid out
complained.
a very, very clear protocol for that to happen.
We have not once complained that we're not involved
if
with
you
Zcap.
if you want to get involved, you're more than welcome. The invitation is open. It still stands.
Let's talk about what Zcap is. Zcap is it was created to be the advisor of the Zcash Foundation, right? Would you agree with that? It advises the.
I wasn't there when it was created. I'd say
Andrew?
that the way it's used now is we use it as a means of assessing the will of the Zcash community and getting advisory input.
Sure. So
now you know, again, I'd be careful about characterizing it in a way that it isn't actually.
I want to give my characterization of it, which is that I don't think there's a mechanism by which the board of the Zcash Foundation can like abdicate our decision-making a power to something informal, like loosely organized and somewhat anonymous, the way that Zcap works. So that is, I think, kind of a thing out of its nature. I consider Zcap to be extremely influential to the point of soft binding, if I'm making up like a term. I think that if there were a clear viewpoint expressed through the Zcap and the Zcash Foundation, rejected that, we would have to make the description, decision-making explanation in public. I don't think our legitimacy, would survive that. So I consider it not formally binding, but about as strong, especially when it gives like, when it's like 51, 49%, then it's tough to interpret the tea leaves. But when it demonstrates clear community consensus, I think it's extremely influential.
And that's sort of my point. Like, and this is what I was saying about the Zcash Foundation, governance being concentrated with the Zcash Foundation, right? Like, it makes sense for the advisory panel to advise the Zcash Foundation on what their strategic priorities should be, like ZSAs and programmability. I don't know that the Zcash Foundation's advisory panel should be determining ZCG elections and what the dev fund's going to be and protocol changes. I think that should go to the community. Like, that should be
distinct.
So you say go to the community.
Well, yeah.
Let's set aside the constant sniping at Zcap, and let's focus on what do we use as an alternative.
I'm not saying that you can't use Zcap. What I'm saying is that Zcap has become incredibly important to Zcash governance, and that's a credit to both of you. Andrew, you created it. Jack, you expanded it. But it's outgrown the Zcash Foundation, and I think that it needs to move to a more decentralized model.
Absolutely open to hearing ideas for that. You've seen us seeking to expand it, seeking to make it easier for removing these strict requirements about who can join and who can not join. You've seen us offering to share stewardship of it. Absolutely open to hearing that. This idea that Zcap is only for the foundation, I think is not appropriate. I think it is very imperfect, but right now the most reliable way of assessing the consensus of the Zcash community. Like democracy, it's the worst possible solution apart from all the others.
Yeah, I want to use this time to say coin holders matter, and we definitely need like some sort of coin holder voting mechanism. The fact that we don't have one, I think that's long overdue.
So I seem to recall a year ago asking whether ECC and or Bootstrap was going to incorporate coin holder voting as an advisory input to their decision-making and board makeup. Any progress on that?
We do only have 2 minutes left, so.
We've not made any progress on coin holder voting in last year.
So I think it's all about priorities. We believe that right now Zcap is good enough. And I hear that people don't like the fact that it's not perfect or that it doesn't incorporate whatever mechanisms, but at the end of the day, it's what we have right now. And I think if, for example, the community believes that it's really, really important to supplement Zcap with other means of consensus assessment, then it's for the community to do that. If the community comes up with good ideas and we can act on those ideas, then we may well do so.
we're going to have to go to last thoughts, but I'd love it to hear any further suggestions on decentralization, including decentralizing Zcap, but otherwise too. Haven't heard much from Zooko in the past few minutes.
All right, I have 45 seconds. I'll try to use 15. I think the community has an opportunity because the dev fund is sunsetting itself. You got to make changes or let it expire. Pretty much everybody wants to make changes. I think the community has an opportunity to increase decentralization of Zcash. I hope this whole thing was just enlightening or instructive about that. I think we can and should increase decentralization.
Still have 10 seconds. I feel like the music's a little premature. Do you have like 8 seconds of closing thoughts, Ian?
Increase access to the block reward, get more people owning Zec and using it, get more people having a stake, so therefore more people have a skin in the game to create proposals on how we can decentralize things like Zcap. We need more than people that are really represented by 2 organizations on this stage. We need more groups in the community to make those proposals other than just us.
All right. That's out of time. We should wrap this up. Thank you for the engaging panel. Thank you all.
Thank you. So you missed the part.
Right. So the next event on the agenda is a welcome reception, which I believe is going to be, I'm not sure where it is actually. It's right here. Oh, it's right here. And is it starting straight away, or are we going to leave it starting at 6 o'clock? So you got half an hour to get back to your rooms, freshen up, use the restroom, any of that sort of stuff. And then we will continue the discussion right out here with drinks and light snacks. Thank you very much. Guys, don't forget to take all your headsets.